The girls at school were absolutely losing it. Apparently, the new transfer student is, oh, so incredibly handsome. The moment he walked in and was introduced, every girl's heart started pounding like crazy. The room instantly got hotter, and let's be honest, the girls were totally swooning. The guys, on the other hand, were not so thrilled. Now, let's just call it what it is. Pure jealousy. The teacher points to an empty seat and the kid, who looks like a rejected Scooby-Doo character. Oh, he was practically green with envy. He gives his buddy a subtle signal. Time for a prank. The plan was simple. As the new kid walks by, stick out a foot. Watch him trip, and just like that. Total humiliation in front of everyone. Genius, right? But here's the thing. They didn't count on the new kid. He saw it coming and simply stopped right in front of him. Lee Jae-hyung thought his timing was perfect. Oops, it didn't work. Our protagonist just stares him down, ice cold. So, Jae-hyung asks, "Who do you think you're looking at?" No one, and I mean no one, could possibly guess what was going through the new kid's mind, as he just stared back in complete silence. That's when the teacher chimed in. "Why did you stop all of a sudden?" Ijun just smiles, he apologizes. So polite, and keeps on walking. Jae-hyung thought to himself. He got scared of me. His friend agreed, thinking, guess the new kid isn't so tough. After all, what these boys didn't know is that the moment Ijun stopped, he remembered a piece of advice from the major. When you go back to Korea, Ijun, don't get involved in fights. The major knew Ijun is a natural-born strategist. Every single move is calculated. And honestly, he feared that about him. When the protagonist finally sat down, the boy next to him, a kid named Park Young-chan, greeted him and then gave him a warning. Watch out for those guys. They're the bullies who run this school. You should avoid them. The next few classes went by, and Ijun felt something strange. Normal boys in a normal school. Another kid talking about his favorite webtoon. It was peaceful, comfortable in his memories. No moment had ever been quite like this. Every moment, he was sprinting through the rain, his life hanging by a thread. The training was absolute hell, spanning countless years. It forged him into a cold being. Even now, when he closes his eyes, he can still vividly recall those harrowing days. But then, he opens them again. This peace, this quiet, it's truly wonderful. But even as his life settled into peace and quiet, meanwhile, in another classroom, a girl. Eugene's sister knew no such peace. She was happy, naturally. Her brother was finally home after a decade-long disappearance. But then, a blonde girl sauntered up to her, yanking her abruptly from her thoughts. Hey Daeyeon, I need your gym clothes for class today. Daeyeon had her own clothes. But she couldn't simply give them away, or she'd be left empty-handed. The girl just let out a nasty, mocking laugh, then pulled a stunt that grabbed everyone's attention. A shocking, loud slap across Daeyeon's face. Daeyeon had no right to question or disobey an order. This was her daily reality, and her classmates did nothing, absolutely nothing, making no move to protect her. And she simply didn't have the courage. When the school day finally ended, she spotted her brother. He'd come to her school, waiting for her. She was a little surprised for a second, and asked if he was waiting for her. He replied, yeah. He was hoping they could walk home together. He also added that if she had other plans, she could just go ahead without him. Daeyeon quickly looked around and said she didn't have any other plans, but it was clear she was still incredibly nervous about walking with him. Jean then said that if she wasn't busy, they'd just walk home together. In the end, she agreed. A little later, they were walking down the street next to each other, and it was obviously awkward for both of them. Jean tried to break the tension by asking her if she felt awkward too. Daeyeon was surprised he asked and quickly said she wasn't, but Jean told her it was okay because he felt pretty awkward himself. Luckily, that seemed to make her chill out a bit. Jean then told her that he was only 9 when the accident happened, so he didn't really remember much about his family, including her. He said it must be weird for her too, since she was only 7 and probably didn't remember a lot either. Daeyeon didn't say anything because he was right. Suddenly, familiar voices echo from around the corner. She freezes instantly, peeking to see who it could be. It's one of the girls who terrorized her in class earlier. As it happens, she's also pals with the blonde who slapped Daeyeon at school. This new bully immediately spots Daeyeon and starts screaming at her. Daeyeon totally freaks out, sweating bullets, completely lost on what to do. One of the guys with the bully group asks who Daeyeon is. The bully snidely replies that she's the girl that Jean, the blonde psycho from earlier, hates. Then she spots Jean with Dan and starts mocking her, asking if that's her boyfriend. She then spits out something truly nasty. Like she didn't know bitches could even get dates. Dan gets super flustered and quickly tries to explain that Jean is just her brother. The bully is genuinely surprised by this, since she had no idea Dan even had a brother. After enduring all that trash talk, Jean asks Diane if this girl is her friend. Diane quietly mumbles, yeah, adding that they're in the same homeroom. But the bully just keeps on going, calling Diane a bitch again and asking since when they were friends. Diane is visibly shaking as the bully keeps running her mouth. Jean just fixes the girl with an ice-cold stare, the kind that could freeze you solid. The guy sitting next to the bully clearly doesn't appreciate Jin's death glare. He gets riled up and tells Jean to watch it, or he'll get messed up. Jean just keeps staring, which only infuriates the fatty more. The bully girl starts hyping him up, egging him on to fight Jean. Finally, the fatty loses his cool and storms right up to Jean. Jean swiftly shoves Diane behind him and gets right in the guy's face. This knucklehead asks if Jean is trying to act tough for his sister. Jean immediately sees how clueless this guy truly is, standing so close with all his weak spots totally exposed. What's even funnier is that the fatty isn't carrying any weapons. Jean can't help but think, this guy is an idiot for leaving himself so open. But then he remembers Major Kang's stern warning about not fighting. Jean sighs, looks away, and just tries to walk off. But the fatty isn't having any of it. He grabs Jean by the collar and pulls his hand back, ready to slap him. Before he can, Diane runs in between them. She bows her head low and tries to explain to the bullies that Jean has been living abroad and has no clue how things work in Korea. The main bully just cackles at Dayan's desperate begging. Dayan, meanwhile, just keeps trembling with fear. The hefty bully just screams at Dayan, not caring where Jean used to live. Watching his sister tremble in terror completely sets Jean off. He snatches the fat bully's wrist and gives it a brutal twist. The guy immediately screams out in agony, despite Jean barely doing anything at all. Jean calmly drops his bag and takes off his school jacket. He calmly instructs his sister to wait, then covers her face with his jacket, assuring her it will all be over in a minute. Suddenly, the loudmouth thug lunges at him from behind. Jean effortlessly spins around as if it's nothing and smacks the thug hard right across the face. That one powerful slap sends the thug hurtling backward, spitting blood before hitting the ground like a sack of potatoes. The bully girl and her last goon are absolutely terrified. They look like they're moments away from wetting their pants. Jean, meanwhile, lets out a small sigh, disappointed he's already broken his promise to Major Kong. But come on, it's not really his fault, right? That fat jerk was totally asking for it. The other goon is absolutely petrified. He's second-guessing, even daring to breathe in Jin's direction. The scene then cuts away to the peaceful countryside, where soldiers are training intensely, pushing their limits. Major Kong stands nearby, watching over their every move. Another soldier walks up to him, reminding Kong that it's Jin's first day back at school. Upon hearing this, Major Kong starts to fret. Despite teaching Jean for 6 months how to live normally, he fears Jean won't adjust after years spent as a merc. Nevertheless, Kong is proud and hopes his lessons will help Jean out. Speaking of which, it turns out, Major Kang's lessons didn't really stick. Because Jean is totally treating these bullies like absolute trash, the other bullies just gape in shock at the fat bully, who's completely knocked out cold on the ground, with his eyes disturbingly rolled back into his head. The bully girl and her friend are shaking as Jean walks closer. Then, in a split second, Jean lunges and slams the other thug with a monster punch to the gut, sending the guy flying before he crashes onto the ground. The arrogant girl's jaw drops to the floor. She simply cannot believe her eyes. When Jean turns his chilling gaze toward her, his death stare makes her start to tremble. Dayan slowly pulls the jacket from her face, her hands trembling as she sees the two thugs completely knocked out. It's only been a minute, yet Jean notices his sister observing. He shoots the cocky girl one final, chilling glare, before turning his back on her. He then faces Dayan and begins, sorry for suddenly covering her face back there. That only makes things even more awkward for Dayan, so Jean tries to smooth things over by asking if she wants snacks from her favorite spot. Dayan mumbles it's fine, no need to bother. So Jean simply suggests they head home. Meanwhile, as Dayan and Jean get friendly, the bully girl is left standing there, utterly freaked out. She's shocked that this guy, terrifying just moments ago, is now acting like a super sweet big brother. As they walk away, Dane gives the bully one last, small wave, leaving her utterly terrified and rooted to the spot. On their way home, Dane asks Jean if he was the one who handled those two guys. Jean confirms, yeah, which only piques her curiosity about him even more, since he doesn't seem like a fighter type. She then explains that in Korea, staring at people the way he did is considered rude and can cause problems. Jean agrees, adding that looking someone in the eye can be a bad idea, depending on who it is, just like where he came from. Confused, Dane asks why he stared at those thugs. Then Jean simply states, I saw you were scared and wanted to protect you. Dane is completely surprised by his answer, looking down and blushing. Things get super awkward and quiet as they continue walking. Looks like Dane's gonna have to get used to having a protective big brother when they get home. Back home, their grandpa is a nervous wreck. He's telling Jean to just relax and eat some fruit, but Jean insists on doing the dishes. Grandpa doesn't quite know what to do, so he just lets Jean take over. As Jean washes the dishes, Grandpa asks if dinner was alright, admitting he's not the best cook. Jean just plays it cool, telling Grandpa not to worry about it. He says the food's been awesome and he's enjoyed everything. The old man looks super relieved to hear that. You can tell he's genuinely happy. Grandpa then asks Dane if she liked the food too, and she nods in affirmation. Grandpa then changes the subject and asks Jean about his first day of school, wanting to know if anything exciting happened. Jean pauses for a second, looking a little nervous about answering Day. Dane gets a little anxious too, thinking back on how wild the day had been. But after a brief pause, Jean simply says it was a good day. Grandpa's face totally lights up when he hears this, looking incredibly relieved and utterly happy. Later that night, after everyone is asleep, Jean is still wide awake. He's thinking back to his grandpa's first sight of him, and he remembers how incredibly happy the old man was. Living with his grandpa and sister for a bit has started to melt Jin's once cold heart. Then, his mind abruptly shifts to the plane crash. All the passengers were in a frantic panic. Oxygen masks dropping as everyone else scrambled frantically. Jin's parents were solely focused on getting his mask on, so he could breathe. It was a truly terrifying day. Right as he remembers the plane starting to plummet, Jin snaps awake with a jolt. Jumping out of bed, breathing hard from the nightmare. His heart pounds, but then he realizes it was just a dream. He looks at his clock and sees it's already morning. As he sits there, he hears noises from the living room. He gets up and goes to check it out, and finds his sister busy making breakfast. He asks where their grandpa is. She tells him grandpa already left for work super early. She explains that he took some time off, just to be there when Jean got back. But his vacation days are over now, so he had to go back. She gets into her uniform and prepares to leave. She tells Jean that breakfast is on the table, and makes sure he knows to eat. After she leaves, Jean just looks at all the food she left out for him. Back at school, we find the bully girl with the blonde Huijin. It turns out, Huijin found out that the new transfer student is Dane's brother. The bully girl nervously says, "Yeah, it's true." She starts thinking about what happened with Jean and totally freaks out, remembering how he took down two of her friends with just one punch. Huijin asks why she's so scared, but the bully girl is just frozen solid, too terrified to say anything. Honestly, I'm tired of calling her the bully girl, so from now on, let's just call her Chicken Shake. Huijin keeps bugging Chicken Shake about what went down. Finally, Chicken Shake gets a grip and says they should probably stop messing with Dan. Jin's death stare is still burned into her mind. She can't shake it, despite her fear. She tries to convince herself everything's fine. Huijin and her brother are the undisputed rulers of the school, and no one dares to cross them. A little later, we find Dan once more. And wouldn't you know it, she gets a hard smack to the head, just like always. She turns around to see Huijin and Chicken Shake together, ready to give her grief again. Dan demands to know what they want this time. Huijin simply tells her to come along. When Dan asks where, the cocky blonde gets furious. She snaps at Dan to stop acting tough and just obey, if she doesn't want to get hurt. She also adds that having a brother changes nothing. Next thing we know, we're at the school's recycling area, and Dan is getting totally pummeled by the cocky blonde, after landing a few brutal kicks. The blonde tells Dan to stay down. Dan struggles to breathe, asking why she's even being beaten. That's when Huijin brings up her brother. She tells Dan to warn her brother to stop acting so tough and full of himself. She makes it clear that whatever happens next to her brother isn't their problem because he's about to have a really bad time. Dayan is confused, asking if they're going after her brother now. Hui-jin casually confirms, yep, and reminds her that the two guys Jean beat up are their friends. Since Dayan and her brother messed with them, they're not getting away with it. It's like poking a bear, and hearing this, Dayan's face goes completely white. She screams at the two thugs, demanding what they're going to do to her brother. For that, she gets a hard slap right across the face. The slap leaves a visible mark. But that pain is nothing compared to the anguish she feels, knowing her brother is in danger. Dayan grits her teeth, pulls herself together, and just bolts out of there, leaving the two thug women behind. The scene switches back to the third-year classroom. You can feel the thick tension in the air. Even the usual bullies are hushed. Everyone's on edge, because the school's biggest bully just strode in with his crew, and it looks like things with Jean are about to explode. But Jean, he's just sitting there, cool as a cucumber. The two guys who got wrecked yesterday are there too, strolling casually with their boss, with the biggest bully of them all lurking right behind. The true top dog of the school, no doubt. As if on cue, Dayan bursts into the classroom, breathless, her face bruised, and her uniform torn and dirty. Jean rockets out of his seat, his eyes widening in pure shock, as he takes in his sister's battered face and messed up uniform. The bully boss immediately starts spewing trash talk, mocking Jin's sister for worrying so much about her brother. He then points out that his sister, Hui-jin, only whines and nags him to do things for her. Hui-jin steps up and tells her brother outright she'll only feel bad for him when he actually gets his butt kicked. But meanwhile, Jean is absolutely frozen, utterly horrified to see his sister so bruised and beaten. But before we can see what he does next, the scene flashes back to earlier that very morning, as students were just making their way to class. We cut to poor Yang Chan, looking utterly terrified, as two guys are using his head for target practice. Jae-hyung beams with pride after landing a direct hit, immediately bragging to his buddy about his aim. Hyuk-jin, annoyed, demands a nearby kid hand over his eraser. The shy student nervously hands it over, and Hyuk-jin snatches it. He winds up and hurls it with all his might, nailing Young Chan right in the head. He even does a little happy dance for landing a perfect shot, but Jae-hyung tries to downplay it, claiming it was just luck. The two go back and forth, trying to one-up each other's headshot game. Jae-hyung decides to go again, swinging his arm like a maniac to chuck the eraser at poor Young Chan. But surprise, Jean steps directly in the way, and the eraser smacks him in the side instead. The two bullies are absolutely furious at this interruption, as the eraser simply drops to the floor. Jean then calmly sits down in his seat next to a terrified Young Chan. The redhead is clearly getting seriously ticked off, feeling like Jean is really starting to get on his nerves. Hyuk-jin decides they need to go teach Jean a lesson for getting involved, and the redhead is totally on board with it. Meanwhile, Jean just casually puts his bag down and asks Young Chan if he's okay. The poor guy mumbles that he's fine, but you can tell by his pale face that he is definitely not fine. Young Chan quickly leans in towards Jean, trying to avoid looking at the bullies, and asks if Jean wants to hang out after school. Jean replies he can't, because he has to walk home with his sister. The shy kid seems interested and asks if his sister transferred with him. Jean clarifies that Dion was already a student here. Young Chan then asks for her name. Jean reveals it's Dion, completely stunning Young Chan. Jean immediately catches his reaction and asks if he knows her. Initially, Young Chan hesitates to say anything, but he eventually admits Dion is having a terrible time at school. He explains that back in middle school, she was incredibly popular, admired for her smarts and beauty. Many guys were infatuated with her, but then a blonde girl named Hui-jin grew jealous and began mercilessly bullying her. Jean asks if anyone ever tried to intervene. Young Chan reveals that Hui-jin's brother is named Jisik Kim, and he's one of the most notorious delinquents in school. To make matters worse, Dion is in the same homeroom as Hui-jin. She's bullied so relentlessly that other students are shocked she even bothers to show up anymore. Jean quickly connects the dots. He realizes that Hui-jin started tormenting his sister simply because some boy had a crush on her. But Young Chan sadly explains that was just a pretext. Hui-jin was simply looking for a target to torment. Jin's mind flashes back to a few days prior. His grandpa was hoping Jean would have an easy time adjusting to his new school. Her grandpa then turned to Dion, asking if she was doing well in school. Back then, Sweet little Dion promised her grandpa that everything was wonderful, never letting on that she was getting bullied relentlessly, daily. Her grandpa praised her, saying, "Dion is a truly great student, and her teachers always speak highly of her." Back in the present, Jean realizes his sister was just faking it, hiding everything so their grandpa wouldn't worry. Just then, one of the unruly bullies kicks the door open, and their entire gang nonchalantly strolls into the classroom. Hyuk Jin immediately confronts the gang, asking what they're doing in his class. Jisoo Kim, one of the school's biggest powerhouses, simply states he's there to handle something. Hyuk Jin is startled to see Jisoo and has no idea what to do. You see, Hyuk Jin is a complete small fry. He can handle the other bullies, but he knows better than to cross Jisoo Kim. Meanwhile, Jisoo's lackeys point directly at Jin. When Jisoo sees him, he starts yelling at his crew, furious that they got beaten by some scrawny little punk. He tells his lackeys to back off, then flicks a finger at Jin, commanding him to come here. Jin immediately stands up. Instantly, the redhead and Hyuk Jin are utterly perplexed, wondering what Jin did to get on Jisoo's bad side. They're both convinced he's utterly screwed now. But Jin just stands his ground, asking if Gosu is the one truly in charge. The real big shot, Gosu, simply smirks in response, finding the situation utterly amusing. That it took Jin so long to realize who truly calls the shots here. He then turns to one of his lackeys and tells him to stop standing around like an absolute idiot. Do something. You can clearly see the lackey is terrified, but he slowly, hesitantly, starts walking towards Jin. But just as the fight is about to kick off, Dayan suddenly bursts into the room, completely out of breath, which brings us right back to the present, with Jin staring intently at his beaten-up sister. Tears immediately start rolling down Dayan's face, as she tearfully apologizes to Jin for dragging him into this mess. Meanwhile, Hoijin scoffs at the tears, calling her a total drama queen. But Jin reassures his sister, telling her she did nothing wrong. Before she can even utter another word, he just snaps. He slaps the lackey so hard, the guy instantly hits the floor, out cold. The other bullies, who've seen Jin fight before, start shaking uncontrollably. With one guy down, Jin turns to his sister and declares that these guys are the ones who should be apologizing. The fatty charges at Jin, fist raised and ready. But Jin simply brushes his arm aside, like it's absolutely nothing. He spots an opening at the guy's throat and delivers a quick, brutal chop, swift as a ninja. The bully immediately starts coughing and choking before collapsing. The last lackey, shaking like a leaf, tries to land a punch on Jin. Jin nails him with a nasty shot to the ribs, and super fast, sends him crashing to the ground too. Meanwhile, Jisoo's confidence is finally starting to waver, as he watches Jin take down his entire crew like they're a bunch of nobodies. Local wannabe bullies in the class just stand there, eyes wide, completely blank. Even Huijin and Chicken Shake are freaking out. They're totally losing their cool. After dropping the last two guys with ease, Jin turns to Jisoo and informs him that his sister has been suffering because of these thugs, and he's not going to let it slide. Jisoo finally breaks his silence, smirking and admitting that Jin isn't such a pushover after all. Then, still smirking, Jisoo throws a super fast kick straight at Jin's head, but Jin blocks it with ease, which leaves Jisoo utterly stunned. He never imagined Jin would be that quick. So Jisoo throws another lightning-fast kick with his other leg, and Jin blocks that one just as effortlessly. Jin then grabs Jisoo's leg, yanks him in close, and punches him hard right in the face. The punch sends blood flying as Jisoo hits the floor like a helpless rag doll. His nose and mouth are gushing blood, and he gazes up in absolute horror at Jin, who looms over him like the freaking Death Reaper himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin boots the punk right in the face, sending even more blood spurting. The guy who was just moments ago acting all tough and cocky is now sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated and humiliated. The entire class falls dead silent, every eye wide in stunned disbelief, as they watch Jin absolutely obliterate one of the biggest bullies in a single, devastating move. The two beta bullies are just gawking, jaws practically on the floor, unable to fathom that Jin just decimated a major player like Jisoo so effortlessly. The girls are just as freaked out, especially the blonde one. She's completely stunned, wondering if Jin is truly that powerful. Jin starts striding towards Huijin, who's absolutely terrified she's about to get smacked and receive the same brutal beatdown. But before he can do anything, Diane dashes over and desperately begs her brother to stop. Jin reminds her that Huijin and her crew have been tormenting her for a long time, and that he knows they even came after her yesterday. Diane's face utterly drops when she realizes he knows the truth, and she looks down, unable to say a word. Then, it dawns on her that Jean is doing all of this for her, so she forces a small smile and tells him she's fine, and that he should just stop. Her brother mulls it over for a second, but finally agrees and decides to walk her to her class. As they leave, the whole room erupts in whispers, unable to believe that Jisoo, the undisputed top dog, got utterly taken down by one guy. Even the beta bullies have to admit that Jean is seriously hardcore, and they're super relieved they didn't try to challenge him earlier. While everyone's chattering, the blonde girl is just trembling, a mix of terrified and utterly humiliated, completely unable to cope with the fact that they lost. Meanwhile, Jean and Diane are walking together, and she's gushing about how shocked she is that he's so incredible at fighting. But then she starts apologizing again. Jean looks confused and asks her what exactly she's apologizing for. Diane explains that it's her fault he got dragged into all this drama, and she feels awful about the fights he had to get into. Both yesterday and today, Jean just gives her a warm smile and tells her not to apologize for a single thing. That's what family is for, protecting each other. He then starts explaining that back where he used to live, it was truly every man for himself. Generally, people couldn't care less about what happened to others, as long as they themselves were safe. But even these self-centered individuals drew a line when it came to their own families. This takes us into a flashback, right into the heart of a chaotic battlefield, where smoke billowed and explosions rocked the ground. The deafening sounds of guns and bombs echoed from all directions. Amidst all this pandemonium, we see a younger Jean who spots an enemy soldier, desperately trying to shield his own small daughter, using his body to protect her from a gun aimed directly at them. Despite the overwhelming violence, witnessing that soldier risk his life for his child deeply resonated with Jean. It made him ponder the true meaning of family, and why it held such profound importance. Back in the present, Diane points out that Jean barely remembers her, so why is he trying so hard to help now? Jean admits he doesn't recall much, but insists that doesn't change anything. They're still family. She just stands there quietly, and as his words sink in, a faint blush spreads across her face. She quickly tells him she's fine, and he should head back to his own class, saying they're already at her classroom. She gives him a quick wave goodbye and vanishes inside, leaving Jean with a small, knowing smile. Back in his classroom, everyone is still buzzing about Jean, and he's feeling a bit awkward with all the sudden attention. The beta bullies give him a thumbs up, asking what they taught him overseas, because he absolutely annihilated those noobs. They continue piling on the praise, but Jean just sinks deeper into his chair, looking somewhat overwhelmed. Even his friend Young Chun chimes in, saying he was awesome, which finally makes Jean crack a small smile. Meanwhile, we cut to the defeated goons, who are all feeling quite stressed out. After such a public humiliation, their boss is still absolutely furious, complaining that there's something off about Jean, that he doesn't fight like a typical third-rate thug. His sister tries to cheer him up, telling him to stop pouting and dismissing it as just a fluke. She claims Jean merely caught them off guard, and they'll get him later. But the other bullies remain silent, because they now realize Jean is a total powerhouse, and not someone to be trifled with. But the blondie reminds him that Jean is just one guy, and they can't let some random dude get the better of them. Her brother finally snaps, telling her to shut up. He says if she's itching for a fight so badly, so she can go fight the guy herself if it's that easy. Of course, Hoi-jin doesn't take kindly to that. She snaps back that he shouldn't take his frustration out on her, just because some random guy handed him his, but on a silver platter. Her brother is absolutely seething with fury. You can tell Hoi-jin's words really struck a nerve. He's fuming because, let's be real, she's telling the painful truth, and it stings. Eugene gives him one last, withering glare, her eyes welling up with tears. Because she's utterly frustrated with her brother's behavior, she quietly turns and slams the door on her way out. As she stomps furiously down the hall, Chicken Shake sprints to catch up with her. Meanwhile, the blondie is still absolutely incandescent with rage. She's beyond frustrated that all those bullies couldn't even take on a single guy. She slams the classroom door open and storms inside, spotting Daehoon sitting there. She asks if Daehoon's feeling lucky now that she has a brother. She points out how Daehoon can probably just effortlessly waltz into school now, without a care, running to her big bro if anything goes wrong. Daehoon doesn't utter a single word in return, which only enrages Hoi-jin even further. She believes Daehoon is giving her the ultimate cold shoulder. Now that she has her brother to protect her, Hoi-jin grinds her teeth, making it crystal clear she won't let Daehoon get away with anything, just because she has a brother now. As dusk settles, the students begin heading home. We spot our girl in the crowd, looking rather dejected. She's lost deep in thought, remembering when her brother stood up for her, bravely fighting those thugs. She recalls him saying they were family, and wonders if this means she can finally stop constantly worrying about being bullied at school. She starts thinking about how utterly miserable things were with Hoi-jin, how she was always getting bossed around, and forced to do whatever Hoi-jin commanded. Like a faithful dog, every time she tried to stand up for herself, she'd simply get slapped. Suddenly, out of nowhere, her brother appears behind her, asking if something's wrong. She's completely startled, but he tells her he'd already called her name a few times, and she hadn't answered. His sister quickly apologizes, saying she didn't hear him at all, and then asks if he was waiting for her yet again. He nods, affirming their plan. After all, he still doesn't know his way home. So, they set off for home together, chatting about needing to grab some groceries, especially since Grandpa's always ravenous after getting home late. As they walk, that troublesome girl is lurking right behind them. She looks absolutely seething with rage, and simply cannot stand seeing our girl smile. This witch is just waiting for the right moment to wipe that smile right off Daehoon's face. Next thing we know, the two of them are now casually shopping in a store. Our girl is having a tough time deciding what to grab, while other shoppers in the store can't help but stare. It's all the girls, specifically, who are fixated on our main guy, and Daehoon can't help but notice all the attention he's getting from the ladies. She already knew he was popular back at school, but it turns out he stands out absolutely everywhere. Just out of curiosity, Daehoon finally asks her brother if he ever had a girlfriend while living abroad. The question completely catches him off guard, and he looks as if he's never even heard the word girlfriend before. Seeing his utter confusion, Daehoon clarifies, explaining she means like a girl he was dating. He simply states he's never had one, which prompts his sister to say he really should think about it, especially since girls are drawn to him like a magnet. He's quiet for a moment, then admits he's always been too busy for a girlfriend. Daehoon totally gets it, especially since he's been busy adapting to a new country. That's when he cleverly flips the question back on her and asks if she's ever had a boyfriend. The question catches her completely by surprise, and she quickly says she's never had one either. When he asks why, she just says she's been busy too. Once they finally get home, we see Grandpa has gifted our guy a brand new Samsung Galaxy phone. He's a little bummed, though, because he really wanted an iPhone. Grandpa quickly schools him on it, saying iPhones have terrible battery life and that a Samsung is far superior, especially since literally every other kid has an iPhone. It's a funny little dig, implying a Samsung will make him truly unique. Daehoon, on the other hand, is absolutely super excited because she wanted a Galaxy phone, and she can instantly tell it's the newest model. Our guy immediately starts messing around with the phone, and their grandpa informs them he already put his and Daehoon's numbers in it. Daehoon is surprised her grandpa actually did that himself, considering she usually handles all his tech woes. Grandpa quickly explains the salesperson had already lent a hand. He then adds with a chuckle that he heard young people absolutely love unboxing things themselves, so he hoped our guy wouldn't mind that he'd already opened it to save all the numbers. Jean just reassures him, saying he's totally cool with it. Then, Grandpa turns to Daehoon, apologizing profusely, explaining the store only had one left in stock, so he couldn't get her one too. Daehoon quickly tells him it's no big deal at all. They all end up enjoying a fantastic dinner, simply chatting and savoring their time as a family. Later that night, our guy is still tinkering with his sleek new phone, and is really starting to get absorbed by the whole Galaxy experience. He starts pondering that maybe Samsung phones aren't so bad after all, and might even be superior to iPhones. The scene then dramatically cuts to Major Kong, deep in work on his computer when his phone suddenly rings. It's Jean, calling to excitedly announce his new phone and number. The Major is visibly taken aback by this news. The junior officer standing behind him even pointedly asks if Major Kong hadn't already given Jean a phone, and the Major confirms, yes, he absolutely did. That's when his face flushes a furious tomato red. He angrily points out that he gave Jean the most expensive iPhone they had. He's absolutely furious that Jean already replaced it. The next morning, Jean steps out of the shower and sees his sister frantically rushing out the door in her uniform. Before she can even dart away, Jean asks why she's taking off so early. She just shouts she's running late and bolts out of there. She also yells back that dinner is all ready, and he just needs to put the dishes in the sink. As she's sprinting down the street, she quickly checks her phone, relieved she's going to make it on time. She was late because she'd lovingly made soup for their grandpa, but seeing his happy smile as he ate it was totally worth every second. She's just happy she could do something truly kind for him. But her peaceful, happy moment is brutally cut short when someone viciously kicks her hard in the ribs, instantly knocking her to the cold ground. 3 shadowy girls in hoodies and masks loom over her, deliberately hiding their identities. The one in front snarls at Daeyeon to watch where she's going, claiming she almost broke her ankle. It's painfully obvious they're just trying to pick a fight. They viciously demand Daeyeon apologize for what she supposedly did. The poor girl just quickly nods her head, stammering out a sincere apology. But the aggressive leader isn't satisfied with such a simple apology, and viciously slaps Daeyeon hard across the face, demanding she grovel like a whimpering dog. Then, one of the girls, the one with the ponytail, proposes they hit up karaoke to blow off some steam. Another girl chimes in, agreeing they need to unwind and have some fun. The ponytail girl then crouches down, meeting Dae-hyun's gaze. With a smirk, she invites her to join them at karaoke, promising they're gonna have a blast. The moment Dae-hyun hears her voice, she instantly recognizes Wajin Kim, knowing she's absolutely here to make her life a living hell. Next thing she knows, they're at some super sketchy karaoke joint. The manager spots the shady-looking girls and gets a terrible feeling. A little later, the manager is nervously heading towards their room. He's mumbling to himself about how wild kids are these days, and dreads what kind of mess they've made, because all he heard from their room was a cacophony of screaming. The manager opens the door, finding Dae-hyun collapsed on the floor, clearly beaten up. Luckily, she's awake and slowly begins to stir. Her hands are trembling as she tries to gather her belongings. Confused, the manager tries to call an ambulance, but Dae-hyun simply refuses and stumbles out the door. Meanwhile, back at school, the teacher is taking attendance and notices Dae-hyun is missing. The other students confirm she's not there, and everyone is puzzled, because Dae-hyun is never one to just skip school. In the background, Wajin Kim wears a subtle smirk, clearly pleased with herself. Chicken Shake leans over, nervously asking if Dae-hyun is okay. Wajin just tells her not to freak out, reminding her that Dae-hyun's absence has nothing to do with them. Chicken Shake nervously agrees, just playing along, pretending it's true and has nothing to do with them. Finally, the school day ends as usual. Our guy is waiting outside for his sister, but he can't find her anywhere in the bustling crowd. The crowd starts to thin out, and soon the area is almost empty, but his sister is still a no-show. He waits a little longer, then pulls out his phone to call her, thinking maybe she just went home without him. Meanwhile, she's already home. Her phone is ringing off the hook with his calls, but she just ignores them. Eventually, he just heads home. He immediately spots her sneakers by the door. He takes off his bag, walks up to her room, and knocks softly, asking if she's in there. She quickly answers, and her brother Jean is super relieved she's actually home. He asks her what's up. He even tried calling her, but she didn't answer. Dae-hyun profusely apologizes, explaining that she must have been asleep. Jean immediately senses something's off in her voice and asks if he can quickly come over. Dae-hyun quickly comes up with an excuse, telling him she's already in bed, feeling sick. Worried, Jean asks if it's anything serious. She assures him it's just a little fever, and that she'll be totally fine after some rest. Jean tells her to call if she needs anything and starts to leave, planning to buy her some medicine. But then, he suddenly freezes at the door when he spots blood stains on her sneakers. It doesn't take him long to figure out. Something truly awful must have happened, because blood on your shoes is definitely not a normal sight. As soon as it clicks, he grabs the first aid kit and rushes into her room to take care of her injuries. She flinches as he starts bandaging her bruised face. It's clear Jean still doesn't have the full picture. Dae-hyun tells him she fell down the stairs while trying to dodge a bike. But Jean points out that her injuries look way too severe for a simple accident and asks if she's sure. She doesn't want to see a doctor. She hesitates for a second before insisting she's totally okay. I mean, it makes sense why she wouldn't want to go to the hospital. If she did, they'd know right away. Her bruises weren't from falling down any stairs. The scene then flashes back to Dae-hyun's past, and we're suddenly in the principal's office. Daehoon is explaining to the principal that she was beaten up by Hyejin. Hyejin, however, is flat out denying everything. The cops are involved too, and Daehoon keeps insisting that Hyejin was the one who attacked her. She says that Hyejin was wearing a mask and a hat, but she recognized her voice and is 100% positive it was her. Besides, Hyejin has a history of bullying her at school. But then, Hyejin, with a smug little smirk, asks how Daehoon can blame her when she never even saw her face. The principal asks Daehoon if she saw the face of the person who hurt her. Daehoon says again that the attacker's face was covered, but she is absolutely sure it was Hyejin. At this point, Hyejin's mother completely loses it. She angrily accuses Daehoon of dragging the police into this and treating her daughter like a criminal over a bogus accusation. The principal attempts to soothe the enraged mother, but she's absolutely having none of it, making her stance crystal clear. Meanwhile, Daehoon's once firm confidence visibly crumbles as she realizes no one in the room believes her story, despite knowing in her heart that Huijin is truly responsible. Even the attending police officers appear filled with doubt. The mother then brazenly demands Daehoon apologize to her daughter right then and there, but our brave girl stands her ground firmly, asserting that it was indeed the daughter who committed the assault. This only enrages the arrogant mother further, who decides to escalate the matter directly to Daehoon's parents. She demands Daehoon call her parents to the school immediately. This crushing ultimatum completely shatters Daehoon's heart. Tears stream uncontrollably down her face, a torrent she can't stop, all while the true villainess, who inflicted this pain, simply laughs and walks away, completely unpunished. Back in the present, after all this time, she feels eerily trapped in the exact same impossible situation. She believes it's utterly useless to speak up without any concrete proof, is dead set on protecting her grandfather from any more upset, especially since he's always been such an unwavering support for her. Suddenly, Jean notices her strained expression and gently places a hand on her forehead, asking if she's truly alright. The girl weakly replies, "I'm fine." Jean points out that while none of her bones appear to be broken, the bruises themselves are quite nasty, and will undoubtedly ache for a couple of days. She nods, surprised he's actually so incredibly good at this. She can clearly see the bandages are placed perfectly, but then, her expression saddens as thoughts of their grandfather surface. She's worried he'll become incredibly upset about everything, especially given his fragile heart condition. Jean is visibly taken aback to hear this revelation. She then adds that their grandpa is currently on heart medication. Hearing this, Jean makes a solemn promise. He'll ensure their grandpa never finds out about any of this, and tells her to just focus on getting some much-needed rest. As he turns to leave, she softly calls his name. She offers him a sweet smile and heartfelt thanks for everything, and Jean returns her smile just as warmly. But the very second he's out of sight, her smile vanishes as she begins to wonder if she made the right call by withholding some of the crucial details from him. She figures there isn't much a couple of high school teens like them can realistically do about this whole ordeal. Yet, as we all know, Jean is far from your average teenager, and I wouldn't be surprised if he already has a pretty solid idea of who was truly behind his sister's injuries. Later, the scene dramatically cuts to a club where music is blasting, and the place is absolutely packed, right in the middle of the crowd. Here's the ringleader, Jisoo Kim. He's seriously fuming, even as he drinks and cackles with his crew. They're all busy trashing Jean, baffled how just one kid could have ruined everything for them. One of the thugs pipes up, reminding them their defeat came from underestimating Jean. He insists, though, they can absolutely crush him if they just plan their attack. Another goon chimes in, saying there's no way they can simply let him off the hook. A third crony boasts that Jean wouldn't stand a chance against all of them, altogether, despite all their big talk. Their boss, however, knows taking Jean down is no easy feat. He's still seething from that embarrassing beatdown, but has no intention of letting him get away with it. He slams his glass down, rage boiling over, but grudgingly agrees with his lackeys. He makes it clear that a fair one-on-one fight isn't their style, so they'll surely scheme to ambush him, using overwhelming numbers. The lackeys all get these sickly wide grins, visibly thrilled by the prospect. This pack of jerks might think they've got it all figured out, but they're nothing more than a pack of hyenas, waiting for Jean to deliver their just deserts. Just as they're deep in their scheming, Jisoo's phone suddenly rings. The caller ID displays "little bitch." It turns out to be none other than his little sister. And it seems even Jisoo agrees with that contact name. She immediately starts laying into him, demanding to know why he's just hanging out at the club. Jisoo tells her to cut to the chase, or he's hanging up. The girl insists he owes her big time. Jisoo has absolutely no idea what she's talking about. He then brings up Dae-hyun getting roughed up earlier in the day. She tells him they can't let those siblings get away with this, or they'll lose all their standing at school. Her brother, looking somewhat proud, tells her she did a good job. He then reveals that they're also already planning some serious payback for Jin. Just then, someone abruptly walks into the club. As the bullies turn to identify the newcomer, they realize it's Jin himself. He definitely looks like he's there to settle a score. Jisoo is absolutely enraged to see Jin, just casually strolling into his turf. But Jin simply keeps walking toward their table, looking utterly calm, while Jisoo then gets a little smug. They're thinking it's great. No need to hunt Jin down for revenge anymore. But Jin isn't here for a friendly chat. Wasting no time at all, he grabs one of the lackeys by the face and slams him hard against the table's edge. Another lackey charges him, but Jin's hand is a blur, and a single punch shatters all the guy's ribs. The bully leader and his crew can only grind their teeth as they watch their guys get taken down. The rest of the crew rushes at Jin, but our guy stays as cool as a cucumber. As they get close, he kicks one of them down effortlessly like a total boss. Next, he grabs a guy with purple hair and smashes him down onto the table with a brutal thud. While the purple-haired guy is totally freaking out, Jin isn't finished with him and just slams the dude against the wall like a rag doll. He then makes a fist and lands a massive punch right in the fatty's face. One of the thugs grabs a glass bottle to swing at Jin, but our boy just casually smacks the bottle from his hand and follows it up with a brutal hit to his face, leaving the thug spitting up blood. Another bully tries to charge him from behind, but Jin ducks, grabs his hand, gives it a painful twist, and then delivers a hard slap right across his face. Jin shoves the thug aside and immediately grabs another lackey by the face. He smashes the guy's mug right into his knee, and you can hear a sickening crunch as the thug's nose breaks. With all the thugs knocked out, Jisoo is just standing there speechless, completely unable to process what just happened. All this time, his sister is still on the phone, and she starts asking what's going on, since she can hear all the chaos. Jin turns to Jisoo, and the look in his eyes is so cold, it makes Jisoo shiver. He asks Jisoo if he needs a reminder because last time he checked, Jin already told him to stay away from his sister. Jisoo is just mind blown at how quickly the tables have turned. It's kind of ironic they tried to gang up on Jin, only to have their own gang get completely destroyed. Jin fought like an absolute pro and wiped the floor with all of them in just a few seconds. He keeps questioning Jisoo, demanding to know what his sister ever did to provoke him. Jisoo plays completely dumb, acting like he has no idea what Jin's talking about, all while secretly reaching for a glass from the table. He hurls the glass at Jin with lightning-fast precision, but Jin just casually takes a single step back, letting it shatter harmlessly against the wall. While he stands there, completely unbothered by the attack, Jisoo then snatches a bottle and wildly swings it at him. Our boy effortlessly steps back again, smoothly dodging the hit. But as Jisoo swings the bottle a second time around, Jin expertly knocks it out of his hand and counters with a brutal punch, which sends the drink inside flying, splattering everywhere as Jisoo tries to throw a punch this time. But our guy lands another brutal smack directly to the bastard's face, making his nose gush blood like a broken faucet. Jisoo stumbles backward, gasping desperately for air after the blow, while Jin remains perfectly cool, collected, and composed, not even seeming to break a single sweat. Jin then coolly asks this absolute bastard what kind of sick pleasure he gets from tormenting a completely helpless girl, now in his desperate, last-ditch effort. Jisoo, in response, snatches up a bottle, smashes it savagely, and tries to stab Jin in the chest with the jagged, sharp end. But our boy doesn't even so much as flinch. He simply slaps Jisoo's hand away with incredible force, causing the broken bottle to clatter uselessly to the floor. He then seizes Jisoo by the throat and relentlessly squeezes, making him frantically struggle just to breathe. Jisoo's feet scramble desperately beneath him as he struggles, and Jin forcefully slams him down onto the ground. The bastard writhes and squirms helplessly, desperately trying to break free from Jin's iron grip. But our guy isn't letting up, not even slightly. His hand remains pressed firmly on Jisoo's throat, making sure the once cocky bully knows exactly who's truly in charge now. Jin then leans in close and menacingly asks Jisoo what he should do with him. Jisoo, barely conscious after that brutal beatdown, can't even manage to stammer out an answer. Jin then gives him one absolute final, chilling warning, making it crystal clear this is the absolute last time he'll let him off easy. He warns him to stay far away from his sister and to keep Jin, Jisoo's sister, tightly on a leash too. He stresses that if he even hears a single rumor about Jisoo or Jin bothering his sister ever again, he'll be back to finish what he so brutally started. To really drive that brutal point home, Jin viciously tightens his suffocating grip on the bastard's throat, pushing him agonizingly to the very edge of passing out. The bully, now totally desperate and terrified, starts squirming, begging, and apologizing over and over. And just like that, Jin finally lets go, leaving Jisoo sprawled on the floor, gasping for air and violently coughing as Jin simply walks away. As Jin makes his exit from the club, the staff inside merely exchange nervous glances, clearly unsure of what they'd just witnessed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jin and her friend, Chicken Shake, are strolling down the street. Now, Jin suddenly gets a really bad feeling and starts to worry her brother might be in serious trouble. Just as they finally reach the club, they hear footsteps echoing up the stairs. And there's Jin, coolly walking away as if nothing happened. Jin is utterly blindsided and has no idea how to react. She yells for Jin to stop in his tracks, probably thinking she can play it cool, since nobody can prove she was truly behind today's events. But Jin doesn't even break his confident stride. Now, Jin is getting seriously freaked out. She starts backing away nervously, but ends up tripping and landing hard right on her butt. She winces, rubbing her sore shoulder. Jin's phone suddenly rings. He glances down at it. It's his grandpa calling. After a quick, terse call, he simply turns and heads home without another word, leaving everyone behind, wondering what on earth is going on in his head. When Jin finally reaches the clubroom, it's a total disaster. Her brother and his crew are all completely beat up. She immediately lays into him, furious, asking how he let Jin trash them all again. But her brother is too worn out and battered to fight back. He just cuts her off abruptly and tells her to stay far away from Daehoon from now on. Jin, not quite grasping how serious this is, keeps arguing, asking what on earth he's even talking about. That's when her brother, looking utterly done, finally snaps. He grinds his teeth and screams at her, "Leave our boy, sister, the hell alone." But Jin doesn't let up, yelling back and asking why he's so terrified of that bastard. That's the final straw. Her brother's eyes go wild with furious rage. He tells her straight up that if she doesn't back off from Daehyun, he'll personally mess her up himself. Man, this family has such a messed up way of handling things. It's crazy how casually they talk about hurting each other. Jin is pretty rattled by her brother's harsh threat and starts to cry. We cut back to our boy, who meets up with his grandpa again. They find a quiet bench in the park to sit on. The first thing grandpa says is, "Sorry for dragging our boy away from his friends." But he insists it's no big deal. The old man then looks pretty heartbroken. He brings up how Daehyun got hurt, and how our boy was the one who patched her up. Our boy confirms it. Grandpa explains her injuries are severe, but she refuses to go to the hospital. He talks about the struggles of raising Daehyun alone. He admits he never truly knew how to care for a little girl, and was always working just to put food on the table. And he's incredibly thankful she's grown up so well, mostly by herself, looking back on it all. Grandpa feels like Daehyun gave him so much more than he ever gave her. He lost everything in that accident. And after the plane crash took absolutely everything, Daehyun was the only reason he kept going. It kills him to see her hurting like this and not even tell him why. He wonders if she thinks he's just too old to understand. He mentions how people always say, kids grow apart from their parents as they get older. So it must be even tougher for her to open up to her old grandpa. But our boy jumps in and tells the old man he's totally overthinking the situation. He points out that it's obvious how much Grandpa loves Daehyun, and he's positive she loves him back just as much. He tells Grandpa to stop worrying so much, and promises to look after her at school. Hearing that, the old man finally looks a bit relieved, genuinely happy. That Daehyun has someone like a brother looking out for her. The scene switches over to the Omnia Medical Examination Center. Inside, we see Jisoo, all patched up from his injuries, is getting chewed out by his father, who's super disappointed in him. His dad doesn't mince words, telling Jisoo he deserved everything he got. As he says, play stupid games. You win stupid prizes. His mom, who's a real piece of work, starts screaming at her husband. She can't believe their son is in the hospital. And that's all he has to say? She tells him to go find the brute who did this and yell at him instead. She also points out that the same brute busted Hui Jin's arm too. Honestly, it's a real mess. Hui Jin is a total piece of work, to the point that she even pinned the blame for her own mishap on our boy. We all know she tripped and banged up her shoulder. But instead of owning up to it, she's pinning all the blame on him. The furious father finally calms down, letting out a heavy sigh. His worried mother tells her son to simply focus on resting and recovering as they prepare to leave. The mother grumbles, vowing to make the kid who hurt their son pay if she ever gets her hands on him. Once they're gone, Isu finally confronts his sister, asking why she had to spill everything to their parents. He argues that by doing this, she's only made things much worse for him. He feels utterly humiliated, that people will think he ran to his parents like some whining brat. After getting beaten up, his sister then retorts, asking how she was supposed to hide the fact that her brother was in the hospital and her arm was broken. Jisoo gets absolutely furious and demands to know if Jin was the one who broke her arm. She remembers how she actually tripped and fell, but conveniently doesn't mention that to him. Instead, she simply declares that Jin was responsible. It's messed up how shamelessly she's shifting all the blame. She then abruptly stands up and tells him to just stay here and focus on getting better. She says she'll make sure they finally realize once and for all who exactly they're dealing with. Jisoo sits there, unsure if they should dare mess with our boy again. Meanwhile, we're back with their parents. The woman reveals she's just spoken to Mr. Cha, but her husband asks why she's complicating matters and tells her to let the school handle it. The woman responds that it's already Saturday, and she doesn't want to sit back and twiddle her thumbs, waiting for them to act. He starts yelling, pointing out that the school won't deliver any real justice for what was done to their kids, and they'll likely only settle for a suspension or expulsion at best. The husband continues to argue, saying she has no business going to Mr. Cha to handle this personally. The woman reveals she already knows Mr. Cha and that he's been handling her dirty work for years. Meanwhile, Hui Jin is stealthily eavesdropping and feeling incredibly smug about her mother contacting Mr. Cha. She knows Mr. Cha is the terrifying gangster who works for her father, and she's certain this will put an end to those troublemakers. Once and for all, the scene then shifts to a rundown place, where a man is nervously fidgeting with his lighter. Clearly on edge, two burly goons walk by, looking incredibly disappointed. They grumble about the orders from their boss to deal with some serious teenage drama. And absolutely no one is thrilled about it. Not even the boss himself is thrilled about dealing with this petty squabble. But hey, a job's a job, right? Even if it means slogging through a mess of teenage nonsense. The scene then flashes back to a pivotal moment, where a sleek Mercedes is zooming down the highway. Inside the car, Mr. Cha, the notorious mafia boss, takes a call from the woman. She fills him in on how her daughter's hand was fractured, and her son got beaten up by some punk teenager. She's practically demanding that he handle it. Cutting sharply back to the present, Mr. Cha is furiously puffing smoke from his cigarette, clearly seething with frustration. He's utterly fed up with having to deal with this kind of nonsense. Meanwhile, the scene transitions back to the living quarters, where our boy is sitting before his computer, still lost in thought about his recent encounter with the Jisoo. He's wondering if these guys are actually going to let it go. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. He hears his grandpa arguing with someone at the door. It turns out the people on their doorstep want to see Jean. The intimidating man outside claims they just want a quick word with Jean. Grandpa, concerned about the late hour, questions what could possibly be so urgent. Our boy steps out of his room, telling his grandpa that he'll be back soon, after he hears what they want. Despite Grandpa's reluctance and even his sister's protests, Jean flashes a reassuring smile. He reassures them that he knows these guys, and that it's just a quick chat. Nothing to worry about at all. With that, our boy leaves his concerned grandpa behind. The goons then take him to an abandoned construction site, and he wonders who they might be taking him to meet. When they finally arrive, the lackeys report to their boss that they've brought in the guy in question. The boss remains silent, puffing thoughtfully on his cigarette. The bald lackey reveals that the kid caught on quickly, didn't make a fuss, and just came along. The boss, visibly surprised and pleased, decides to make it quick. He snaps his fingers, and the lackeys immediately grab their iron bats. One lackey tells his friend to hold our boy's arm, as he'll be the one to dish out the beating. Meanwhile, the boss sighs and decides to text the mother, letting her know that he's taking care of business. While the boss scrolls through his phone, searching for that mother's number, the lackeys then ask him why our boy had to mess with the Kim family's kids. As soon as our boy hears the mention of kids, he instantly realizes this must be about Jissa Kim. The boss, feeling frustrated and annoyed, pauses his scrolling. He decides he shouldn't call her while our boy is present. However, he looks over at our boy, intrigued by how unfazed and emotionless he appears. Just as the lackeys charge at him, Gene suddenly unleashes his ninja-like speed. He grabs the bald lackey's hand before a swing can connect and pulls the man toward him. He delivers a brutal shoulder smash right to the lackey's face. The boss watches this with wide eyes. He witnesses this flawless execution of the move. Meanwhile, the other lackey, bat in hand, swings at our boy. He ducks, letting the bat swoosh harmlessly over his head. But the lackey tries another swing. But our boy charges straight for the bat, as if it's no big deal, leaving the mafia boss utterly bewildered. With lightning speed, our boy locks the baseball bat in his arm and delivers a brutal punch right under the lackey's chin. Not stopping there, he follows up with a devastating blow to the lackey's chest. Then, with a fierce grip, he grabs the lackey by the neck and slams him down onto the bricks below. The boss watches in shock, clearly impressed and flabbergasted by the sheer skill and audacity of our boy's moves. The bald lackey grabs our boy from behind, threatening him with death. But our boy quickly jabs his shoulder into the lackey's ribs, and then delivers a solid shoulder smash to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Mr. Cha realizes this kid is no average teenager, because his combat skills are simply exceptional. He finally decides to step in himself. As he strolls forward, he scratches his head, snickering and commenting that he never thought he'd be fighting teenagers at his age. Meanwhile, our boy can tell that even though this man is a mafia boss, he's still a weak sauce. Because our boy can clearly spot all of this man's weak spots. As the boss swings a powerful fist at him, Gene effortlessly sidesteps it. The boss then unleashes a barrage of punches, but our boy dodges each one with breathtaking ease, making it look like a casual stroll in the park. As their intense back and forth continues, our boy quickly sidesteps, but another punch rockets straight toward him. He blocks the hit, though the sheer force sends him skidding backward. The mafia boss sneers, clearly impressed that he managed to block that one too. Meanwhile, Gene checks his wrist, the spot where the punch landed, and his hand winces from the throbbing pain. He realizes the mafia boss predicted his every move and delivered that punch with chilling precision. On the other hand, the mafia boss's curiosity has finally peaked, and he demands to know who Gene truly is. Gene casually replies that he's just a high school student. The boss isn't buying it for a second. In his mind, he figures this kid must have serious skill and experience to fight like this. Gene takes his stance with a grin. The boss declares he's up for sparring further and balls up his fist, ready to deliver another blow to our boy. Our boy quickly deflects an incoming punch and attempts to throw one of his own, but the mafia boss sidesteps it effortlessly. The boss then tries another attack, but our boy grabs his hand and swings a punch toward his gut. The mafia boss reacts again, causing our boy to land a hit directly to his face instead. Mr. Cha is absolutely fuming after taking that direct hit to his face, and tries to swing another punch at our boy. Once again, our boy deflects the attack and, locking eyes with his opponent, delivers a brutal blow to his face. He follows this up with a series of powerful punches, knocking Mr. Cha to the ground, leaving him utterly humiliated by a mere teenager. It's surprising to see a mafia boss who relies more on his fists than on guns. Anyway, once Mr. Cha is defeated, he grins, noticing that our boy doesn't seem rattled at all by the fight. He doesn't know where this kid came from, but he's sure that the Kim family definitely messed with the wrong person. The scene transitions to the agency of National Assembly member Imbi Kim. Inside the building, 2 guards are stationed outside an office. Inside the office, we see Mrs. Kim and Mr. Kim. The woman asks her husband why Mr. Cha hasn't responded yet. She's growing impatient with every passing second. She tells him to call Mr. Cha, but Mr. Kim responds that she should just wait. Mr. Cha will call back once he's finished dealing with our boy. Meanwhile, we also see their daughter. She lets out a sigh, and just then, the telephone begins to beep. The impatient lady quickly tells her husband to put the call on speaker so she can hear the news herself. Mr. Kim begins by apologizing to Mr. Cha, saying He's sorry for the ridiculous favor his wife asked him to fulfill. But the women, however, continue to argue loudly, insisting their kids were attacked. So she doesn't understand how that can be called ridiculous. To everyone's surprise, Mr. Cha says that he's the one who should apologize. Mr. Kim asks for an explanation, and Mr. Cha reveals that it seems their children have meddled with the wrong person, because Cha himself had also been defeated by our boy. This news rattles Mr. Kim to the core. As far as he knows, Mr. Cha is the best enforcer in the business, and it's unfathomable that he lost to a high school kid. Just then, the office door starts rattling as someone tries to force it open. Both Mr. and Mrs. Kim look anxiously at the door. When it finally creaks open, they see soldiers sprawled on the ground, leaving the husband and wife utterly anxious and alarmed. Even their bratty daughter jumps out of her seat when they see Jean strolling into the room. The door behind him slams shut, leaving their unconscious bodyguards on the other side. Mr. Cha, still on the phone, quickly realizes that Jean has made it into their place. He leans back, letting out a defeated sigh. He's still trying to wrap his head around the fact that he got beaten by a single high school kid. He's now anxious about how to deal with this mess inside the room. Hui Jean jumps up from her seat as Mrs. Kim starts yelling at Jean, demanding to know if he's the kid who beat up her children. On the other side, the man at the desk demands to know how Jean managed to get into his office. That is when this stupid woman begins to grit her teeth in frustration, because she is pissed that her husband is not overreacting like her. The husband remains calm and composed and asks again, more insistently, how Jean got past the security. Jean just shrugs and casually replies that he simply passed the guards, blocking the entrance. Mr. Kim is even more shocked and confused. He's baffled by how Jean managed to take down Mr. Cha, along with all the security guards. But what truly gnaws at him even more is how Jean even discovered their current address. That insufferable woman starts her screeching again, telling Jean to drop the attitude immediately. She swiftly dials the emergency hotline, ready to report Jean for assaulting her kids and breaking into their office. Meanwhile, Hui Jean beams with pride at her mother's actions, believing that calling the police is a genius move. She thinks that even with Jin's impressive fighting skills, the law will swiftly deal with him. The arrogant mother attempts to intimidate Jean with her threats, claiming she'll call the police or even the district attorney. She believes Jean has no clue who he's messing with. Jean, however, remains cool as a cucumber, replying that he has a pretty good idea. He points out her husband is a second-term assembly member, currently campaigning for re-election. The woman scoffs, asking Jean, if you know so much about our status, then why would you assault my children? On the other hand, Hui Jean smugly sneers, utterly satisfied they've got Jean trapped. She faintly tells him, it's game over. The authorities pick up the call, and the lady starts screaming into the phone, demanding officers get to Kim's office immediately. But before she can say anything more, she goes completely silent upon hearing something unexpected. Apparently, Jean plays the full footage from the karaoke room, showing Hui Jean and her lackeys assaulting her sister. The undeniable evidence leaves Hui Jean absolutely speechless, her eyes widening in shock as if they might pop out of their sockets. Mr. Kim remains silent, feeling utterly devastated. The screams of Dae-hoon, begging for forgiveness, echo hauntingly through the room, as those trashy ladies continue to beat her to a pulp. Seeing the concrete evidence, Mrs. Kim's jaw drops. She quickly hangs up the hotline, muttering she'll call them back later. On the other hand, Hui Jean starts yelling at Jean, frantically demanding to know how he got those files. Jean remains silent for a moment, and then the scene flashes back to the outside of the Kim residence. Inside one of the rooms, Jean is seen expertly sneaking around the house. He opens a laptop and copies all the data onto a pen drive. In the present, Mr. Kim grinds his teeth in sheer frustration, feeling his kids are a total, utter disappointment. But Hui Jean quickly tries to reassure her father, explaining she had a perfectly good reason for everything. Mr. Kim, however, angrily tells her to shut it. Jean then reveals he also has incriminating files on Jisoo Kim. He explains to the Kims that their children always save videos of their conquests. He states he has dozens of clips showcasing their violent behavior, beating up innocent kids at school, extorting money and valuables from their hapless victims, and even the very latest clip, his sister being brutally assaulted by a group of girls at karaoke. Hui Jean is shaking like a leaf, with all these truth bombs exploding right around her. But her mother quickly jumps in to fiercely defend her daughter, claiming our boy is just trying to threaten them. and that he won't get away with it. But Jean reminds her that he didn't start this mess. And what he's doing now is hardly a threat, compared to hiring a bunch of gangsters to attack him, and makes it clear that he's recorded all of that too. The father facepalms in utter, crushing disappointment, and asks our boy if he did all this just because his kids assaulted his sister first. Jean responds that as a parent, they have the right to take their children's side, no matter the cost. So as a brother, he will do whatever it takes to protect his sister as well. The man understands exactly where he's coming from, and points out that they'll cover her treatment, and offer a hefty settlement to make amends. But our boy makes it clear that this isn't necessary at all. The father is puzzled and asks what he means by that. He then inquires if Jean would like his kids to apologize to his sister. Hearing her father, Jean grits her teeth and thinks to herself, she'd rather bite her tongue and bleed to death than apologize. On the other hand, our boy makes it crystal clear. An apology won't undo the time his sister spent in fear and pain. So he insists that if they really want to compensate him, he wants his sister to never have to see Jisoo or Hai Jean Kim again. This demand absolutely rattles Hui Jin's nerves, but her father quickly agrees, stating that he'll have his kids transfer schools, or perhaps even send them abroad to study. Naturally, the mother and daughter let out a piercing scream in protest, but the father quickly shuts them down and turns his attention back to our boy, asking if this would be enough to satisfy him. Our boy states that demanding they be expelled from school starting tomorrow. The father calmly replies that he'll notify the school, and once that's settled, Hui Jin breaks down in tears. Her tears stream down, an involuntary flood, just as our boy makes to leave. The father swiftly stops him, reminding him that, since he'd agreed to their demands, he expects our boy to delete all the videos he found. Our boy shoots the old man a searing death glare. The father, unnerved, can tell from his intense gaze that this kind of deadly glare doesn't belong to a mere high schooler. Jean makes it clear he's no fool, then turns and walks away. He slams the office door shut with a resounding thud. Once outside, he finally heads for home. His grandpa rushes to open the door, asking if he's okay, while Dion is seen crying in the background. Jean is startled, seeing them so deeply worried, but he smiles, reassuring them that no one hurt him. As he steps inside the house, the old man points out that the people they met seemed dangerous. Jean replies they just stopped by to talk, nothing more. His sister then mentions that something about those people felt off, and that she and Grandpa were incredibly worried. Jean quickly tells her not to worry about anything, other than simply getting better. Jean then hints to his sister that, from now on, she'll never have to walk down the stairs again, because he's taking care of it. Of course, this doesn't make much sense to her at the moment, but she'll likely figure out what he meant soon enough. The next morning, they head to school. Once inside, they part ways for their respective classes. As Diane enters her classroom, she tries to avoid making eye contact with Hui Jin. However, her steps falter when she hears students talking about how Hui Jin won't be coming to school anymore. The entire class buzzes with curiosity about what happened, and one of the girls explains that Hui Jin and her brother are both going to study abroad. This news hits Dion like a thunderbolt from the blue, because her biggest obstacle is finally quitting school. The words Jean had said about taking care of the stairs she had fallen down replay in her mind. She quickly realizes that he must have known about Hui Jin's transfer all along. Dion rushes out of the classroom to talk to him about this. When she finds him and calls out to him, he turns around, but as soon as she tries to speak, she's utterly speechless, remaining completely silent. Jean simply offers a knowing smile and says, "See you later," leaving Dayan on the verge of tears. She barely manages to whisper back a soft, "See you later," before she completely shatters. A tidal wave of emotions completely overwhelms her. A little while later, we find ourselves in an apartment, where a blonde girl is asking her friends if it's true that Hui Jin is actually moving overseas. One of the other girls confirms that it's true, saying she was absolutely shocked when she first heard, but has no idea why they're leaving so suddenly, since Hyojin never mentioned anything about moving abroad. The blonde girl then turns to Chicken Shake, who's sitting silently, and seems far too preoccupied with herself to respond. One of the girls snaps her out of her reverie, and asks if she has absolutely nothing to say about it. This rattles the timid girl to her very core, and the blonde girl asks her directly if Hui Jin is really moving overseas, figuring that since they're in the same class, Chicken Shake might know more about it. Timidly and nervously, the girl confirms that it's true, and that their teacher announced it to the class earlier. The blonde girl then asks if she tried reaching Huijin directly. Chicken Shake admits she did, but Huijin didn't pick up. Hearing this, all the girls start to believe it might actually be true. Meanwhile, Chicken Shake nervously checks her phone, biting her nails in sheer anxiety. The last message she got from Huijin was that her mother was going to take care of our boy. And ever since, Chicken Shake has been absolutely freaking out, wondering if Huijin's sudden move has anything to do with him. Just then, Huijin herself arrives in the room, looking absolutely furious. The girls are utterly shocked to see her, and Huijin just takes a seat on the sofa, grumbling about how she barely managed to sneak out of the house. The girls ask Hyojin if she's really moving overseas. Frustrated, Hyojin grabs her head and says it just happened, but she explains she'll be back after one semester. We then flash back to the past, where her dad told her to spend a semester abroad, promising he'd sort everything out by the time she gets back, because he doesn't want those videos going public either. She keeps this part to herself, though, and the other girls just laugh and tease her, saying she's going to enjoy her vacation. The blonde sneers, her annoyance with their attitude crystal clear. Another girl asks about the sudden move, curious if Jisoo will be going as well. Hyojin simply states, "It's a family matter, and I don't need to go into details." The redhead girl then asks about Daein and her brother, curious about how things went, and if Jisoo managed to beat our boy or not. Hyojin tells them not to even ask, insisting that Jisoo has probably handled the situation already. However, we all know the truth. She just can't bring herself to admit her brother and his lackeys were thoroughly defeated by our boy. It would simply be too humiliating. She grows even more agitated, seething, thinking about how pleased Daein will be to see her leaving the school. This irritation suddenly sparks an idea in her mind, and she decides to mess with Daein one last time, asking her friends to help with her plan. Her friends immediately question if it's truly necessary, and even Chicken Shake jumps in shock, expressing her reluctance. But Huijin insists they should consider how utterly cocky Daein will be, without anyone left to bully her. She plans to deal with Daein before she leaves Korea. She wants to make sure she gets her revenge. Chicken Shake grows increasingly anxious and terrified as Huijin continues to reveal her twisted, evil plan. Huijin gets utterly cocky, boasting that Daein's grandpa is just a security guard somewhere, and she plans to have her mom get him fired. She believes this will teach Daein a lesson, not to mess with anyone from the Kim family. This is seriously messed up. Daein is just an innocent girl, and Huijin's plotting is enough to make anyone sick. But before this trash woman can act on her disturbing thoughts, her face goes stark white when she sees a figure standing before her, cloaked in a hoodie, a mask obscuring their face. It doesn't take long for her to recognize that it must be Jean. However, Jean pulls a classic Uno card move, asking her, "Who is Jean?" questioning how she can be so sure when he's wearing a mask, and she can't even see his face. He casually explains, almost too calmly, that he's just here to check if everyone's having a good time. And he's quite pleased to see that everyone from the karaoke room video is present. One of the girls starts trembling and asks, "What is he talking about?" That's when the boy reminds them. He's referring to the place where they all filmed his sister getting beaten up. Huijin's face turns ashen as she realizes he might have been there, waiting all along, just to mess with her. Chicken Shake is visibly sweating, trembling uncontrollably. She's clearly terrified of what's about to happen. The other two girls just sit there, utterly silent. The boy begins to close the door slowly. He asks why no one's singing. He thought everyone here loved screaming along to loud music. And with that, he slams the door shut, leaving us with no clue what terror he'll unleash next. The scene shifts to the hospital, where the Kim family is gathered. Father Inbi Kim is clearly fuming with annoyance. He demands to know where Huijin went. Her brother explains. She stepped out to say goodbye to her friends. Inbi's irritation grows as he questions why she left, when she was supposed to stay put, until they had everything sorted out. Just then, a frantic guy bursts into the room, quickly turning on the TV and urgently telling his master, "You need to see what's happening." On the screen, it's horrifyingly clear our boy has already made. The videos of Huijin's actions go viral. The incriminating footage is spreading like wildfire, and the situation is rapidly spiraling into a public spectacle. The entire Kim family falls into stunned silence, glued to the news. The reporter continues to drop bombshells, one after another, revealing dozens of violent videos circulating, with many more horrifying incidents likely unrecorded. Civic groups and politicians are now proposing a special bill to bring the culprits to swift justice. ISU starts to visibly lose his composure, and the reporter grimly adds that the nation is especially appalled by the shocking revelation that the culprits are none other than the children of candidate Inbi Kim. It's abundantly clear that Father Inbi Kim is in deep, deep trouble, and it's all thanks to his utterly outrageous wife, who pushed everything to this devastating point. Given Hyojin's cruel plan to make our grandpa jobless, it seems they're getting exactly what they deserve. We cut back to our boy, currently being grilled by Mr. Cha, who furiously demands to know why he went ahead with his plan, when he had already come to terms with the Kim family. Our boy's mind flashes back to the past, where we find him meticulously learning all about the Kim family's deep political connections. He reveals that it was highly unlikely everything would have gone smoothly. So he did what he felt absolutely had to be done. In the present, he admits he did not honor the agreement they had. Mr. Cha questions, "Do you really think the Kim family will just let you walk away?" Our boy confidently asserts that he's undoubtedly the least of their worries right now. It seems our boy might be right. The reporter continues to drop even more bombshells, revealing recent evidence concerning Mr. Kim's involvement in money laundering, bribery, and even election fraud. The evidence is so incredibly damning that even his own fellow party members are now calling for a strict investigation, with everyone scrambling to cut ties, eager to avoid any damage to their party. As soon as Mr. Kim hears this news, he slumps down on the bed, looking like a lifeless doll. Back with Mr. Cha, he suspects our boy has dug up some compromising data about his past as well, and Cha does not want to get exposed to the law, just like the Kim family, so he quickly demands to know who our MC really is. Our boy responds simply, claiming he's just an average teenager. Mr. Cha smirks at this ridiculous remark, noting that absolutely nothing about Jean is average. The scene then shifts to the bustling classroom, where the girls are feeling anxious and blushing upon seeing Jean. They whisper excitedly among themselves, trying to muster the courage to approach him and ask him something, but everyone remains far too shy to make a move. As Jean sits lost deep in thought, his phone rings. It's Dan, letting him know that she can walk home by herself today, and telling him to take a much-needed break and hang out with his friends. Jean is utterly puzzled by the concept of hanging out, and wonders how exactly to go about it. Just then, one of his friends, Young Chan, pops up and cheerfully greets him. As Young Chan sits down, he asks if Jean is busy today. Our boy remains silent, which prompts Young Chan to remember that Jean always walks his little sister home, so he must be busy after school. But, not surprisingly, Jean tells his friend that he's actually free today. Young Chan's face instantly lights up with happiness, and they quickly plan to hang out after school. However, Young Chan's enthusiasm quickly fades when he hears an unpleasant, familiar voice. As the scene zooms out, we see these two pathetic beta bullies of the class step forward. They both reveal that they've already heard the news, and know that Jean is the sole reason Jisoo Kim is moving abroad. Young Chan is totally shocked and stunned by the news, and the other students lounging around are equally caught completely off guard. The bullies then spill the beans, revealing that even though Jisoo and his sister were all set to move abroad, they're totally stuck now. Their whole family's in deep trouble after that info leak. Our boy jumps in to set the record straight, telling the bullies they've got it all wrong. Jae Hyung chimes in, saying, "There's no need for modesty, because everyone knows our boy trashed Jisoo and his crew at their hideout just a couple of days ago." Hyuk Jin backs him up, explaining that Jin took them all out by himself, and now everyone's saying Jisoo is too embarrassed to show his face at school. He's dying to hear just how badly our boy must have beaten Jisoo to make him leave the country altogether. Hong Chan is finally convinced Jin is actually a skilled fighter, and his performance that day wasn't just luck. Hyuk Jin leans in and says, "Now that we won't have to deal with that jerk anymore, I'm itching to throw a party." So he invites our boy to celebrate after school today. Jae Hyung agrees, adding that they've been in class for days, without really spending time together, and he suggests they show our boy around the area. But our guy flatly turns them down, saying he already has plans for today. Naturally, the bullies are puzzled and ask what he's up to. With a pleasant smile, Jin replies he's planning to hang out with Young Chan. That's when Jae Hyung starts creeping in with his disgusting grin, leaning toward Young Chan and saying he'll join their hangout. Hyuk Jin also leans closer to the terrified guy and expresses his desire to join in as well. After forcefully making Young Chan agree, they start to walk away, saying they'll meet up later. Our boy quickly asks his friend, if he really wants to let these goons join in. And the poor guy stutters a positive response with a pale face. The teacher finally arrives in the classroom, and she's brought along 2 transfer students. One of them is a plain-looking guy, but the real standout is a stunning beauty with striking black hair. Young Chan's eyes immediately light up at the sight of her, and our boy quickly asks if he knows who they are. Young Chan explains that everyone knows this girl. She's Yona Sin, and her grandpa owns SW Corporation, the biggest company in Korea. The guy next to her is Seo Juko, and there are rumors he's been with her since they were kids, and is seen as her associate and bodyguard. The teacher notes that since everyone's familiar with these 2, she's skipping introductions, getting straight to it. She reveals both of them have been studying in the US for the past 2 years and are joining the class today. The beta lackeys aren't thrilled about these 2 newcomers, with just Jean in the classroom before. Their chances to rule the classroom were practically 0, but now, with these 2 around, they're not even sure they can bully anyone. Meanwhile, Yang Chan was curious about the 2 extra desks, but now it's clear who they're for. He can't help but think. Yona looks even more stunning than he remembered. Even the other students can't keep their eyes off her. As Suk-ju walks in behind her, he can't help but notice our boy. Their eyes lock for a moment. Yona, too, can't resist a quick glance at him as she walks past, once both newcomers take their seats. Suk-ju tells Yona that our boy wasn't in the evaluation report he received a week ago, and he wants to double-check. Yona is intrigued and glances at our boy once more, clearly curious about him. Our boy notices Yona glancing at him, and when he looks back, he finds her smiling. However, he just turns his gaze away again, which seems to irritate her since she didn't get a reciprocating smile. Meanwhile, Yang Chan continues their conversation, asking if he has any particular place he wants to go. Jean says he's okay with anywhere. So Yang Chan suggests hitting the game room. Well, gaming room seems to trigger some memories for our boy, while his friends explain it's nearby and just upgraded their PCs. That's when we flash back to the past. We hear the authoritative tone of a senior, telling a group of soldiers they'll begin today's portion of their practical life training program. He explains there's one thing every Korean teenager must know, the gaming room. This is the first time our boy has ever heard of it. The senior further explains that gaming rooms offer personal computers for a fee, and both students and adults can use them. Curious, our boy asks what people do there. The senior explains that while some users browse the internet or watch X-rated videos, most people are there to play games. For the average high school student, over 90% of them are glued to some kind of computer game. The senior then breaks down some of the most common games. First up, Legends of League, followed by Battle Royale. Meanwhile, back in the present, our boy realizes he can finally put the Major's intel to good use. And meanwhile, Young Chan adds they'll also grab some ramen at the game room, and maybe check out Koinsa afterward. It seems Koinsha is yet another term our boy picked up during his military days, while getting a crash course in practical life. The senior explains that high schoolers frequently visit Coin karaoke, also known as Koinka. These establishments basically allow for sing-alongs, with just a few coins. Major Kong tells our boy to prepare a few songs to sing, in case he ends up going to one, and promises to send him a list of popular songs for his age group to learn, as our guy starts brainstorming ideas and trying to remember some songs. His friend sits nervously nearby, wondering why Jean suddenly looks so serious. Once the bell rings, the students head out for the day, and that's when we spot this hottie once again. And as usual, she's with her lackey. Apparently, they're discussing our boy and discover that he, transferred just a few days ago, is 18 years old and happens to be Dion Yu's older brother. Yona is surprised to learn that Dion has a brother, because she thought her only family was her grandpa. Suk-juko agrees, and explains that Dion has been living with her paternal grandfather since her parents and brother died in a plane crash. Yona then asks how she still has a brother. Suk-juko replies that it's hard to believe, but apparently her deceased brother has suddenly come back to life just before they transferred to school. He suggests they should dig a little deeper into our boy's past. Meanwhile, it's gotten pretty late already, and we find our boy strolling alone. His phone keeps ringing with notifications from his friends, showing they had a blast at the gaming center. We flash back to the gaming club, where we see Hyuk Jin, our boy Jae Hyung, and Young Chan all hanging out. Everyone is amazed by how Young Chan carried them through the game. Jae Hyung even asks about his rank, guessing it must be Diamond or Master. Their jaws drop when Young Chan timidly reveals that he's actually at challenger rank. From that moment, their attitude toward Yang Chan shifts completely. Even our boy finds this sudden shift pretty strange, as they excitedly gush over Yang Chan's impressive rank. While he's absorbed in his phone, his sister arrives, and he quickly asks what she's doing here. She explains they ran out of garbage bags at home, so she grabbed some and even picked up a few snacks. Our boy offers to help with the bags, but his sweet sister insists it's really not needed. She then asks if he'd been hanging out with his friends, and he confirms he was. A warm sense of relief washes over her, glad to see he's made friends and that people aren't avoiding him because of the recent fight. When she asks him where he went, he flatly replies he went to the game room. Well, that's not quite what she expected to hear, as she'd hoped he might have developed new interests after living abroad for so long. Curious about her own school life, he asks how things have been for her. She pauses for a moment before responding that school hasn't been this much fun in years. He then asks if he'd had anything to eat. He nods, adding that they had a blast at the game room, where every kind of snack imaginable was available. He then asks about her plans, and she mentions she's waiting for Grandpa to come home so they can eat together. Our boy then asks if he can join them, which confuses her, as she thought he'd already eaten. He awkwardly admits he's still a little hungry. Of course, we already know that. Our boy just wants some quality family time. When they get home, a delicious spread of food is laid out on the table, and they all seem to be having a great time sharing the meal. It does seem a bit odd that Grandpa only works a security job, yet they have such a variety of everyday foods. It's a bit of a mystery how they manage it, as they're enjoying their meal together. Our boy's thoughts drift back to his mercenary days. After a moment, he stirs off the nostalgia and is back to smiling. Just then, his phone rings. It's Major Kong calling. The Major reminds him he should just call him bro, instead of using his military rank. The Major asks how things are going, and our boy says he's doing well. But when the Major probes about his school life, an awkward silence falls on the line, in response getting a bit anxious. The Major quickly asks if our boy has killed someone. Jean quickly says no, but admits he did run into some trouble that was quickly sorted out. The Senior lets out a sigh of relief, and our boy reassures him that everything is fine now, and there's nothing to worry about. Kong is relieved and reminds our boy that they're always there for him. In response, Jean promises he won't forget that. Next day at school, we see the trio in class, but our boy is noticeably missing, and Young Chan seems a bit awkward. Among the two bullies, Jae Hyung starts asking odd questions. Curiously, he asks who they think would win in a fight between Jean and Seok Juko. Hyuk Jin points out that while Jean is good, he probably couldn't beat Seok Juko, who's been training in combat since he was a kid. To him, our boy seems like an amateur in comparison. Hyung agrees, adding that Suk Ju Ko is one tough mother fudger. Young Chan then asks if it's true that Suk Ju Ko fought against 20 dudes in one. Blonde quickly corrects him, saying it was actually 30 guys. The number leaves Young Chan momentarily stunned. He even forget to breathe for a second. Brownhead explains that when a group of street thugs was harassing Yona Sin, Suk Ju Ko took them all out. He says it started with 10 guys, but they kept coming by the time 30 guys showed up. Suk Ju was still going strong. He walked off without a scratch, while the 30 thugs were left unconscious on the street, like discarded toys. The timid boy then asks about the rumors he heard about Suk Ju catching the kidnappers who took Yona. He's heard that the people behind it were all retired soldiers. The blonde quickly confirms that the story about Suk Ju Ko catching the kidnappers is probably true as well. He insists that Jean doesn't stand a chance against Suk Ju because he is on a whole other level. It's sometimes hilarious to think, I think, that teenagers in these Korean manhwa are taking down entire gangs, single-handedly making the government and all those intelligence and law enforcement departments look like they're just wasting taxpayer money. In the meantime, our boy suddenly stops in the corridor when he comes face to face with Seok Ju. Without wasting any time, Seok Ju gets right to the point, asking what he's doing here. Our boy is utterly confused. He makes it clear he has no idea what Seok Ju is implying. Seok Ju rephrases his question, asking why he's lying about his identity. He then mentions hearing our boy had a hand in Jisoo and Hui Jin Kim's departure. Jean clarifies that while he did have some beef with Jisoo, he had absolutely nothing to do with their departure. That's when Seok Ju reveals he checked with the school our boy supposedly attended overseas, and they've never even heard of him. Things are definitely heating up. But before our boy can respond to Seok-ju, the scene dramatically shifts to Daeyeon. She's approached by Yona, the stunning girl from earlier. After a while, the two ladies are catching up, and Daeyeon mentions she didn't know Yona was back in Korea. Yona explains she just started school the day before, and is actually in her brother's homeroom class. Daeyeon perks up, completely surprised. Yona then points out she doesn't remember Daeyeon ever mentioning having a brother before. Daeyeon explains that everyone thought her brother had died in the crash with her parents 10 years ago, but he survived. They only found out about his survival about 6 months ago. This scene flashes back to the past once again. Daeyeon has just returned home to find her grandfather frozen in place, still holding the telephone receiver. Tears are streaming down his face as he reveals the shocking news. Jean is alive. This revelation leaves Daeyeon utterly stunned, and it's how she learns about her brother's survival. Back in the present, Yona asks why no one knew about her brother all these years, if he was alive but never reached out. Daeyeon explains that Jean lost his memory in the crash, and only recently started to regain some of it. Someone then helped them locate and reconnect with him. Yona, clearly skeptical, finds it hard to believe. Daeyeon confirms Jean only has faint memories of having a grandfather and a younger sister, even after the crash. Yona flashes a pleasant smile and comments that their grandfather must have been overjoyed to get his grandson back. Yona affirms that their grandfather is indeed overjoyed, explaining that after receiving the call, he cried for what felt like hours. He then took time off work, enrolling in cooking classes. He wanted to perfect his Korean cooking skills. He figured Jean probably didn't have much of that growing up. Yona notes their grandpa must truly adore his grandkids, and Daeyeon smiles, agreeing he absolutely does. But then Yona hits her with a serious question, asking if she's absolutely sure Jean is her brother. Daeyeon looks a little surprised by this, but quickly gives a confident response, stating Jean is unequivocally her brother, and they even took a DNA test to be sure. Our girl then asks why Yun is so interested in her brother. This question clearly catches Yun off guard, as she's left completely speechless. She quickly asks, almost frantically, if her brother has a girlfriend. We then cut back to our boy, who asks Seok-ju what the hell he's talking about. Seok-ju repeats his question, asking what's so important about this school, that our boy had to forge his records just to be here? Jean counters, asking if he's being accused of having fake records. Seok-ju confirms this, saying they must be fake because, according to his research, Jean never lived in that city, and the school he claims to have attended doesn't even have a record of him. Our boy then asks about the proof, reminding Seok-ju that if he's claiming the records are fake, there must be some evidence to back up the claim. Seok-ju is momentarily at a loss for how to counter this question. He'd uncovered the discrepancy by digging around and talking to people connected to the school overseas, but he has no tangible proof. He's stunned by how Jean handles the situation, without flinching or showing any sign of being startled. Then our boy finally asks why Seok-ju is running a background check on him. In response, the blackhead explains that he can't just sit around and watch a suspicious kid who might pose a threat to his mistress. A tense silence falls between them for a moment, but then our boy finally answers, saying he came back home. Seok-ju is baffled by this vague response, so our boy clarifies that he was asked what he came here for, and his answer is simply, he returned from overseas for his family. With that, our boy starts to leave. Seok-ju stares after him with skeptical eyes, thinking that since he already suspects our boy has forged his records, it won't be long until he uncovers his true identity. Once class kicks off, we find Jae-hyung totally absorbed in gaming, while Blondie casually scrolls through his phone. Our boy G notices both Seok-ju and Yona are missing from class. He's intrigued by how fast these two, after only transferring yesterday, managed to dig up so much dirt on him in less than a day. As the bell rings, the beta bullies corner Young Chan, inviting him to join them for some rank-pushing games. Jean gets an invite too, but he turns them down, saying it's his grandpa's birthday today. The bullies opt to hang out on their own, and Young Chan is all for it. Meanwhile, we're back with the Black Beauty, where Seok-ju is catching her up. He's certain Jean tampered with all his records, even questioning the DNA test's authenticity. Seok-ju also mentions that his research dug up some disturbing details about his sister, Daeyeon. It seems she's been brutally bullied by Jisoo Kim and his sister for 2 long years. When Yona presses about how bad it got, Seo, Akju replies, "It's enough to make anyone wonder how she managed to endure it all these years." He clarifies that the assault videos weren't exactly publicized, but he's confident her assault was just as severe. Yona's absolutely floored and marvels at how messed up kids can be these days. Akju adds that Jin has already clobbered Jisoo Kim and his crew twice, rescuing her sister from the bullying. Yona lets out a wry chuckle, thinking it's kind of sweet that her long-lost brother, back from the dead, takes down her bullies, while her own siblings just want to get rid of her. Yona's curiosity sparks again as she begins to put the puzzle pieces together. She points out that if Jin really came to school intending to target her, it makes no sense for him to be so upfront about it. A clever person would have kept a low profile. Akju agrees, pointing out that a truly strategic person would have hidden their intentions. Yona's mind races once more and asks if Jin might have an ulterior motive. Let's pivot to Daehoon's family for a moment. She then brings up the insurance money from the plane crash. Okay, Ju then reveals Grandpa received it but never touched it, letting it accumulate and grow over the years. What's more, Grandpa even returned his share of the money that he received for Jin's supposed death as he was alive, but there's still a substantial amount remaining. So, there's still a possibility he might be after the money. Yona connects the dots and highlights this chilling fact. If Jin truly is after that money, then Daehoon could be in danger from her own brother. The scene shifts back to the grocery store, where our adorable duo is happily shopping. And as usual, Jin is drawing a lot of attention from girls while they browse for items. Daehoon takes a deep breath and hesitantly admits that her curiosity is absolutely overwhelming. So, she desperately wants to know what his life was like after the crash. Our boy remains quiet for a moment, and the girl starts apologizing frantically, saying he doesn't have to answer if it's uncomfortable, but he just smiles and reassures her that it's okay. He begins his story, explaining he was deeply traumatized and could barely think straight. He did whatever he could just to survive, in a place where he didn't even speak the language, staying constantly busy just to get by. The girl falls silent, absorbing this heavy revelation. Then, she starts to chuckle and asks if he was too busy to have a girlfriend back then. He nods, agreeing with a laugh. She then reveals her surprise to learn he's in the same homeroom as Yona, something Yona herself had mentioned to her earlier. Jin is surprised to hear this and quickly asks if she knows her. Daehoon explains that Yona was so kind to her before she moved to the US, and she had missed her a lot. So when she saw her again today, it was a happy reunion and with a playful grin. Daehoon reveals that Yona even asked her if he has a girlfriend. And of course, our boy gives a somewhat typical reaction upon hearing this bombshell. Back at home, the birthday celebrations are in full swing. The siblings present their grandpa with a thoughtful gift. As he unwraps it, he discovers a high-quality wallet inside, and his face absolutely lights up with joy. He's genuinely touched and feels a bit guilty given their limited pocket money. He worried they might have spent more than they could afford. But his granddaughter just smiled warmly back at him, reassuring him they had more than enough to get him this gift. And besides, it wasn't even too expensive. The old man's hands trembled with pure happiness as he clutched the wallet, with his voice thick with emotion. He told them the biggest gift he could ever ask for was already given the moment Jin came home safe and sound. Nothing could ever top that, not truly. Suddenly, the distinct sound of a phone ringing grabs everyone's attention. Daehoon rushes to her room to answer the call. While she's deep in conversation on the phone, Jin tries to quietly eavesdrop. And that's when he hears the girl mention she's heading out to the convenience store for a bit. The old man questions why she's going out at such a late hour, and it turns out she's heading out because Yona stopped by for a quick chat. Well, we can tell Jin definitely senses something is off here. Later that night, Jin is digging deep into his computer, trying to uncover all he can about SW Corporation, which Yona's family owns. He's curious why Yona seems so interested in him, and why they're running a background check on a random transfer student like him. Jin reflects on his earlier conversation with Seok-ju, when suddenly, he hears a call from his grandfather. When he steps into the living room, his grandpa mentions he's heading out for a bit too. Our boy asks if he's going after Daehoon, and the old man subtly agrees. He adds that he just needs some fresh air. Jin smiles and tells his grandpa to stay put, and he'll go check on her instead. But the old man insists on going out by himself. Jean then reminds him about the early job he has in the morning. And finally, our boy decides to head out on his own. Later, we see both girls chatting away about their studies and other topics. Yona shares her experiences studying abroad and suggests that Daehoon consider studying abroad as well. In response, Daehoon admits she never really thought about it before. When Yona asks why, Daehoon explains that it costs a lot, and she'd need to be away for several years, which means she wouldn't get to be with her grandpa for a while. Yona finds this a bit strange. So Daehoon further elaborates, explaining that she doesn't want her grandpa to be alone, especially since he's not in the best of health these days. Still, she's so grateful her brother is always by her side. His presence genuinely helps her feel better. Meanwhile, back with Yona. Yona's struggling to bring up the true reason for her visit. Daehoon seems to trust her implicitly. She's unsure how to drop this bombshell without causing trouble. We then flash back to COQ telling Yona that someone from the so-called overseas school confirmed Daehoon's brother never attended there. And they even checked his photo and verified he was never a student. Plus, the current resident at his fake address gave solid proof he'd never lived there. COQ's also pursuing some other leads. So Yona decides she needs to meet Daehoon to discuss their findings. But COQ reminds her that while they have proof the records were forged, they can't yet prove he isn't Daehoon's real brother. Yona is deeply concerned because the records from the decade he went missing are basically fake, since she's now living with him. It's a massive deal that can't be ignored. She believes Daehoon deserves to know the truth about the records and wants to at least fill her in on what they've uncovered so far. Back in the present, Yona is still struggling to bring up her primary topic, even though it's her main reason for visiting. Just as Daehoon expresses how happy she is to be chatting like this after such a long time, we also see our boy making his way toward the girls. However, Seok-ju steps in front of him, but Jean simply tries to walk past him. But the newcomer quickly tells him to stay put. In Seok-ju's mind, he's sure Jean must be here, worried they'll share everything with Daehoon. So he quickly blocks our boy's path and tells him the girls are just catching up, asking him to give them some time alone. Suddenly, a high-speed Volkswagen comes barreling toward them. Before anyone can react, the car slams into both boys, knocking them down like bowling pins. They hit the ground as the Volkswagen screeches to a halt, right where the two girls are sitting. Jean tries to stand, but it's clear he's severely injured, especially around his head, as he struggles to focus. His groggy eyes catch sight of some shady people from the van, trying to abduct both girls. Without wasting a second, Jean starts sprinting like a madman, but his efforts are all in vain. The kidnappers have already snatched the girls, and he stands no chance of outrunning a car. So they're left behind, utterly helpless. The two quickly lock eyes, and in their anger, immediately grab each other by the collars. After a furious exchange of heated words, they realize neither is behind the abduction, so they let go. The black-haired guy immediately pulls out his phone and calls SW Corporation's security team, urgently reporting that Yona has been kidnapped. He tells them to track her down using the security footage. Meanwhile, Jean just starts walking off, and the black-haired guy quickly asks him where he's going, and if he's actually not behind all this. Jean simply replies he has no time to argue with anyone. Seok-ju points out that SW Corp's security is already on it, and they'll find the girls soon. Until then, Jean needs to stick with him to confirm his identity. But our boy makes it clear he's going to find his sister, and if Seok-ju wants to follow him, he can gladly do so. Seok-ju starts to get the sense that Jean might not be involved, after all. But then, our boy suddenly stops and humorously asks Seok-ju if he brought his car with him. The scene shifts to the bustling heart of the city's entertainment district. Inside one of the pubs, Mr. Cha is sitting back, puffing on a cigarette and enjoying his laid-back time. Just then, his lackey informs him that someone is here to see him. When Mr. Cha turns around, he sees Jean standing there. The scene then shifts to SW Corporation, where we see a regal-looking lady sitting in her chair. I can tell she's definitely Yona's sister, because she looks just as gorgeous with her flowing black hair. Suddenly, an assistant bursts into the room. The woman looks a bit annoyed at this sudden intrusion and wants to know why he didn't bother to ask for permission before barging in. The assistant quickly reports that Yona has been kidnapped. The news surprises the lady, but surprisingly, she doesn't seem too troubled by it. In fact, she starts to smile faintly and seems to think that the rumors must be true after all, not entirely sure what she's referring to. but let's roll with it. She then asks if their grandfather is still planning to go after the company. The assistant states that he is not sure. She just leans back, hoping that if he keeps pursuing them without backing down, Yona will eventually meet her end. That's definitely something she's eagerly anticipating. The scene transitions back to the pub, where we pick up with our main character meeting Cha. And Seok-ju is tagging along with him too. Seok-ju already seems to know about Cha, recognizing him from their database, and curious how our boy knows this gangster. Cha starts by asking what our boy wants. In response, Jean simply states he needs some intel. Cha lights up another cigarette and scoffs, asking why he'd bother to help him. Our boy cuts right to the chase, revealing that Saw Corporation's granddaughter has been kidnapped. That's definitely something Cha wasn't expecting to hear. However, he quickly brushes it off, saying it's not their problem, and that they don't deal with issues like that, because messing with Saw Corporation would be incredibly risky. Our boy asks if Cha has any leads to offer, but the mafia boss makes it crystal clear that there's no reason for him to share anything, especially since he's already in a difficult situation, thanks to our boy. That's when our boy reveals his younger sister was also taken, along with S.A.'s granddaughter. Cha finally realizes he's in a seriously tough spot now, as messing with our boy's sister is like messing with John Wick's dog. Both are equally dangerous. So he then starts explaining, and mentions that some folks speaking broken Korean were asking around for untraceable warehouses, as well as burner cars and a few extra hands. The offer was tempting, but he turned them down, because dealing with this kind of trouble isn't something you can easily wash off. He adds that he's heard another crew took the job, and all he knows is they're working out of Incheon. That's all the info he's got. It wouldn't be surprising if Seok-ju had already figured out who's behind this whole mess. Meanwhile, our boy starts to walk away after giving a final thanks, but then the mafia boss tosses his phone to our boy and tells him to save his number. Jean cluelessly looks at him, puzzled why he'd need his number. The mafia boss gets a bit agitated and clarifies that he'll need it to contact him once he digs into the warehouse for more info. With that, our boy starts furiously typing on his phone. He also asks if the bike outside the door belongs to him. Cha knows exactly what our boy is planning to do with it, so he feels hesitant to respond. But eventually, my guy takes the heavy bike, and before leaving, he tells Seok-ju, "Figure your own way out to get there, because I'm taking the bike." Seok-ju questions whether he is going to trust this shady, half-baked info and chase those kidnappers. Based on that, our boy explains that he doesn't have time to waste, because Yona will probably be safe until the kidnappers get what they want. There's no telling what they might do with Dae-hoon. Seok-ju gets the logic behind Jin's reasoning and stays quiet, and he can tell that he is a quick and sharp thinker. Seok-ju then tells him that he's already passed the info to his security team, who will follow him in his car. Jin just gives a cold response saying Seok-ju can do whatever he wants. With that, he puts on his helmet, revs up the gas, and speeds off through the streets. The scene then switches back to the girls, where we see Dae-hoon waking up with a headache. And as she becomes aware of her surroundings, Yona quickly apologizes, saying it's probably her fault that Dae-hoon got dragged into this. Dae-hoon's mind starts to recall the recent events, and she is shocked to remember that they have been kidnapped, and Yona sadly confirms it, adding that she didn't expect this to happen so soon. After returning to Korea, just then, the kidnappers arrive, and Yona coldly asks them why they had been abducted. One of the kidnappers snaps at her to shut up and stay quiet, and it'll be over soon enough. Of course, it does not take her long to realize that these filthy people must be planning to use her as leverage against her grandfather. One of the lackeys then asks the boss what they should do with Dae-hoon, who was kidnapped simply because she was with Yona. Unsurprisingly, the boss decides she is useless to them and orders his lackeys to get rid of her. But Yona immediately speaks up, insisting she won't let them harm Dae-hoon. The boss asks what she can possibly do, and Yona threatens that she'll bite her tongue and bleed to death, making it impossible for them to use her as a bargaining chip. The mafia boss finds it hilarious. She's ready to risk her life for someone she barely knows. He taunts her further, daring her to go ahead and bite her tongue. Well, the mafia boss really should have been more careful with his words, because Yana doesn't hesitate. She actually bites her tongue, leaving blood gushing from her mouth. The boss yells in surprise, while the other lackey watches in stunned silence, clearly startled to see her display such steel-like guts. The boss quickly stands up and tells her that her sheer guts have bought her some time. The lackeys ask what their next orders are. The boss tells them to get rid of Dahyun later, and instructs them to stuff her mouth shut, so she can't make a single sound. The scene then flashes back to our boy and COQ. It looks like they've arrived at the location Mr. Cha mentioned. Seok-ju points out that the location seems legit, because SW security tracked the minivan footage to this exact area. As our boy starts to move forward, Seok-ju tells him to stop and wait for backup, since he sent their coordinates to SW security, and they should arrive soon. But our boy reminds him that Daehoon doesn't have much time left, so they've got to make it quick. There's no room for argument. So they proceed forward and spot a bunch of goons patrolling the area. Suddenly, our boy leaps over. He grabs one of the goons by the throat and starts choking him out. The lackey eventually loses consciousness, and our boy quietly drags him into the shadows, adding him to a growing pile of other goons he's already taken down. Seok-ju is also helping out, and he's blown away by Jin's uncanny ability to take down opponents silently. He's so impressed that he asks Jin, "Who the heck are you?" Jin just casually replies that he's just an average student at the same school. The scene shifts to SW Corporation. We finally meet the big boss, the company's formidable grandpa. He's getting a report from the black-suited guy about the kidnappers' demands. The guy explains that the kidnappers want SW Corp to cancel their recent contract. If SW Corp doesn't respond within an hour or refuses to comply, they'll kill Ms. Yona. The old man asks about the security details, and the black-suited guy says that SW security will reach the location where Yona is being held within 50 minutes. Back at the shady location, we hear two lackeys chatting. They're curious about their mysterious client and why they're making them do this kidnapping. One of them pipes up. Their boss has already made it crystal clear this isn't their business, and they should just stick to following orders. Just then, one of the lackeys gets a brutal smack right on the head and crumples instantly to the ground. He turns around, wincing, only to see Jin, who's already taken out the other goon. After they're done with the last of the goons, Jin asks his buddy how many he's managed to knock out. Soju says the guy he left behind makes it 5 in total. Jin then does a quick mental tally and realizes they've taken down a whopping 14 guys, meaning the enemy has got plenty of muscle and resources on hand. Suk-ju is blown away that Jin managed to take down 9 guys, while he struggled with just 5 himself. Finally, Jin asks the head honcho who's pulling the strings. The guy lets out a heavy sigh and admits they don't really know who. Apparently, these kinds of incidents pop up now and then. This kind of thing also happened when they were in America, and he never thought it would happen again. So soon after coming back to Korea, he feels like he should have been more on the ball. Jin points out that the real mastermind must be with Yona right now, so he decides to push deeper into the location. Before he moves on, Jin asks Seok-ju if he'll be okay. Seok-ju looks puzzled and asks, "Okay about what?" Jin explains that he was pretty banged up when that van ran over him. The guy just shrugs it off, saying, "Our boy should focus on his own injured leg instead." Suddenly, someone starts shouting, asking where all the lookouts went. Another one jokes that maybe everyone went to take a dump, but then another questions why they'd all need to take a dump together. As they walk forward, they finally spot their guys lying unconscious. Before the confused goons can even figure out what's happening, Jin delivers a brutal knee smash straight to one's face. Jin then turns to the thin, mustached goon, grabs his hand, and delivers a savage kick to his leg, followed by a brutal smack to his head. With that, both goons are out cold. Jin decides to split up, but before they part ways, Seok-ju calls out to him, and when our boy turns around, Seok-ju says that once they're out of this mess, he owes Jin an official apology. Back with the boss, he's hearing the commotion outside, and tells his lackeys to check it out. We see our ladies with their faces covered in clothes, to keep them from screaming. Jin's descent is interrupted as he runs right into the lackeys. The masked guy immediately points out he's seen Seok-ju in pictures before, so he can confirm this brat is definitely not him. He then interrogates our boy, demanding to know how he got inside. Jin, naturally, remains completely silent in response, and he quickly realizes these are the very guys behind the kidnapping. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the masked guy barks orders at his lackeys to just get rid of this brat. Just before we see Jin absolutely decimate the goons, the scene abruptly cuts to Seok-ju, who's stealthily hiding out in the storeroom, looking around the dusty room cautiously. There, he discovers both ladies tied up, and thankfully, no one else is currently around. so he deduces they must all be out, probably searching for Jean. He quickly and silently sneaks over to the girls and swiftly pulls the mask right off Yona's face. She immediately asks if the security team has finally arrived. Seok-ju informs her they're still on their way. Yona is absolutely shocked to hear this and demands to know how he found them out here. That's exactly when the terrifying mafia boss chimes in, and he's thoroughly pleased to hear that the security team won't be arriving anytime soon. The boss then confidently states he must be Seok-ju from SW Corporation, and he's heard quite a lot about him, indeed. He adds that this brat has been quite the persistent pain, always lurking around Yona and constantly ruining their meticulous plans. The mafia boss makes it abundantly clear. He has absolutely no clue how Seok-ju found their secret hideout, but he's certain it wasn't smart to come here alone, without any backup. Suddenly, one of the lackeys lunges fiercely at Seok-ju, but our guy deftly sidesteps the attack and lands a powerful punch of his own. However, this lackey is no ordinary pushover. He deftly dodges the punch and swiftly retaliates. Seok-ju quickly realizes this guy is far tougher than the goons they easily took down outside, and he's actually having a hard time keeping up. But then, Seok-ju lands a brutal, resounding whack, and follows up with a devastating punch straight to the lackey's gut, leaving him completely doubled over in agonizing pain. To finish things off, Seok-ju delivers a powerful, sweeping leg swing, and the lackey finally looks like he's down for the count, just when we think it's finally over. The thug tries to wildly swing back in retaliation, but Seok-ju meets him with a devastating knee smash right to the back, and the guy quickly starts to crumble to the ground. The scar-faced boss observes, notes that he knew Seok-ju had been rigorously trained from a young age, but he didn't realize he was this incredibly impressive. Even the two captive girls are utterly shocked by what they're witnessing, but the mafia boss isn't here for some honorable duel of pride. With those words, the lackey whips out a blade, brutally slashing at Seok-ju. He lands several savage cuts all across his body. The boss grins chillingly under his mask, muttering he never expected this brat to fight empty-handed. This just makes dealing with him a whole lot easier. The lackey charges at Seok-ju again, dagger in hand, swinging wildly left and right like an absolute madman. Seok-ju desperately tries his best to dodge, but he's still taking deep, agonizing cuts that leave him barely able to move. The boss then pulls out his own dagger, nonchalantly juggling it in the air, clearly relishing the moment as his gaze lands on the girls. As soon as Seok-ju sees this, he immediately knows Daein is in grave danger. The poor girl is already utterly terrified, just imagining what horrifying fate awaits her. Before Seok-ju can even react, the bastard hurls his dagger straight at her, aiming to end her life. But at the very last second, Yona bravely leaps in front of Daein, and just as the dagger is about to strike, Seok-ju dives in front of both girls, taking the blade straight into his back. The mafia boss scoffs cruelly at Seok-ju, mocking him as nothing but a pitiful bastard, who's only good for the empty praises people give him. He then snarls orders at his lackeys to leave Yona and kill the other two. The lackeys quickly agree and begin advancing to carry out their gruesome order. Suddenly, everyone hears the door creak open, and all eyes snap to see Jean making a truly badass entrance. He's just taken down the goons, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Back at the club, Gangster Cha is with his lackeys, who are filling him in with the latest intel. They report the Gosung cartel is behind the abduction. Cha is absolutely stunned by the ridiculous mistake the Gosung cartel made by messing with both Jean and SW Corporation. It was absolutely bound to backfire, especially considering how the cartel never digs into their clients before taking a job. One of the lackeys then asks Cha why he helped Jean. He further points out that Jean is the one who put them in such a tight spot and exposed all the dirty secrets of the Kim family they'd been keeping under wraps for years. Cha lets out a heavy sigh, explaining he had no choice. He points out that he's just an old man who couldn't possibly take on a powerhouse like Jean, and they can't just take revenge on him, especially since it was the Kim family who messed with him first. The lackeys then remark they don't have to help Jean either. Cha pauses, a moment of silence hanging in the air. Then, a low chuckle escapes him. He goes on to explain he had no choice but to lend a hand, especially with his sister being kidnapped. Meanwhile, back at the hideout, Jean makes his dramatic entrance. The lackey leader immediately demands, "Who is this guy?" Aliona is absolutely stunned to see him there. Dion, too, is in utter shock at the sight of her brother, and when she blurts this out loud, The mafia boss overhears, putting two and two together about Jean being her brother. The boss then erupts into a fit of laughter, barely able to catch his breath. He finds it utterly hilarious that he kidnapped a girl, and now her adorable brother has shown up to save her. He's thoroughly amused by the entire situation. Meanwhile, Jean turns to his sister, urgently asking if she's okay. Dion immediately starts to cry, tears streaming down her face, as she desperately pleads for her brother to just get out. At the same time, Yona is absolutely heartbroken, seeing these two siblings dragged into this nightmare all because of her. She shouts at the lackey leader, offering her full cooperation, and demanding they let everyone else go, in exchange for her assistance. The mafia boss snaps back immediately, demanding to know why he should do her any favors. Yona falls silent, realizing she has absolutely no leverage. Suk-ju, battered and bruised, lying on the ground, watches Jean with a mix of admiration and absolute amazement. Despite the incredibly tense situation they're all in, Jean doesn't even seem to flinch. Finally, the lackey leader barks orders for his goons to take Jean down. He declares that they've given him more than enough time, and it's time to finish this. A lackey steps forward, dagger glinting in hand, ready to take down Jean, but before he can even make a move, Jean swiftly deflects the attack. He grabs the lackey's wrist and brutally drives the dagger into the lackey's own chest. The mafia boss is utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events, and Suk-ju watches on in absolute shock as well. Dion is also completely blown away by the sight of her brother's incredible skill. Her brother quickly tells her to close her eyes immediately. The girls quickly comply, shutting their eyes tightly. Jean then slashes the lackey with a terrifying precision, leaving deep, bloody gashes across his body. Blood splatters everywhere as the lackey collapses to the ground, covered in his own blood. Yona is still trying to process what just happened, as it's all far too overwhelming for her to comprehend. Meanwhile, Suk-ju is left in absolute, speechless awe. They realize Jean isn't just wildly flailing his knife around. Instead, he's expertly severed the lackey's muscles and ligaments to neutralize him. The mafia boss is utterly amazed to see this, and marvels that he doesn't seem like a brother at all, but more like a seasoned bodyguard. Jean, however, keeps relentlessly advancing toward him, and the boss quickly retracts his previous statement. He admits Jean must be more than just a bodyguard, because no ordinary kid could wield a knife like that and maintain such a cold gaze. He then brushes it off, saying, it doesn't really matter since he's still planning to kill Jean anyway. With that, he swings his dagger directly at Jean, but our guy quickly ducks down with blinding speed. The boss keeps wildly swinging his dagger left and right. As the mafia boss lunges at Jean with his dagger, Jean effortlessly blocks the attack with one hand and swiftly swings his own dagger back at the boss. The boss, quick on his feet, steps back just in the nick of time to avoid the brutal hit. The two engage in a deadly dance of blades, each strike more vicious than the last. But this time, Jin's blade finds its mark, slicing clean through the boss's hand, rendering it temporarily useless. The mafia boss, now reeling in pain and disbelief, demands to know who Jean really is. But our guy remains utterly silent, his expression unreadable as he prepares for the next round. Without a moment's hesitation, the mafia boss charges at Jean again. This time, Jean effortlessly grabs his wrist and, with a quick motion, slashes through the boss's other hand. After delivering a few brutal cuts, Jean follows up with a crushing punch to a nearby lackey's face, leaving him staggering backward with a violently bloodied nose. The mafia boss, now enraged and absolutely desperate, grabs a gun and aims it directly at Jean. But before he can even pull the trigger, Jean throws his dagger with terrifying accuracy. It embeds itself deep in the boss's shoulder, causing him to wince with agonizing pain. Seizing the moment, Jean launches himself at the boss. With lightning speed, he delivers a devastating strike under the boss's chin, sending him crashing backward like a sack of potatoes. The mafia leader, now thoroughly and utterly beaten, collapses to the ground, his pride and power shattered. The others watch in stunned, absolute silence as Jean stands tall, like a total badass. His presence alone makes Yona and COQ tremble slightly. Jean steps forward, gently urging his sister to open her eyes. When she does, he's standing right there before her. A reassuring smile lights up his battered face. Without missing a beat, he tells her he's here to take her home. Yona freezes, shocked by his injured appearance. She gently places her hand over his wounds, asking, Jean, are you okay? With a warm smile, he reassures her he's fine despite the injuries. His calm demeanor and comforting words make her emotions overflow. She starts to cry, unable to control herself. Jin does his best to comfort her, his own heart aching at her distress. Yona is deeply moved by the compassion Jin shows his sister. She observes them with admiration. The next day, we're at SW Seoul Medical Center. Jin sits quietly in the corridor. His handsome face draws the attention of passing nurses. His phone buzzes with a message from Jae-hyun, who's curious why Jin isn't at school. Jin replies that he's got an errand. And as he checks his messages, he sees his friends excitedly discussing their hangout, teasing him for missing out. Jin smiles as he reads his friends' messages, feeling a warm connection. Despite missing out, he leans back in his seat, letting his gaze drift around the corridor. His eyes fall on the room across from him, marked with a sign, Psychiatry Department. The scene transitions to later that night. After Jin's intense battle with those goonies, the police and authorities arrive at the scene. They round up all the criminals present, and doctors begin tending to Jin's sister. Yona approaches Jin and tells him he should take his sister to the hospital, and promises to cover the bill. Jin looks puzzled and asks why, given that his sister seems unharmed. Yona explains that, even though Dae-hoon doesn't appear injured right now, she may have sustained unseen injuries. The trauma of the situation is significant, and she emphasizes it's crucial Dae-hoon gets thorough medical attention. She also mentions she recently discovered Jisoo and Huijin Kim had been harassing Daeyeon, and while she's relieved they've been penalized, the resolution for the victims is still incomplete. She further explains that speaking with a counselor could be beneficial for Daeyeon following that terrifying ordeal. That's why we're now waiting outside a psychiatrist's office, instead of an emergency ward. As Dae-hoon emerges from the room, she walks up to Jin and asks if he's waited long. Jin reassures her, saying he just arrived a few minutes ago. He then asks her what the doctor had to say. She responds, explaining there's nothing serious to worry about. She'll need to attend weekly sessions for a bit. But overall, she's completely fine. Jin also shares that his own injuries are minor, just a few light bruises, and the girl lets out a sigh of relief. She's so relieved that he's okay. Jin's mind drifts back to how emotional she was after being bullied, a stark reminder of everything she endured. She calls out to him, and he flashes her a smile, asking what's up. She just smiles back, and says she momentarily forgot what she was going to ask, but deep inside her head, we can tell she's clearly hesitant to bring up her question. Now, the scene shifts back to an earlier moment, when the doctor was checking on her well-being. In the background, she overhears soldiers talking, in utter disbelief, that a kid took down most of the kidnappers by himself. It just doesn't make any sense to them at that moment. Diane is just as stunned by what the soldiers are saying. She's curious about how Jin can fight so incredibly well, and what his life was like before returning to Korea. But she can't bring herself to ask him any of these questions. As they walk down the corridor, they run into Yana. The moment Diane spots her, she lights up with happiness at seeing her friend. Yana quickly asks her about how the therapy went. Diane says it went well, and mentions she heard Yana covered the bill for her treatment, so she tells her she really didn't have to do that. Yana waves it off, saying it's no big deal, and reminds her friend that she's the one who got her into this mess. She then sincerely apologizes to her. Diane laughs it off, saying she's already apologized plenty. Besides, Yana herself was a victim too. That's when Jin notices a massive bodyguard standing behind Yana, with a seriously intimidating look on his face. Despite the intense stare he's giving our boy, Jin remains totally unfazed. Yana then turns to Jin and asks if he's had his checkup. Our boy quickly says yes, and Diane chimes in, saying she had to drag him there. He only agreed to go, after threatening to refuse hospital care herself if he didn't. Dayan then asks about Sukju, and Yona confirms he's in the same hospital. Dayan appears incredibly eager to see him, and decides they should definitely stop by before leaving. But even though she's excited about the visit, we can tell Jin's feelings are less clear. Still, they end up visiting Sukju, and Dayan makes sure to thank him for saving her from the blade. Sukju is quite startled by her sudden gratitude and stutters, saying it's no big deal. She then asks Sukju if he's feeling better, and he replies that he's indeed feeling much better now. Meanwhile, Jin isn't too happy seeing his sister getting cozy with Sukju. He just stands there in silence, clearly uncomfortable. Even Yona and her bodyguard notice Jin seems troubled. Dayan then hopes Sukju recovers quickly. With that, they decide to leave. Yona waves them goodbye, and they walk away through the main door. Once they're gone, the bodyguard is deep in thought, remarking how hard it is to believe that someone like this seemingly scrawny kid could take down a bunch of people at once. It's just unbelievable. Yona chuckles and admits she's pretty amazed herself, but she isn't sure if it's something that would even surprise a pro like him. The bodyguard shrugs and says, "It's not just about the kid beating up a group of guys, because there appears to be something way deeper about our boy." The bodyguard explains that our boy quickly and quietly neutralized over 10 guards, which is no easy feat. Even a trained pro would struggle to do that without some kind of backup. What's even more mind-blowing is that he didn't kill any of them. He just made them unfit for combat. And judging by the cuts on the 2 men found in the cargo container, his knife skills are insanely advanced. Especially considering those guys were retired soldiers. Not just a report, but the state of those thugs makes it pretty clear that Jin Yu is a highly trained pro, with a ton of combat experience. Both Sukju and Dayan are completely blown away by this. A while later, we catch up with Dayan and Jin. Dayan quickly apologizes, feeling really ashamed that she always seems to need his help. Jin tells her she doesn't need to apologize at all, and that he should be the one thanking her. Dayan is startled to hear this, and Jin continues, saying he understands what it feels like to have a family. Now, you see, for the very first time in his life, he prioritized someone else's safety over his own, without a second thought, a feeling he'd never known before arriving in this country. So he's starting to understand what family truly means. We then spot the same woman with short black hair again, and I'll say it again. She's likely Yona's sister. And she looks utterly distraught that Yona was rescued safely. The reporter reveals a suspicious rumor is going around. He elaborates that while Syak Ju played a crucial role in the rescue, the exploits of another student who was with him were even more extraordinary. She asks how that's possible, and the reporter responds that even the chairman has taken an interest in this student, and we already know this student is our boy. Of course, the woman is shocked, wondering if these rumors might actually be true. We then see Jin once again doing some hardcore pull-ups. As he works out, his mind flashes with images of the people he fought that day, just as he's lost in the intensity of the exercise. Dayan knocks on the door and mentions that she's brought some fruit. While Dayan munches on the delicious fruit, Jin arrives and quickly asks his sister how she's feeling. She responds that she's already answered that question 1,000 times, and she's fine. Once Jin sits down, he notices something on Dayan's mind. He asks her what's up. That's when she assures him that she doesn't hate him, just because she saw him fighting and beating those guys brutally. He claims that it doesn't change how she views him. After all, he did all this just to save her, and she won't ask him about his past, either. Dayan then gets somber, saying she was never able to tell Grandpa about any of the bad things that happened at school. She just wasn't ready to share it with him. But now she feels more relaxed, as if she can open up about anything. Suddenly, her phone rings. It's Yona on the call. So she grabs the phone and heads to her room while still on the call. A while later, we see Yona sitting in front of Jin. She quickly tells him to take a seat as well. Jin sits down and asks why she wanted to see him. Yona explains that she wanted to apologize for putting Dayan in such a dangerous situation. Even though she's already apologized before, she wanted to say it to him personally. He explains that Syak Ju will also come to apologize personally once he's recovered. She also wants to thank Jin for saving her. Jin makes it clear he only came to rescue Dayan, not Yona. She just shrugs, saying that doesn't change the fact she was saved, thanks to his intervention. Once she's finished, Jin asks if there's anything else she wanted to say. Yona admits that she also wanted to let him know they'll stop investigating his background, hoping he's not too angry that they tried to dig into his past. She then lets out a sigh and explains that she couldn't ignore the fact that all of his documents were forged. After a recent kidnapping attempt in America, it raised some serious red flags for her. She's been in many tough situations since she was little because of who she is. She says that, although they never figured out the truth behind his fake records, she won't be investigating it further. Jin starts to leave, saying if there's nothing else, he'll be on his way. Yona looks startled and asks if he could spare a couple of hours, because her grandpa wants to meet him and thank him personally. While Jin is heading back, he replies that there's no need for that, since he wasn't there to rescue her in the first place. Yona falls silent, and Jin heads home. Walking down the dimly lit, gloomy alleys late at night, As he walks, we see a familiar person on that street. As the scene zooms in, we see this is one of Mr. Cha's lackeys, who has been brutally shot in the gut. It doesn't take long for our boy to recognize who this man is. The man is barely holding on to his life, but he makes sure to start berating Jean, blaming him for putting his gang in danger. He explains they were already struggling after Jean exposed the Kim family. Then, their boss also helped our boy by tipping off the location of the Gosong cartel, which stirred up trouble between the Gosong cartel and their gang. Mr. Cha's turf is now under attack. His friends and lackeys have already been killed, and the Gosong cartel leader made sure to personally visit Du Shik Cha. When Gosong finally faces off with Cha, he throws a verbal jab, asking, why won't he just throw in the towel? Before making a complete fool of himself in front of his crew, Cha fires back with a sharp jab of his own, reminding him he'd already given most of his crew the weekend off. Gosong, however, brought his entire platoon of goons. Then, a shady figure in a coat cuts in and tells Cha he absolutely shouldn't have stirred up trouble by daring to cross the Kim family. And if that wasn't enough, he even recently tipped off Gosong and his men. Our fearless gangster throws another brutal jab, and this time, Gosong himself completely snaps. He goes absolutely ballistic over Cha's words, furiously ordering all his goons to charge at Cha, and the gang rushes at Cha like a pack of wild, rabid dogs. But our formidable gangster is no mere pushover. He deftly ducks, letting a punch whiz past his face, and retaliates with a devastating counterblow that leaves his attacker completely dazed. Another goon attempts a wild swing, but instead takes a brutal uppercut to the chin, crashing to the ground in a spray of blood. Gosong grinds his teeth in sheer frustration, while Cha continues to dispatch goons like flies. Suddenly, a brutal stick jab connects with Cha from behind. He grunts in pain, but quickly shakes it off, immediately throwing a return punch that sends his assailant sprawling to the ground. Even though Cha has taken out quite a few, the sheer number of goons, however, is simply overwhelming. It's clear that even with his incredible skill, he can't possibly take them all down alone like this. Our formidable gangster braces himself, knowing he's up against an impossible number of foes, and is furious that Gosong brought such an army when he knew most of Cha's men weren't in the club. He can't help but smirk, thinking about our boy, and wonders if he's managed to save his little sister yet. Speak of the devil. Jean makes his grand entrance outside the club. The goons standing guard tell him to get lost. But Jean isn't one to take orders lightly. He delivers a brutal, swift kick to one of them, sending him flying to the ground, leaving the other two stunned by Jin's audacity. He then coolly dismounts from his motorcycle, and the two remaining goons attempt to swing at him. But Jean effortlessly snatches one's attacking hand and lands a devastating smash straight to his face, leaving blood spraying everywhere. The last lackey tenses, his eyes wide with terror at the sight, only to get a devastating kick straight to his gut. With both goons dealt with, he pushes deeper into the club, discovering a horrifying scene of dead bodies. As he moves on, a group of arrogant thugs demands he leave, but our hero remains completely unfazed. He just keeps walking straight toward them. One of the thugs steps forward, spewing some empty threats, but our guy swiftly silences him with a single, brutal punch, sending him crashing hard to the ground, leaving the others utterly, visibly terrified. Despite their fear, the remaining thugs foolishly charge him, and our boy unleashes a flurry of blows, dropping them one by one. The scene switches back to the legendary gangster Cha, who's now exhausted after single-handedly knocking out a horde of thugs. Go Shirong is absolutely livid, utterly baffled that Cha has held his own for so long, all by himself. On the other hand, Go Xiong's assistant feels a wave of relief that they only attacked Cha when he was alone, fearing it would have been an absolute massacre otherwise. More lackeys charge at our lone gangster, but he quickly dispatches the one directly in front. Yet before he can fully react, he takes a devastating punch straight to the face. Cha immediately retaliates, delivering a powerful punch back with equal force. At this point, Cha is barely hanging on. Even Go Shirong reluctantly admits he's one tough nut to crack, deserving praise for his incredible efforts. However, he makes it clear Cha looks to be at the end of his rope and should just surrender now. They'll make it worth his while. Cha spits out a mouthful of blood, defiantly asking why he ever would, wiping the blood from his face. He declares he'll finish what he started, no matter the cost. We can tell that the big cheese is far from impressed by Cha's gutsy display. and the swarm of lackeys surrounding them are visibly trembling at his bold, audacious statement. Suddenly, a commotion erupts at the entrance, with the lackeys screaming their heads off. Go Shirong, bewildered, demands to know what the hell is going on, and why his men are screeching like terrified dogs. They turn around, initially seeing nothing. But then, they hear footsteps. And out steps Jean. The whole gang of thugs is gobsmacked to find a kid right in the middle of them. Cha is just as stunned to see him and quickly demands, "What the hell are you doing here?" To which Jean nonchalantly replies that he's just here to return the motorcycle he borrowed. Cha definitely wasn't expecting to hear this sort of nonsense, especially when they're surrounded by absolute peril. Meanwhile, Go Shun's assistant smirks, realizing Cha actually knows the kid. So he immediately barks orders for his lackeys to take Jean down too. A lackey smugly complies and confidently strides toward our boy, as if he's about to lecture a naughty toddler. Cha then warns them it'd be wiser if they simply leave him be. But the assistant insists they can't possibly let Jean walk away, since he's seen everything. Cha snaps back again, saying they should be begging for mercy, that Jean is merciful enough to let them go, not the other way around. The assistant has no idea what this crazy guy is blathering on about, but he soon gets a rude awakening when Jean drops one of his men with a single, bone-shattering punch. Our boy then follows up with a brutal kick, cracking another lackey's leg, and a headbutt to another, sending him sprawling. One of the thugs attempts to swing a bat at Jean from behind, but Jean swiftly seizes his hand and delivers a devastating smash to his face, leaving him a bloody mess as the bat clatters to the ground. Go Shun is utterly flabbergasted by Jin's raw power, and Cha smirks, saying it's their own fault for not listening earlier. He adds that even though he himself is tough, he wouldn't even stand a chance against this kid. The big boss simply barks at his lackeys to overpower Jean, and they desperately charge at him. But, as always, Jean effortlessly dismantles them, making them look like utter amateurs in the process. Growing impatient, the big boss roars at his lackeys to stop, letting a mere punk beat them. But just as he's about to issue another command, he suddenly goes silent when he sees Cha charging straight at him. At this point, Go Shun is definitely sure things are about to get a whole lot messier for him. Soon after, the big boss and his lackeys are all sprawled on the ground, looking like they've intimately acquainted themselves with the dirt, while Cha slumps back, utterly exhausted. Jean strides over, and when Cha looks up, he sees the utter wreckage of the battle. Scared people are scattered around like discarded candy wrappers, and with Jean standing triumphantly. Jean casually starts to leave, declaring Cha has officially paid his dues. Cha is utterly floored, still struggling to wrap his head around how this kid is so fixated on such a ridiculous principle. After all that, he finally asks if Jean managed to save his sister. Jean calmly confirms that he did, adding it was all thanks to Cha. The scene then cuts to a bustling hospital room, where one of Cha's lackeys suddenly jolts awake. He glances around and spots Cha across the room, clearly patched up and still in rough shape. The lackey is absolutely stunned to find his boss there, and Cha quickly tells him to stop calling him boss. While they're stuck in the hospital, confused, the junior asks how his boss even ended up here. Cha casually explains he got a bit roughed up and just grabbed a cab for treatment. The lackey then inquires about Go Sung and the others. Cha, with a nonchalant shrug, says he took care of them all himself. The junior simply can't believe it, calling it total BS. This prompts the senior to get a bit annoyed, asking why his junior would think he'd lie. The lackey suggests it's probably because he's too embarrassed to admit he actually got beaten by Go Sung. Cha then asks if he happened to run into Jean yesterday. The junior perks up, confirming that he did meet him. He explains he got ambushed by the enemy team while heading out of the club. After getting brutally wounded, he found our boy and yelled at him. He charged at Jean out of sheer anger, but after taking the very first hit, he promptly fainted and doesn't remember anything else. Cha explains that Jean probably knocked him out to get him to the hospital. Cha then continues, describing how inside the club, he was utterly overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies. That's when Jean showed up, took them all out in mere seconds, and then told him he'd paid his dues before simply walking out. The lackey finds this absolutely admirable, thinking it's truly badass, to say the least. The senior agrees, acknowledging that Jean is indeed quite impressive. The lackey then asks his boss if he has any clue who this kid actually is. The senior points out that Jean claims to be just an average teenager, so he figures they'll just have to take his word for it. In the very next scene, a football comes hurtling straight toward Jean, and he catches it effortlessly. The referee instantly blew the whistle, calling a handball. It left everyone on the playground absolutely stunned. His friend, visibly peeved, quickly reminded him he wasn't supposed to grab the ball since he wasn't a goalkeeper. Jean, confused, wondered why he was getting chewed out, but apologized anyway. Suddenly, the school bell rang, and Jin's friends yelled out to him, asking if he had time to hang out. Today was the only day Young Chan didn't have lessons after school, and they were planning a gaming session. Jean told them to go on ahead, promising to meet them at their spot later. He needed to walk his sister home first. His friends looked a bit bewildered, asking if he'd started babysitting his sister again. Jean explained she hadn't been feeling well lately. Blondie decided to save a spot for Jean. And meanwhile, Daehoon was preparing to leave her class. She was thinking about making kimchi stew for Jean, since he loved it so much last time. However, she wasn't sure if he could handle spicy food, so she considered a milder soybean paste stew instead. Suddenly, she heard a buzz of excitement from the other girls in her class. They were all gathered by the window, swooning over Jean. Some found him hot, while others hoped he'd become their boyfriend. The girls even turned to Daehoon, asking if her brother was dating anyone. Daehoon was caught off guard by their gushing enthusiasm about her brother, so she hesitated. Then, reluctantly, she said he'd mentioned he wasn't dating anyone. As the ladies dashed back over to the window, Daehoon smiled faintly. Clearly pleased her brother was well known among the girls. Walking outside the school, she wondered why Jean didn't have a girlfriend, or if he might not be interested in girls at all. Suddenly, she heard some voices nearby, and discovered it was Jean with his friends. Startled, she quickly tried to greet them as politely as possible. One of the more bashful friends blushed at her cuteness, and just waved in response to her greeting. The boys decided to head off to the game room, hoping Jean would meet them there. Once they were gone, Daehoon asked if Jean was hanging out with his friends. He confirmed he was, but added he'd stop at home first. When she asked if it was because of her, Jean explained he just left something at home, but she still insisted she could walk home on her own, since it was still bright outside. However, Jean insists he really needs to grab something he left at home. He then points out that she doesn't need to go out of her way for him, just like she told Yona when offering a security escort. All she wants is to lead a normal life. Jean stays quiet but agrees to her request, saying he'll do as she says, though he suggests they still walk home together sometimes. Daehyun pouts, saying he worries too much, but Jean explains he's not just worried. He actually enjoys their walks. In the end, she finally agrees to keep walking with him. As they're walking, Jean suddenly stops when he spots that same woman with black hair, which we totally suspect is Yona's sister, by the way. She greets Jean, but he doesn't even bother to respond. Meanwhile, Daehyun is just as clueless about the black-haired woman. The woman then pretends to notice Daehyun for the first time, puts on an exaggeratedly concerned look, and says she must be the one who went through so much because of Yona's abduction. Daehoon is seriously confused by now and asks who she is. The woman introduces herself as Yona's cousin and says she's here to thank Daehoon for helping Yona. She even offers to treat her to dinner if she has some time. Jean flatly refuses, explaining that Yona already thanked him personally, so there's no need for this stranger to go out of her way. The woman is bewildered by his bluntness, but tries to continue the conversation, saying she also has a proposition that could benefit both of them. Once again, Jean firmly declines, saying he's not interested. He then just starts to walk away, leaving this arrogant woman absolutely fuming. But before he's completely out of sight, Daehoon makes sure to bow her head and give her one last polite nod. Meanwhile, the lady is seething with rage, and her guard asks if he should bring him back forcefully. But the lady says no. It seems her ego's been bruised more than we thought, and she's practically boiling over with anger. Next up, we're in the gaming room where everyone's glued to their TV screens, while they're all deeply immersed in their game. Yang Chan decides it's time to take a dump. As he's heading down the hall, he accidentally bumps into a cocky punk. This guy immediately starts threatening Yang Chan, barking at him to watch where he's going. Poor Yang Chan, the poor guy, is practically shaking as he stammers out an apology. But Mr. Cocky isn't finished. He's about to slap Yang Chan across the face. Just in the nick of time, Jae-hyung bursts onto the scene, saving his friend from getting slapped. Jae-hyung strides over, oozing confidence, telling the arrogant punk to just get over himself, because there's no need to make a scene over a little shoulder bump. He quickly spits out the lollipop he was sucking, and locks eyes with the punk, telling him not to take them for a bunch of goddamn scaredy cats. The punk's nerves are clearly rattled by Jae-hyung's deadly glare, and our guy continues to stare him down, demanding of this crazy punk, "Why the hell are you staring?" Once the punk is thoroughly intimidated, he finally walks off with whatever pride he has left. Jae-hyung lets out a puff of air through his nostrils, looking pretty pleased with himself. On the other hand, Young-chan still appears to be in shock, watching his friend and reflecting on the turn of events. It's a bit of a shock to him, considering Jae-hyung used to be the one bullying him, and now he's the one coming to his rescue. Orange Head tells them they'd better hurry, or Hyuk-jin will start giving them grief for being late. So, they head toward the restroom, while Young-chan still can't believe his eyes that this dude actually saved him. When they finally return, Hyuk-jin asks why taking a dump took so long. Orange Head explains, there was some idiot trying to mess with Young-chan. Hyuk-jin's interest is piqued, and he quickly asks who it was. Orange Head says the guy was wearing a Gosak Tech uniform. Blondie then turns to Young-chan, checking if he's okay. The timid fella simply replies that he's fine, because nothing had happened since Jae-hyung interrupted. Just in time, Orange Head decides it's time to just dive into the game. But then, a bunch of rowdy people burst into the gaming room. It's the same guy Jae-hyung bumped into earlier, and he's brought his lackeys to get revenge for the humiliation. Hyuk-jin is completely absorbed in his game, and doesn't notice the people standing over his left shoulder. When he finally looks up, he sees a bunch of goons towering over him, and the leader of the gang quickly tells him to step outside. Both Hyuk-jin and Jae-hyung realize that shit is about to get real, and Young-chan is shaking, terrified just thinking about what's coming next. Once they head outside, Young-chan is trembling with fear, feeling utterly terrified, because they've gotten into this mess all because of him. That cocky guy from earlier starts mouthing off, claiming Orange Head was all talk and no action. He boasts it'll be a breeze to take down him and his other friend. But our Orange Head isn't backing down one bit. Instead, he boldly mocks the cocky guy, pointing out how he was scared and quietly slinked off earlier, only to return now with his pathetic lackeys. The cocky guy does not appreciate that jab and absolutely flips out. He immediately tries to land a punch on Orange Head, but Jae-hyung swiftly ducks out of the way and delivers a brutal, bone-jarring punch right to his face. Talk about showing him who's boss. The stunned leader staggers backward, while Young-chan, on the other hand, is practically in full-blown panic mode, convinced this whole mess is entirely his fault. That's when Jae-hyung steps in, telling his terrified friend he doesn't need to feel guilty about anything at all, because these bastards are the ones who should be truly sorry. Those powerful words absolutely melt Young-chan's heart, because seeing his friend look so utterly badass while saying it is almost overwhelming. But then, Hyuk-jin chimes in, pointing out it's the exact same line Jin used a while back, and even the way Jae-hyung said it had the same exact energy. He jokes that Jae-hyung basically copied Jin, and now he feels like he needs to bleach his eyes. After seeing his copycat friend in action, our Orange Head immediately starts blushing, feeling totally embarrassed by the call-out. He admits Jin looked so cool when he said those words that they just stuck in his head, and he couldn't help but repeat them. While the trio is caught up in their hilarious back and forth, they momentarily forget they're actually facing off against a whole gang. They're too distracted to pay much attention to the waiting goons. But soon enough, the lackeys finally charge at them, because they're not here just to be simply ignored. In the thick of the ensuing fight, our Orange Head firmly stands his ground. As soon as one of the thugs gets in range, he delivers a powerful kick right to the guy's gut, sending him stumbling backward instantly. Another goon tries to swing a wild punch at him, but Orange Head responds with a brutal, swift whack, taking him down hard. Young-chan, who's not exactly a seasoned fighter, is more or less panicking on the sidelines, totally unsure of what to do. Hyuk-jin, however, is in full battle mode, taking down goons left and right. He quickly turns to Young-chan and tells him to stay back and just watch the show from behind. Orange Head wholeheartedly agrees, pointing out that while Young-chan might be a pro gamer, he's completely out of his element in this kind of fight. So they've totally got things under control. Young-chan is utterly blown away by this revelation. He can't believe they're fighting all because of him, and yet they're telling him to stay back. The goons are left writhing and groaning on the ground after taking one serious beating. Our boys, on the other hand, are starting to struggle quite a bit, exhausted from the brawl and heavily outnumbered. Eventually, Jae-hyung takes a solid, painful hit to the gut. He's sure that he is totally screwed, because the cocky guy is about to land a punch right on his face. But before that punch can connect, Young-chan suddenly jumps onto the cocky guy, grabbing him tightly, clinging on for dear life. They both crash hard to the ground, and the cocky guy immediately starts shoving Young-chan aside. But Young-chan holds on tight, trembling with fear, yet resolute. That's when Orange Head seizes his chance and swings his leg, delivering a devastating blow right to the cocky guy's head. The impact leaves Young-chan a bit teary-eyed from the sheer brutality, having just witnessed something he's never experienced before. Orange Head stands tall, looking like an absolute boss. After delivering the final, decisive kick, he glances down at the guy, who's clearly down for the count. Yuk-jin can't help but playfully jab at Orange Head, noting how Young-chan had to step in to save the day. Orange Head quickly gets embarrassed and defensive, saying he was about to take the guy down himself. They turn to Young-chan, who's on the verge of tears. Orange Head immediately asks if he's okay. The timid fella quickly reassures him that he's fine, and apologizes for causing all this trouble. The scene shifts to our boy finally making it to the game room, only to find it empty. He tries calling his friends, but no one picks up. Just then, he hears someone calling his name. He turns around to see his friends, who eagerly tell him he missed all the action. The boys start bragging about how they just hooped some ghost hack tech guys. They head inside, and as they climb the stairs, they point out to Gene that, while he might not be familiar with the ghost hack tech guys, they're pretty tough, but no match for them. As they head into the gaming room, they're shocked to find a bunch of people lying out cold on the ground. The beta lackeys are absolutely stunned by the sight, immediately demanding to know who completely decimated all these Gosuck tech guys. Our boy casually explains he was just looking for everyone, but these guys ambushed him the moment they saw his uniform. So the three of them are absolutely floored to realize our boy took out all these men, all by himself. After their mindless fun at the arcade, the group heads out to grab some much-needed grub. The beta bullies have brought the same delicious food Young-chan usually eats, but Orange Head forgets to grab drinks, and decides to go fetch some ASAP. Young-chan offers to go along with him, but Orange Head insists on going alone. As they start eating, Hyuk-jin beams with pride, and laughs about how they totally crushed the Gaziak Tech goons. Orange Head agrees, adding the goons swaggered in trying to act tough, but ended up getting absolutely clobbered. Meanwhile, our boy eyes the tuna mayo, completely clueless on how to proceed. He watches as Jae-hyung expertly tears off the seal, and effortlessly pops the snack out of its wrapper. He mimics Jae-hyung and cautiously takes a bite. While eating, he asks his friends who exactly started the fight. Jae-hyung explains that one of the goons was hassling Young-chan outside the game room, which sparked the whole commotion. Our boy checks in on his timid friend, asking if he's alright. His friend says he's fine, because Jae-hyung swooped in to rescue him just in time. Orange Head then offers some crucial advice, telling Young-chan that in these kinds of situations, he should never, ever back down. Young-chan looks a bit bewildered to hear this. So Orange Head explains that you can't flinch in front of a bully. You need to make it absolutely clear you're ready for anything, or they'll just exploit you if they think you're scared. Hyuk-jin readily agrees, adding, "You've got to show you won't take any BS, or they'll just completely walk all over you." Young-chan then asks, "But what if they end up hitting me?" Orange Head just shrugs and casually says, "They're going to try to hit you even if you're scared." But Young-chan worries they might hit him even harder. Orange Head admits it, but he emphasizes that if you don't stand up for yourself, you'll just be seen as a total pushover. And that's far worse than just getting beaten up. Hyuk-jin also chimes in with his 2 cents, saying he's seen this tactic work before, because no one actually wants to deal with trouble. Bullies always target the quiet ones, those who never dare to speak up. Young-chan stays silent, probably realizing he's always been picked on, because he never stood up for himself. While they chat, our boy continues to munch on his delicious food. The scene then drifts back to his past. But instead of fancy food, he was stuck with some lame curry and a piece of dry bread. At that time, he had no choice but to eat it. What made it worse was always having strong guys around him, bullying the weak and snatching their food. One day, a cocky guy demanded our boy hand over his food, but Gene wasn't having any of it. So he fought back and left a gruesome mess behind. This memory makes him reflect on how the same pattern of the strong, preying on the weak, seems to repeat itself, both in his past and present situations. That's when Young-chan finally musters up his courage and declares out loud that he doesn't like either of the beta bullies. The 2 bullies choke on their food, their breath caught in their throats at hearing this. Young-chan continues, saying he hates them because they bullied kids in class, including him. The orange-haired one looks curious and asks when they even bullied anyone. He points out that they only joked around sometimes. Nothing more. The blondie also agrees, saying that they never physically hurt anyone in class or made anyone do their dirty work. Compared to some of the other guys, like Jisa Kim, they're practically saints. But Young-chan stands firm, saying that even though they might just be joking or playing rough, it's still a form of violence to others. The beta bullies are stunned, because they're not sure what to think of it. Young-chan further continues, explaining that it's the same kind of violence, no matter how big or small. He resents them for being so cruel without a shred of guilt. Once he's done speaking, he points out that since the beta bullies told him to stand up for himself, he spilled everything he had in his mind to try it out. The beta bullies are completely thrown off by Young-chan's words. The blonde one is at a loss and says, no one's ever told him anything like that before. He didn't realize people could see their actions that way, and thought they were just joking around. The other bully also agrees, saying they figured it was okay, since they weren't quite as bad as some of the others. Young-chan, still clearly nervous, explains he was genuinely surprised by how nice the beta bullies seemed when he actually hung out with them. He guesses they simply didn't realize that what they were doing was a form of bullying. Feeling a pang of guilt, Orangehead quickly apologizes. The blonde also chimes in with an apology, admitting they're not sure how to fix things, but at least want to offer a proper apology. Our boy, on the other hand, is still messing with his food. When he takes off the wrapper of his rice ball, it tragically drops right to the ground, and he's totally bummed out to see his meal ruined. His friends don't really know how to react, and they end up yelling at him when he tries to eat the rice ball. After picking it up, in the bustling heart of the city, we find ourselves back at SW Corporation. There, we see that same woman, who claimed to be Yona's cousin, is sitting casually at her desk. Suddenly, Yona storms into the room, clearly fuming, and she yells, this woman's name, Jay. The sassy lady looks up and smiles at Yona, but before she can say much, Yona cuts her off with a sharp, demanding tone, demanding to know if she met Jean recently. Jay tries to play it cool, reminding Yona that it was actually Yona who was tracking Jin's background, because she was suspicious of him. Yona frustratingly admits that she did investigate Jean, but had promised him she wouldn't pursue it further. Now she's also telling Jay to stop nagging our boy as well. Jay raises an eyebrow and reminds her that she shouldn't forget the kind of world they live in, especially given the recent kidnapping event. So she makes it clear that they are not taking any chances, and our boy's background is a major concern. Yona insists that Jean wasn't involved in any of the recent trouble, but Jay quickly interrupts, saying that just because Jean helped with a rescue doesn't automatically make him trustworthy. Jay's manager also chimes in, pointing out that Jin's identity is a significant issue for the school. They emphasize that a school affiliated with SW Corporation shouldn't have accepted a student with fake records, and they make it clear that they won't overlook this matter. Yona frustratingly grits her teeth, while Jay just smiles with a hint of satisfaction. She explains that they might receive some good news soon. Curious, Yona asks what kind of news she's talking about. Ja's manager reveals Jin's records were restricted, meaning they had to consult higher-ups in their network to dig up more information. Jia smirks at Yona with a challenging gaze, asking if she's not curious about Jin's true identity. Yona firmly declares she doesn't care, emphasizing that Jin saved her life, which is more than enough for her. Just then, the telephone rings, grabbing everyone's attention. Jia's smirk widens as she says, it's time for them to hear the news together. She answers the call, and the caller announces they have news to deliver. As Yona waits anxiously, Ja expresses hope the caller will reveal Jin's identity. The caller responds that the higher-ups have decided that SW Corporation should cease all further inquiries into Jin's background. The announcement leaves Jia visibly pale, and the guard stunned as well. Her frustration boils over, and she starts yelling at the caller, demanding to know how they can simply let the matter slide. The caller makes it clear that, given the enduring relationship between SW Corporation and the government, they have decided to overlook this. The caller explains that Jin is estranged from his family due to an unfortunate plane crash, and is essentially a young man who has found his way back home. They emphasize that it would be best to let him live his life without further scrutiny. The next day at school, Yona walks in with her escort, instantly catching everyone's attention, including our boys. who are curious to see them back after such a long time. Yona suddenly fixes them with a direct gaze, which makes young Chan feel uneasy. She approaches him and asks if Jin isn't in school today. Young Chan, looking around for Jin, explains he was just here. But Jae-hyung explains he was just called to the office a few minutes ago. As Yona and her escort, Suk-ju, settle into their seats, her escort reveals that the chairman is at the school right now. Yona is surprised to hear her grandfather is at the school and wonders why he didn't inform her of his visit, and if Jin might have gone to meet him in the office. In the office, we finally meet the influential old man we've heard so much about. He's absolutely thrilled to finally meet our boy in person, especially since our boy had previously turned down a meeting with him. So, he personally came to thank him for saving Yona. Our boy responds that there's really no need for thanks. He was just trying to rescue his sister, after all. Yona just happened to be there at the same time. The old man acknowledges that he knows this, but he still wanted to express his deep gratitude for saving his granddaughter and apologize for involving our boy's sister in the mess. Our boy clears things up again, letting the old man know he doesn't need to worry about that, since Yona has already apologized to him. The old man stays silent after hearing this, and our boy starts to head into the classroom. That's when Grandpa finally asks if he will become Yona's bodyguard. Not surprisingly, he flatly refuses the offer, making it clear that this isn't something an average teenager like him can handle. The old man reminds our boy that an average teenager couldn't really handle a unit of kidnappers, made up of former Special Forces soldiers either. Jin then points out that Yona already has an internal security team, guarding her 24/7. The old man agrees, but says a security team can't be with her at school. And besides, she wouldn't be able to live normally, with a team trailing her all the time. He explains that Seokshu was in charge of her security, but the recent incident made him realize he isn't the right person to protect her. So he's thinking of giving the job to our boy. Jin starts to walk away again, saying he can't help. The old man goes quiet for a moment, and then says he wasn't just here to thank him for saving Yona. He also wanted to thank him for what he did 3 years ago. As soon as our boy hears this, he freezes and quickly turns back toward the old man. The old man keeps going with his thanks, saying he's wanted to express his gratitude for a long time, because without our boy's efforts, he wouldn't have had the chance to see his son before he passed away. It's clear that Jin remembers what the old man is talking about, but he stays nonchalant, saying it was just another job. The old man insists it was a dangerous job that no one else would take on. Thanks to our boy's success in the mission, he was able to see his son again, and his son spoke about Jin often. The old man reveals that his son was worried, and tasked him with uncovering why our boy had embraced the mercenary life. The old man diligently pursued his trail, yet every lead proved to be a dead end. Now, in a twist of fate, they stand face to face, and he reveals Yona is his daughter. Jin's mind immediately races back to a memory from the past, recalling the man's mention of having a daughter around his age. Still, Jin unequivocally states he cannot be Yona's bodyguard. However, he adds he won't simply turn a blind eye if danger befalls her. The old man appears momentarily surprised, but then offers a warm smile, stating that would be more than enough. He then adds there's one final request he'd like to make. He explains he'd like Jin's honest assessment of SW's security team. Jin asks for clarification, and the old man elaborates. SW's security team, he begins, boasts a long-standing and proud tradition, perhaps too proud for their own good. They truly believe Yona's recent kidnapping would have been contained, even without Jin's intervention. However, as SW continues its rapid expansion, the threats are escalating, and their security division sorely lacks innovation. The old man desires Jin's unvarnished assessment of their capabilities, and it will, of course, be a paid assignment. Jin, of course, lets out a weary sigh, feeling like this whole situation is an utter drag. He then finally makes his way back to his classroom. The moment he steps inside, Yona greets him, but he pointedly ignores her, heading straight for his seat. As the teacher commences the day's class, Jin sits quietly in his chair, his mind replaying the old man's words. He realizes that Yona's true father must have passed away, since the old man mentions seeing his son before his own passing. The scene then dramatically shifts back to the past. We find Jin working as a mercenary, with all the site workers gathered together, sharing a meal. Jin munches on a drab food bar when a voice suddenly calls out to him, asking how a mere kid like him ended up in mercenary work. It's immediately clear this man is none other than Yona's father, and after he gets a good look at our boy's face, He comments that he hadn't realized Jean was so incredibly young. Jean quickly covers his face, attempting to walk away, but the man extends his own platter, laden with delicious, appetizing food. He tells Jean to toss his pathetic trash and savor this instead, emphasizing that what he eats truly matters at his age. Meanwhile, the other mercenaries nearby chat amongst themselves about their clients' apparent immense wealth and explain how they're constructing roads, a school, and a clinic in the very town they're stationed. While they chat, Jean keeps a silent vigil, standing guard. The man approaches him once more, this time offering a chocolate bar. Jean simply looks away. Later that night, the man tries to offer him food again, but Jean refuses, turning away once more. On a particularly rainy day, the man brings him an umbrella and a coat, yet Jean still refuses them. Then, one day, as Jean packs his gear to leave, the same man approaches him once more. He tells Jean he'll miss having him around, and invites him to stop by if he can, since they'll be there for at least another month. The man then tosses a bag to Jean, explaining that he's packed some snacks inside, along with some basic medical supplies. Finally, Jean speaks up, asking why he's giving him all this. The question catches the man off guard, and he's surprised to hear Jean speak Korean. He explains that he'd tried speaking in Jin's language and in English before, but never got a response. The man explains he's giving him these things because he has a daughter around Jin's age, and Jean reminds him of her. So, he can't help but worry. Later, we find ourselves in a run-down, conflict-ridden zone. We then see Jean with his fellow mercenary. His fellow informs him that the town, where Jean was stationed as a guard, has been completely taken over by a resistance group. He explains that they were waiting for the foreigners to finish their construction, so they could seize the buildings, and most of the people at the site had been killed. Jean is jolted out of his flashback by the sudden ringing of a bell, and he notices Yona calling out to him, asking if he's free right now. A short while later, they're in the lounging area. Suk-ju is bowing his head in respect, offering a late, in-person apology. Jean tells him there's no need for that, as he understands the reason behind his actions. Yona then says she's pretty sure Jean will deny it, and explains that Grandpa asked her to invite him on his behalf. Jean agrees without hesitation, leaving Yona quite puzzled to see that he actually agrees, without protest for the first time. The scene then shifts to Jae, who is grinding her teeth in frustration. He's absolutely fuming. She's furious the higher-ups are still hiding Jin's true identity. Just then, her manager walks in, announcing that that student has arrived. This little tidbit leaves Jae utterly stunned. Inside SW Corporation's male locker room, Jean is suiting up, preparing to tackle the company's demanding dress code. Suk-ju asks Jean how he managed to snag a job at SW Corporation. We flash back to the past, where Jean is meticulously reviewing the records of all the security personnel currently working for SW Corporation. The chairman had instructed him to spend a few days with the team and then share his insights. Given that all arrangements had been made for him, it should be a breeze for Jean to grasp the program's essence. Back in the present, Jean explains to Suk-ju that he simply wanted to experience firsthand what being on the security team was truly like. And so, he ended up with a job here. Suk-ju wonders if this means Jean aspires to be a bodyguard. Jean then asks why Suk-ju isn't joining the training. Suk-ju explains that today's session is exclusively for Team 2, and he's part of Team 3. He adds that Team 3 escorts Yona exclusively, while Team 2 is responsible for Ms. Jae and her parents. The scene shifts to a bustling training hall, where all the personnel are gathered, sitting on the ground. One of the instructors steps forward and introduces Jean to the group, explaining that Jean will be joining them for the next few days. He's apparently in the same class as Suk-ju, and the chairman himself has permitted him to participate in their program, to gain insights into their field. Suddenly, one of the men raises his hand and directly asks, "Is Jean the one who handled that kidnapping situation with Suk-ju?" The senior instructor confirms that he is, indeed, that very person. Jean introduces himself, warmly thanking everyone for letting him participate. As the students kick off their intense training, we spot Yona standing above, carefully observing our boy. Suk-ju reveals to her that our boy is actually here because he wanted to experience what being a bodyguard feels like. Or, at least, that's what Jean told him. Meanwhile, the guards are sprinting hard down the halls, fully engaged in their rigorous training. As Yona keeps an eye on our boy, she also spots someone else in the hall. It's Gia, accompanied by her own guard. Yona, brimming with curiosity, wonders what she's doing there. Meanwhile, Jean is running full tilt across the hall with the other soldiers. The senior, leading the entire pack, takes a quick glance back and notices Jean is keeping up incredibly well. So, he decides to crank up the pace. The running gets even more intense. After several rounds, every soldier is absolutely gasping for air, and the senior looks utterly drained, as if he might collapse at any second. Jean, however, looks completely unfazed, just taking a simple, casual breath. The senior reveals they've run enough to make anyone pass out, but Jean kept up the entire time, and looks like he could easily handle 20 more laps. They move on to other intense exercises next, and Jean absolutely excels at those too. From the sidelines, Yona is absolutely stunned by how Jean outclasses everyone, leaving them struggling just to keep pace. Meanwhile, Ja just sneers, saying, "It's just basic training." And yet, Team 2 is still falling way behind this kid. As our boy stands there, the senior wonders where on earth they even found this kid. He questions if he's been trained somewhere before, because he's just too incredibly good. Then the senior notices Ja standing nearby, and his face goes pale as soon as he makes eye contact with her bodyguard. He realizes he's going to catch flack from Ja and her bodyguard later for falling behind compared to a mere high schooler. Suddenly, one of the juniors raises his hand and points out that he's heard this student played a critical role in Miss Yona's rescue, so he wants to test the kid's skills himself. The senior gets furious and asks if he really wants to spar with a high school kid, yelling at his junior for being completely out of his mind. But the senior finds himself completely stunned when the kid himself volunteers to fight and says he doesn't really mind. The senior, completely at a loss for words, scratches his head in frustration and reluctantly agrees. He tells his juniors to get the protective gear for our boy. Before long, our boy is decked out in his gear, and the other guy facing him gets suited up too. Yona wonders if this will truly be okay, and Sayok Ju points out that it's hard to say, given how incredibly tough the other guys are. Even Ja thinks it would be absolutely hilarious if this high school kid actually won. She mentions she's heard the kid has extraordinary fighting skills, but her bodyguard assures her that he's still no match for his men, because these guys have been highly trained in all sorts of combat, long before they ever started working at SW. The senior tells them both to take it easy. He specifically tells his junior to go a bit easy on the kid. The junior agrees, and the senior then tells them to get ready. So the junior takes his fighting stance. He reminds our boy that he's not facing those chumps. He's beaten before, so he better be careful. Our boy doesn't flinch at the jab, calmly taking his own stance. As soon as the senior signals the start of the match, the junior lunges at our boy with an incredible burst of speed and swings a punch right at his face. But our boy quickly steps back. The junior swings again with full force, but Jean dodges effortlessly once more. Yona, growing anxious, points out that the soldier wasn't supposed to go that hard during a sparring match, but the soldier, however, keeps coming at Jean, swinging his fists left and right. Jean continues to dodge every attack effortlessly. Then Jean quickly kicks the junior's leg, causing him to stagger. Seizing the moment, our boy balls up his fist and throws a brutal punch, but the soldier quickly raises his hands to block. Avoiding a direct hit, the fatty mocks our boy for his futile attack and gets ready to hit him with a punch of his own. But Jean quickly deflects the incoming fist and counters with a brutal blow right to the bastard's face. That display of power leaves Yona breathless, and even her guard finds it pretty impressive. That Jean struck precisely where the fatty's face was exposed. The fatty writhes in pain. Jean grabs him by the head and delivers a vicious knee smash to his face, leaving him bloody and beginning to collapse to the ground. Ja is absolutely blown away by what just happened, while Jean stands there as the clear winner, with his opponent slumped unconscious on the ground. He removes the protective gear from his head, and both the senior and the other soldiers are stunned by the turn of events. Duckyu notes that they were clearly instructed to take it easy, but this was just too intense. GA speaks up again, questioning if this kid is really the 19-year-old they claimed he was. Meanwhile, her bodyguard is absolutely fuming, as Team 2 is part of his crew, and he is not at all happy to see one of his soldiers going down like flies after being beaten by a teenager. The other soldiers drag their incapacitated buddy off the ground, while Jean remains the center of attention. By now, the senior has no doubt about Jin's role in saving Yona. Meanwhile, back with the kidnappers, Ja's bodyguard is shooting furious glares at his soldiers. Everyone's panicking, especially the senior officer, who's sweating bullets, certain he's in deep trouble. That's when another soldier, Suk Choi, raises his hand and volunteers to spar with Jin. The senior officer reminds him they've already lost to a mere kid once, and doesn't want to look foolish by losing again. But Suk, absolutely brimming with confidence, says he's practically itching to fight Jin himself, after witnessing his impressive skills. The senior points out they can't just all rush at Jin at once, but Jin confidently declares he's totally fine, not exhausted at all. He even adds that he hasn't moved enough to even break a sweat. This statement utterly freaks everyone out a bit, because after taking down one of their top soldiers, he's practically saying he hasn't even broken a sweat. Seok Ju lets out a knowing sigh, clearly unsurprised by our boy's antics. Suk finally steps into the ring, squaring off with Jin, while casually stretching his muscles. He casually asks our boy where he learned to fight like that. Jin then asks if Suk isn't going to wear his headgear, to which the soldier confidently replies that he doesn't need it. He tells Jin to go ahead and use one if he wants to though. But Jin was only asking for the guy's own sake. He doesn't care about headgear either, after all. So he just tosses it aside without a second thought, surprising Suk and even Yana. That's when Suk starts getting really cocky, calling Jin a punk and saying he likes his spirit. Jie then curiously asks her bodyguard what he thinks will happen this time. In response, he admits they made the mistake of underestimating Jin earlier, but he's confident they can take him down now. He takes immense pride in his men, who train tirelessly, every single day. Not to mention, our boy is about to face the ace of the team this time. Ja cracks a sly smile, eagerly anticipating how Suk will handle Jin. Meanwhile, Yana's bodyguard is starting to think Jin might actually lose this round. In a weapon-free fight like this, it all boils down to sheer physical strength. And Suk Choi is a seriously jacked up dude. There's no telling what kind of rigorous training Jin has had, but nothing can make up for the raw strength. Suk is rocking as the fight begins. Suk, still full of bravado, takes his stance and swings a punch at Jin. But our boy casually sidesteps the punch with effortless ease. Jin launches a punch at Sayak. But this guy is clearly not here to mess around. He swiftly dodges Jin's attack and counters with a punch of his own. Jin deftly evades and throws another punch. But Sayak grabs Jin's fist and smirks. He conceives Jin's punch is stronger than he expected, especially given his appearance. But Jin isn't here for mid-fight chit-chat. He throws another punch, but Sayak blocks it effortlessly. He gives Jin props for his great timing, but then smirks and scoffs, declaring no one can break his guard with pesky blows like that. But that's where he's dead wrong. Jin swiftly swings his leg and lands a solid kick to Sayak's thigh. The cocky guy is now totally stunned, and the senior's jaw practically hits the floor. To see our boy making a hardcore comeback, Jin then follows up with another brutal kick to Sayak's leg. By now, Sayak is absolutely fuming and throws a punch in a fit of frustration. But Jin calmly takes his stance and lands a nasty whack to Sayak's chin, followed by a few more brutal blows that leave the cocky guy clenching his teeth in frustration. Sayak tries to swing at Jin again, but our boy deflects it with some slick, ninja-like moves. He then delivers a solid slap to Sayak's throat, making him cough and spit. With a heavy thud, the once muscular guy drops to his knees. The first shocked face we see is Yun-Ae's, quickly followed by Gae and her bodyguard. Meanwhile, Jin just stands there, while the muscular guy coughs violently on the ground. Yun-Ae's bodyguard is blown away by how strategically Jin broke Sayak's upper guard by striking his knee and then immediately going for the neck. He effectively narrowed the gap in their physical strength, realizing further attacks on vital points would have completely neutralized Sayak's advantages. Jin then asks if anyone else is itching for a throwdown, but it's clear no one's eager to step forward. That's when the senior chimes in, telling Jin he shouldn't go for the neck or knees when sparring. Jin, looking genuinely puzzled, asks if there are rules to sparring and apologizes if he broke any, since he wasn't aware. The senior quickly clarifies that there aren't really any specific rules, but it's just something he felt like mentioning. Deep down, the senior feels like he's just trying to save his sorry face after getting absolutely schooled by a high schooler. After witnessing the entire brutal battle, Jia is absolutely convinced it wasn't just a fluke that Jin managed to rescue Yun-Ae. and she wants her bodyguard's honest opinion. The man, clearly fuming after seeing his soldiers drop like flies, reluctantly admits that from basic training to serious combat, Jean excels in every single aspect. Ja smiles triumphantly at this, and then promptly tells everyone to move on to the next course. Everyone is startled, especially Yun Ae, who has no idea what GAE even means by that. GAE then strides over to Jean and reminds him that, since he's here to experience actual security duties, it's finally time to see what it's like to be a true bodyguard. Jean listens intently as she explains that, since he's paired with Team 2, he'll be escorting her, and she's eager to see his service. Yane, however, can tell from a mile away that this woman is definitely cooking up something shady. The next scene takes us into one of the offices inside SW Corp, where we meet the grandpa, who's with a suited man. This suited man is astonished that Jean is in the same class as Yoni. He explains that he learned about Jin's background during their research, but it's still a shock to see that the one codenamed Jean is actually this young kid. The suited man adds that Jin's name only came to light a few years ago, which means he was even younger when he first gained recognition. He just can't wrap his head around how this kid could be the same ruthless individual he's heard so much about. The scene then shifts back to the locker room, where Jean is finally suited up in a real bodyguard outfit, and he looks absolutely badass. Evening has arrived, and we find Diane and her grandpa together. The grandpa asks her if Jean is still out with friends. In response, she explains that Jean had to take care of something, and said he'd be a little late. Grandpa is concerned, saying Jean shouldn't stay out too late. He's sure Jean will be fine, but if he runs into any trouble with hooligans late at night, it could be a problem. The next scene shows the two defeated soldiers, who were getting pretty cocky before fighting Jean. They're now getting an earful from their superior, and everyone is feeling utterly ashamed after getting their butts kicked by Jean. Their superior is so livid his veins are practically bulging, and he makes it crystal clear that they're about to face training like they've never seen before. The soldiers' faces instantly fall at this news. The senior lets out a deep sigh of relief, glad they weren't chewed out by their boss today. Meanwhile, Yona is absolutely floored when she sees Jean step out in his crisp bodyguard uniform, looking like he's ready for a fancy date night. Even Ja is clearly pleased to see him, and those previously defeated soldiers can't help but feel a pang of jealousy towards our boy. As they head outside the building, Jean and two other guards are escorting GA. Several other guards are also present, ensuring she gets into her luxurious Bentley without a hitch. Once she's inside, the guards follow, but Jean remains standing outside until the senior bodyguard tells him to just get in. With that command, Jean takes a seat in the back alongside Yona. Once inside, he notices two guards are constantly by Ga's side. Out of the blue, GA asks our boy if he's ever thought about singing or pursuing an acting career. She explains that one of the SW subsidiaries she runs is, in fact, an entertainment agency, which is exactly where they're headed right now. Jean, however, simply states he's not interested. She then asks him why he's interested in becoming a bodyguard. As soon as our guy hears this, he realizes these folks probably don't know the real reason behind his involvement. So, he just goes with the flow and says he wanted to experience life as a bodyguard. She then gives him props, saying he's pretty good at this job, judging by how well he did in training today, and how easily he beat the guards in Team 2. She's clearly impressed. But when her bodyguard hears about Team 2's defeat, he's absolutely livid, turning red with anger. He's embarrassed to be reminded his team got trounced by a high schooler. On the other hand, Jean points out he only won because Team 2 let their guard down. They had to hold back because he's just an inexperienced kid, so he had a greater advantage from the start. If they had taken him seriously as a real opponent, he's pretty sure he would have lost both duels. The woman acknowledges the situation, but deep down, she thought Jean would be more boastful about beating working guards. Turns out he's not like that at all. Meanwhile, her bodyguard is completely blown away by how our boy has thought through everything. Alright, a little while later, they've finally arrived at their destination. Over at the other SW Corporation building, we find her sitting in her office, while our boy and the senior bodyguard stand guard outside. The senior is astonished that after standing there for an hour, our boy hasn't flinched a single time. So, out of curiosity, he asks where he received such intense training. Our boy simply looks at him and stays completely silent. The senior asks again, where he picked up those moves from their sparring session. because this isn't something you can just pull off by sheer luck. In response, Jin simply says he learned on the streets where he grew up. This vague answer really ruffles the senior bodyguard's feathers, who definitely wasn't expecting such a brush-off. His answer, however, wasn't too far from the truth. The scene then transitions to Jin's past, showing us how he truly did learn these skills on the streets. We see him running alongside his buddy, while a hail of bullets rains down from behind. He's climbing ropes to reach treetops in harsh weather, and facing off against highly trained soldiers and ruthless killers. But he never flinches, even as they head out again. Their car zooms down the highway. GA asks if he's feeling alright, since it's been a long day. He says he's fine, and she finds it rather odd, because it's his very first day on the job for this line of work. But he confirms once again that this is indeed his first time. Meanwhile, the senior bodyguard reflects on how this is typical of our boy. He hasn't asked a single question since they started the route, and hasn't shown any signs of being affected, even when they deliberately skipped dinner to test him. It's as if he's fully aware that these things can happen. In security work, he never budged from his position until he was instructed to do so. Suddenly, Jin notices something serious up ahead. There's a truck coming, and the driver inside looks either drunk or sleepy. It's hard to tell, but what is clear is that the truck veers out of its lane and heads straight for the car Jin and Jay are in. The truck skids across the road and crashes into their car. Once the car comes to a stop, the bodyguards from the other car rush over. The airbags have deployed, and the senior bodyguard quickly checks the back seat, asking if Jay is alright, and what he sees there blows his mind. Jin has managed to hold Jay close, snatching her away just in time, averting the worst of the crash. The other bodyguard is stunned by Jin's lightning-fast reflexes, and how he protected her in that split second before impact. But then, Jia abruptly yanks herself away from Jin, creating some distance. Her other bodyguard rushes over, anxiously asking if she's alright. The other guards quickly gather, huddling to discuss the recent incident. One reports that the truck driver was undeniably intoxicated. The junior guard adds that the driver appears unconscious, and they're currently pulling him from the wreckage. The senior guard orders everyone to call an ambulance, secure the driver, and get to the bottom of this whole incident. Meanwhile, back inside the car, Jay looks at Jin, who's sitting quietly beside her. Startled, she asks if he's okay after everything. Jin simply nods, confirming he's fine. But Jay points out he might have been hurt himself, and suggests he join them at the hospital to get checked out, instead of brushing off her concern. Jin, however, reminds her that she should always wear her seatbelt, even when sitting in the back seat. This is clearly not what she was expecting to hear at such a critical moment. So she has absolutely no idea how to respond to this brutal truth bomb. Back at home, Diane is busy preparing some delicious food. Jin walks into the living room and asks if she's making lunch. She responds that she's cooking for Grandpa, and will save some for Jin to have later as well. Jin reminds her that Grandpa is already at work. Diane explains she plans to take it to his workplace, just like she used to visit him there often, but hasn't since our boy came back home. Jin decides to tag along, sealing the deal with a warm smile. Later, in the bustling city, we find Grandpa happily chatting with a fellow officer. The officer is teasing him, asking if he won the lottery or something, since he looks so cheerful after returning from vacation. Grandpa looks puzzled and asks what he means. The officer points out that he just looks unusually happy lately. Grandpa is still confused by the teasing, and his friend further reveals that apartment 703 just dropped off some snacks to share. He's told to drop by and grab some after his shift. Grandpa replies that he'll come by after he finishes sorting out the recycling. As the old man starts shoving trash into the bins, he reflects. He might have let himself get too excited about Jin's return, to the point where others have started to notice his happiness. Suddenly, Grandpa hears some commotion. Our hero spots a thug slam on his brakes in the middle of the road and dramatically step out of his car. Another driver behind him impatiently yells for him to move his car, demanding he stop blocking the road. But this cocky guy just struts out of his sports car, casually holding two disposable cups with an utterly smug attitude. He hurls insults, telling the other driver to shut up, claiming he'll only be a minute. After he tosses these cups, the man in the car is visibly intimidated by the thug's aggressive demeanor. The thug then strides over to Grandpa and drops the two disposable cups toward the dustbin. But he's so utterly careless, they simply clatter to the ground, missing the bin entirely. This, of course, leaves Grandpa with extra work. The old man promptly picks up the scattered trash. Meanwhile, the thug's girlfriend still lounging in the car, tells her boyfriend to toss her bag of trash too. Reluctantly, he grabs the trash bag and hurls it from a distance, clearly not bothering to walk over to the bin. As expected, Grandpa ends up picking up the messy aftermath left behind by the utterly inconsiderate duo. The thug zooms out of the area in his car, and just as Grandpa is busy putting the garbage in its rightful place, he suddenly hears a familiar voice. He turns to find his children arriving to visit him. Although Grandpa is absolutely thrilled to see his children, he still asks what they're doing there. They reveal they've brought lunch for him, but he insists they shouldn't have gone to all that trouble. He could have just bought something. Nearby, Dion looks around and notices Grandpa is sorting out the recycling. He agrees, saying, "It's better to take care of it before it piles up," and gets out of hand. The charming girl offers to help with the job, but Grandpa quickly tells her she doesn't need to get her clothes dirty. Diane, however, has already made up her mind and brushes off his concern, saying she'll just wash them later. So, they start sorting out the trash, with our hero quietly standing behind them, beaming with happiness to be with the family. After a while, we see the girls blushing while looking in a certain direction. It wouldn't be surprising if they're admiring our boy's handsome face. In the background, we catch sight of Mr. Cha and his lucky lady, who have finally been discharged from the hospital, and are making their way out of his apartment. Suddenly, Mr. Cha perks up, his eyes scanning ahead, and he spots our boy sorting out some trash. He has no idea what he's even doing there. Cha's lucky recognizes the old man, realizing he's the grandpa from when they picked up the kid. Hearing this, Cha quickly pieces it all together, and he figures out the girl must be our boy's sister. Seeing our boy smiling so warmly, Cha finds it fascinating that he knows how to smile after all, and he can finally see that he really does look like an average teenager. The lackey suggests they go over and say hello, but Cha decides against it, saying guys like them usually just end up ruining moments like that. Instead, he decides they should grab a bite to eat. We then see the sweet family having lunch in the park. The three of them are enjoying themselves, eating and chatting away. Once they're done, Dan waves goodbye, and they decide to head out. Once evening strikes, the old grandpa is also done with his duty, and walks to his home, a pleasant smile on his face. Then he notices that same Corvette he had seen at noon, when that thug came to dump his trash. The old man approaches the thug, and reminds him that parking there isn't allowed. It blocks the entry and creates a hazard for children, so he suggests parking in the lot instead. The thug sneers, asking why he should listen to an old guy like him, making it clear he'll park his damn car wherever he wants. The old man tries to reason with him, but the blonde woman beside the thug threatens him, saying he's just a guard and wondering if he's trying to get fired. The old man keeps his smile, and calmly explains that he knows he's paid by the residents, which is why he's asking them to park elsewhere, to avoid causing trouble for others. The thug scoffs and says he won't park in the tiny parking lot, because if another car scratches his, who's going to reimburse him for the damages? The grandpa is left without an answer, and the blonde woman sneers, doubting that grandpa could cover the cost of the car. That's when Mr. Charles Lucky grabs the thug by the neck from behind. With a terrifying tone, he asks if this thug has no manners when speaking to his elders. The stupid head groans in pain and demands to know who's behind him. Charles Lucky leans in with a face that could scare ghosts, and simply asks why he wants to know. The thug is absolutely terrified by the look Charles Lucky is giving him. Our guy, Lucky, yanks the thug away, telling him to shut up and move his car. He makes it crystal clear, if he ever catches him harassing this gentleman again, he'll make sure they both get a brutal beatdown. That disgusting couple quickly scrambles into their car and speeds away. Lucky then smiles at the old man, asking if he's okay. Grandpa, unsure how to respond, just manages to say, "Thank you." Lucky then reminds Grandpa, Gene is my friend, and that he saw Gene working with him earlier today. Grandpa's mind immediately perks up, and realizes this is the same man who visited their home a while back to meet Gene. The scene then cuts to Mr. Cha's turf, where a lackey meets up with his boss. Cha is in good spirits, even with his fractured hand, just happy he can still enjoy a drink with his other hand. His lackey mentions that if he hadn't stepped in, Grandpa would have gotten into even more trouble with that little punk. Cha chuckles, nodding at his friend for his solid work, commenting on how disrespectful punks are nowadays. Suddenly, Gene abruptly barges in, and he looks utterly terrifying at first glance. Cha immediately starts sweating at the sight of our guy looking this serious. Because Jean is the absolute last person he'd want to mess with. He asks Jean why he's glaring at them like that. Oh, by the way, we've been calling this man Charles Lucky for a while now, since we don't know his actual name yet. Let's just call him Muscle Man for now. Jean pulls out his phone, showing a selfie of Muscle Man with Grandpa. It turns out, Grandpa had also told our boy one of his friends lives in the apartment where he works. Muscle Man starts blushing, feeling a mix of pleased and embarrassed. Meanwhile, Jean looks positively furious and demands if this is supposed to be a threat. Cha and his lackey are terrified Jean is taking this all the wrong way, and they absolutely do not want to get on our MC's bad side. As our boy's anger begins to boil over, Muscle Man begins to visibly stagger and quickly tries to explain it's just a gesture of goodwill, pleading with Jean to listen before acting. The scene then shifts over to SW Corporation, where GA is asking her guard how the kid is doing. The guard pauses, remaining silent for a moment, but then points out that the kid should be finishing up his training session with Team 3 now. GA then asks if Jean was taken to the hospital for a checkup. Here's what the doctor had to say. The bodyguard reports that Jean only sustained a few bruises, nothing serious enough to cause concern. BA reflects on how Jean rescued her just in the nick of time, and it's clear she's developing a soft spot for him. She tells her bodyguard to check in on Jean, just to be safe, since you never know what symptoms might develop after a car accident. He's worried that if the media discovers the crash was staged, and Jean gets hurt, it could cause a huge scandal. Honestly, I had a hunch from the start that the accident was staged, as they simply wanted to assess Jin's true caliber. We then see Jean, back in his school uniform, when Suk-ju asks him what's going on. Noting that Jean seemed to be holding back compared to their last session, Jean points out that he doesn't want to get on everyone's bad side. He then asks Suk-ju why he's still hanging out with the security team, since he initially thought that Suk-ju had already finished his security training and moved on. Suk-ju sighs and explains that, contrary to what Jean might have heard, he was never an official guard. He only started because of his family and growing up with Yena. Since he was naturally good at being a bodyguard, he stuck with it. He admits that after seeing how Jean rescued Yena from kidnappers, he realized he's not as skilled as he once thought, and felt he needed to improve. Suk-ju mentions that he got all his training from SW, but is curious about where Jean learned his moves, because he seems like a trained professional. Jean simply responds that he learned it on the streets, where he used to live. Suk-ju senses that Jean isn't telling him the full truth, but decides not to press him further. After they finish preparing in the men's locker room and head out, they find Yena standing outside, clearly eavesdropping. Jean doesn't bother to engage with her and continues walking, but Yena quickly speaks up, asking if he's not planning to try more field work today. Jean looks confused, and Yena blushes as she explains that she thinks it would be a good opportunity to hang out, and it won't take too long. Jean remains silent, and both her guard and Suk-ju stay quiet as well, after hearing her odd request. Later, a bunch of guards are stationed outside, while Yena and Jean stop by a stall to grab some food. Yena excitedly explains that she missed cup noodles and triangle kimbap so much while she was in the US. As Jean gazes at his triangle kimbap, an unpleasant memory flashes before his eyes. It's a painful recall of his food spilling from its wrapper onto the ground. Meanwhile, Suk-ju looks a tad bewildered by their chosen, rundown eatery. Yona notices his hesitation and asks Jean if he's not going to eat. Our protagonist then replies he doesn't think he should eat with her, as he's meant to be her guard. Yona is taken aback, but Suk-ju quickly steps in to explain that Team 3 is currently responsible for Yona's escort. Their mission is to blend in as her companions, while secretly guarding her from nearby. Yona charmingly agrees, telling everyone to just dig into the food. Meanwhile, Suk-ju reflects on how Yona deliberately picked the convenience store near his home, on purpose. She knew he'd decline if she chose somewhere fancier. Yona then brings up the accident that occurred while Jean was escorting Jay. She asks if he's alright, and Jean replies that he's fine, still staring intently at his triangle kimbap inside its packaging. Yona then asks if Jay gave him a hard time. noting Jae's reputation for being super demanding and harsh. In response, Jean simply states that everything went smoothly. Yona finds this hard to believe. It doesn't sound like Jae at all. She comments that Jae only ever smiles when she's insulting someone. As they chat, Jean observes Yona's pleasant personality and finds himself drifting back into his own memories. He remembers her father, utterly exhausted and gravely injured, with Jean himself panting heavily, gun in hand, scanning for any lurking enemies. Her father tells him to leave him behind, insisting that at least one of them should survive. He adds that he doesn't have much time left, and even if he's saved today, he won't live much longer anyway. He reassures Jean not to feel bad about abandoning an injured man, because he's simply grateful that Jean stayed to help when everyone else refused. The father's only regret is not being able to see his daughter's face one last time before his end. Jean tells him to stop dwelling on his sadness and insists that since he's still alive, he should just stand up and go see his daughter. The father's face lights up at Jin's powerful words, feeling a glimmer of hope even amidst their despairing situation. The story picks up right where we left off. And as the haunting flashback finally fades, Jean turns to Yona and asks if they can talk alone for a moment. The girl is startled to hear this, repeating his question and asking if he means just the two of them. Jean gives a positive nod, prompting Sayok Ju to step away. He mutters something about giving them some space. Once Sayok Ju is well out of earshot, Yona immediately questions what's happening and why Jean suddenly needs to talk privately. In response, Jean drops a bombshell name. Inguk Sunday. Yona instantly realizes that's her father's name, leaving her utterly bewildered why Jean is bringing him up. Then, completely out of the blue, Jean asks Yona what her father was truly like. Yona's expression is purely puzzled, as she's completely unsure what Jin's angle is with all this. She eventually sighs, explaining her father was an incredibly busy man, often spending extended periods working overseas. They weren't particularly close, barely ever seeing each other. She continues, revealing her father eventually fell gravely ill, and doctors told him he had very little time left. Yet, despite the devastating news, he stubbornly kept working, collapsing sick while still abroad. She still struggles to understand why anyone would choose to spend their final days toiling away, instead of being with the people they love. She was actually on her way to visit him, since he couldn't manage the flight back home himself. But he tragically passed away before she ever arrived. She continues, her voice heavy, explaining that her father quite literally worked himself to death, never having one final moment with his own daughter. And, if she's truly being honest, she admits she still harbors resentment towards him for that. She's still utterly lost why Jean is asking about her father, but she confesses she wouldn't have opened up like this if our boy hadn't courageously saved her from those kidnappers. Back then, once again, Jin's mind flashes back to a bustling construction site. Her father is speaking to him once more. He says he's doing all of this because he desperately wants to help, and as a parent himself, deeply, he felt utterly compelled to do something for these children. It was the only way he could ever face his daughter again. He admits he hadn't been a good father to her, and if he had only known sooner, he would have spent every possible moment with her. To him, family was truly more important than anything else in the entire world. Back in the present, the moment shifts. Jean finally reveals to Yona that she was the profound reason her father worked, until his very last breath. This news utterly shatters the girl. She demands to know what on earth he's talking about. Jean then, with a solemn gaze, explains he's here to deliver the final request of his client. He reveals her father desperately wanted to tell her that he yearned to see her one last time before he died, regretting he couldn't make it happen. These were the very words her father wanted Jean to deliver. We flash back once again to the past, where her father tells Jean this is an official mission. He must carry it out, no matter the cost. He further adds that whether he lives or dies, Jean will be the one to deliver this message to her. Yona is utterly stunned that Jean met her father before he passed. After dropping this emotional bombshell, Jean simply grabs his bag and begins to walk away, leaving Yona wide-eyed as tears start to well up. She wonders if her father really did say those words. It seems like Jean is also going through his own development arc and has finally begun to understand something he previously missed. Back then, he's starting to see the true meaning behind the request he was assigned to fulfill. You see, whenever Yona's father tried to offer anything to Jean, it wasn't about making himself feel better, but simply because he wanted to protect Jean. Her father simply made that request to get Jean away from the battlefield, doing everything he could to help him. The next scene takes us to Jin's apartment. The doorbell rings, and Jin quickly opens the door, only to find his senior, Major Kong, standing there. Later, they sit down at the dining table in the living room, and Jin's grandpa is thrilled to finally meet Major Kong in person, after only talking on the phone previously. Major Kong apologizes for not coming sooner to say hello. He explains that he returned to Korea with Jin, but wanted to give him time to reconnect with his family first. Grandpa finds it surprising that the Major was here in Korea all along, and states he was eager to thank him in person. He remarks on how utterly shocked he was to learn about all the things Major Kong had done for Jin. Earlier, the old man had thought Kong was just an embassy employee, not the very person who brought Jin home. Major Kong happily explains that they wouldn't have survived without Jin's help, either. Well, it's actually true. And Kong reflects on how Jin essentially brought them back from hell, and he couldn't be more grateful for it. On the other hand, Grandpa nods in respect, and says that Jin might never have made it back home, if it weren't for Major Kong. He admits it's a bit late, but he thanks Kong again for everything he's done. Major Kong starts to sweat and looks quite anxious, quickly waving off their thanks, insisting there was no need. Still, Grandpa's curiosity piqued. He pressed on, asking how a military officer like him came to meet Jin. Major Kong initially looked flustered, unsure how to respond, but quickly composed himself. He explained that Jin had been their guide during their overseas deployment. Jin had pulled them out of a truly impossible situation, and Kong confessed they absolutely wouldn't have made it out alive without him. Grandpa then invited Major Kong to stay for lunch, remarking it was almost noon. Major Kong happily agreed. As he munched on some fruit, he turned to the little girl, asking if she was Jin's sister. The girl flustered slightly but quickly confirmed with a yes. Kong gave her a warm smile, telling her that as Jin's younger sister, that made her like a little sister to him as well. So, he jokingly added, now you've got two stylish bros to hang out with. How cool is that? The little girl, a bit awkward, still managed a polite response. After all, she was just a 17-year-old trying her best to be courteous, while a 36-year-old man was trying a little too hard to be hip. As noon arrived, the table groaned under the weight of delicious food, all thanks to Grandpa's surprisingly high-paying job as a security guard. Major Kong practically devoured the food with incredible enthusiasm, eating so fast that Grandpa looked genuinely bewildered, telling him there was no need to rush. Major Kong apologized, explaining he was just too excited, because he couldn't remember the last time he'd had a nice, home-cooked meal like this. Grandpa then gently asked if Kang's mother was no longer around. Kong replied she was alive, but, well, not exactly a culinary wizard. He and his father preferred to eat out instead, which spared them the awkwardness of pretending to enjoy her cooking. Getting a bit emotional, he added that the mess hall was genuinely the best part of being in the military, and he knew that sounded a bit tragic. Both Grandpa and the girl exchanged awkward smiles, while Jin quietly continued to eat his food. The good guy he is. In the next scene, Jin and Major Kong were hanging out outside. Kong expressed his sheer happiness at seeing Jin again, mentioning that the other guys also fondly remembered him. Jin's mind flashed back to all the pleasant memories of his fellow juniors being kind to him, and a genuine smile spread across his face. He then asked his senior what brought him here. Suddenly, Kong explains he was in the neighborhood on a business trip and figured he'd swing by to catch up with his junior, since he had a few days off after wrapping up his assignment. He's truly thrilled to see that. Grandpa and Jin's little sister are just so sweet. Jin smiles, touched by his words, and Major Kong grins back with the same vibrant energy. As his senior gets up to take his leave, Jin asks, already heading out? Kong nods, mentioning it's already quite late. Major Kong further elaborates that he'd absolutely love to sit and catch up more, but he has an appointment with his fiancée. This revelation completely catches Jin off guard, and he asks, "You're already engaged, senior?" Kong confirms it, leaving Jin utterly speechless, completely unsure how to react. Noticing Jin's stunned silence, Kong gets a little flustered and, with a hint of annoyance, asks if Jin is just jealous his senior finally found someone. Jin vehemently denies it instantly, while Kong explains it's a somewhat old-fashioned arrangement, since their parents actually arranged it. He admits he's surprisingly glad about it, especially since he's always swamped with assignments to even date. With a final wave goodbye, he tells Jin to take good care of himself. Just as he's stepping out the door, Kong abruptly stops and calls out to Jin. Our boy quickly answers his senior's unexpected call, and Kong cryptically queries, if he's found the answers he's been searching for. To grasp what Kong is hinting at, the scene flashes back to a moment when Jean asked his senior about the true meaning of family. Back then, Kong found the question incredibly tough to answer and just stayed quiet. Now, in the present, Jean confirms he still doesn't quite grasp what family is all about, but he's definitely starting to get a feel for it. Kong is delighted by this and bids Jean a truly heartfelt goodbye. We then cut back to SW Corp, where GA apologizes to her visitor for the last-minute call, explaining she simply didn't have time to meet him anywhere else. And get this, to everyone's absolute surprise, the visitor turns out to be Major Kong himself. And he quickly reassures her there's no issue whatsoever. In fact, he's the one who reached out to her unexpectedly, and he's just thrilled she could spare some time for him. As she settles into her seat, she mentions she's heard Major Kang's been deployed overseas quite a bit lately, so he must be swamped with work. The Major scratches his head, humbly replying, he's sure he's not nearly as busy as she is, claiming he's just scrambling to be useful. She tells him to stop being so modest, knowing full well how packed his schedule truly is. Kong just grins sheepishly in response, while she thinks to herself that she never imagined she'd actually end up with a military man, and they wouldn't have even met if their parents hadn't arranged it. She then wonders just how many times they've seen each other, and Kong immediately responds, exactly 14 times. She then points out that this is simply far too little time, considering they've been engaged for over a year. She then remembers one more thing, and states she has a favor to ask. The Major quickly perks up, telling her to just name it. That's when she slides across a profile of our boy, and as he glances at the document, she points out that it's about the boy in the picture, and she wants him to look into his records. Of course, Kong doesn't need to look into anything, since he already knows everything about Jean, but he remains silent about it. She then mentions that this boy is Yona's classmate, and that they've discovered Jin's records are fake. She's been trying to investigate it herself, but the authorities won't let her, so she thought it might be better to leave it in Kang's capable hands. Kong, however, apologizes and makes it clear he won't beat around the bush. He simply can't help her with this. Ga's eyes widen in surprise, and she remains silent for a moment. Then, she turns her head away, a bit annoyed, and tells him that if he doesn't want to tell her anything, he doesn't need to get all dramatic about it. The poor guy trembles with anxiety and nervousness. He surely doesn't want to upset her. A few days later, Jean receives a phone call. Major Kong and his men, who were on a mission, have now gone missing. The scene flashes to Major Kong and his soldiers, carefully treading their way, guns pointed. But then we also see enemy soldiers lurking in the woods. One of the enemy soldiers reports that Kong and his team have been driven into the target zone. The boss flashes a wicked grin, hearing this pleasant news, and he's absolutely itching to hunt them down. Back with Jean, he asks the caller if Major Kong is in danger. The caller confirms that Kong is, indeed, in grave danger. Oh, and by the way, the one who called our boy is Yonu's grandfather. He's also SW Corporation's director. According to their intel, Major Kong and his men were ambushed by hostile armed forces during their mission. They're being chased by the enemy and forced into a desperate fight. Meanwhile, the military is preparing to extract Major Kong and his troops. The director explains he's sharing this information because he knows Jean has a close bond with Major Kong. Jean quickly puts two and two together, realizing that if the director felt the need to inform him, the chances of Kang's survival aren't looking good. The old man sadly confirms, saying he called Jean to prepare him for the absolute worst. Jean remains silent, and the caller advises him not to jump to any rash conclusions and to leave the matter in the military's hands. He reminds Jean to remember he has a family to think about now. In the end, our boy agrees and hangs up. As he stands there, his mind flashes back to memories with Major Kong in the infirmary. Kong, with a big grin, reminds his fellow soldiers that he'd already told them Jean was Korean. And indeed he is. The other injured soldiers happily chime in, and they all find it incredibly hard to believe. And they wonder if Jean has actually regained his memories. Once Jean was sitting alone, Major Kong approached him and told him to take his time, and not to force himself to remember anything. He then asked Jean if Li Jinyu was his real name, which Jean immediately confirmed. In another memory, Jean and his colleagues are in the game room, struggling to win even a single game. The atmosphere is lighthearted, yet filled with comedic despair, as they continue to lose game after game. In one particularly vivid memory, Major Kong comes rushing in, bursting with excitement, and hastily reveals to Jean that they've found his family. He explains they discovered Jean has a grandfather and a younger sister. Our boy remains quiet and seemingly unshocked, but his other friends are absolutely overjoyed. They smile and congratulate him warmly, and are happy for him that he'll now be able to lead a normal life once again. In the present moment, Jean feels a sharp pang of sadness from the news about Major Kong. He's completely lost deep in his thoughts when Daehoon calls him, breaking his reverie for dinner. Grandpa quickly reminds him to hurry before the food gets cold. Jean finally exits his room, standing completely silent. The others are puzzled by his unusually quiet behavior and ask if he's not going to take his seat. Jean snaps out of his deep contemplation and eagerly sits down right next to his sister. As they settle, Grandpa shares that the other guards are envious that his grandkids actually come to eat with him. Daehoon finds it odd that anyone would be jealous of that and assumes all kids visit their grandparents. But sadly, the old man shares that's not the case, and none of the other grandkids visit as often as she does. Daehoon is pleasantly surprised and excitedly declares she'll visit again soon with lunch boxes. Meanwhile, Jean isn't quite in sync with the current mood. He suddenly calls out to Grandpa, who asks what's on his mind. Jean asks how Grandpa feels about helping someone who once helped him. The old man thinks for a moment and replies that there's no simple answer. It depends on the nature of the help he received and how he can offer assistance in return. What is clear is that the person who helped you had a lot more to lose and didn't expect anything in return. While helping, he further explains that the true value of a kind deed is not measurable, and eventually, Jean will find that there will come a time when he needs to repay someone for their kindness. All in all, if you can't help someone entirely, you should at least try your best to return the favor. Grandpa starts feeling a bit embarrassed after his heartfelt words and apologizes if he rambled too much, because he's not the best at putting perspectives into words. Jean simply responds that he understands everything very well and is genuinely glad to have met someone like Grandpa. The old man looks unsure where all this flattery is coming from, but he thanks his grandson and states that hearing Jin's words means a lot to him. Suddenly, Daehoon notices her brother looking at her, and Jean also tells her he's also glad to have a sister like her. Daehoon goes silent for a moment, then blushes deeply, because she is not the type to handle this much flattery all at once. Later, once Jean gets back into his room, he talks to his senior and lets him know that he is going to help Major Kong. He pleads with his senior, begging him to make any arrangements possible. It looks like the director isn't keen on sending our guy into the fray, but it seems he has no other option. The scene shifts back to the woods, where we find Major Kong utterly spent, gasping for air, trying to catch his breath. He then orders everyone to rest for a moment and tells one of the soldiers, Seok Yun, to scan the perimeter, while Jasuk and Sukial are dispatched to check the enemy's proximity. One of the soldiers speaks up, mentioning that everyone is utterly wiped out, and Gwangsik has lost a significant amount of blood, but the senior responds that they must reach the next checkpoint to await rescue. The soldier asks if they can even make it, since they're nearly out of rations. The senior grows agitated, his teeth grinding together. The scene then cuts to the enemy base, where one of their soldiers reports to the boss. Kang's party is on the verge of collapsing. The boss admits he's impressed they've lasted this long, and confesses he would have suffered greater losses if Kang's party weren't burdened with protecting civilians. Plus, Major Kong is unfamiliar with this land, which gives this eye patch bastard a clear advantage in this fight. Suddenly, the man's eye begins to throb under his eye patch, and he can't help but feel utterly agitated as the image of our boy flashes through his mind. It seems our guy is the one who took this bastard's eye. Later, we see a plane soaring through the skies, and inside, our boy sits in his soldier uniform, gun in hand. It's clear he's familiar with the land he's headed to. You see, this region is known as Gryan, one of the places where Jean had operated as a mercenary before he boarded the plane. The director's assistant explained that Major Kong and his men were deployed to extricate a group of researchers gathering data on the region's minerals. The rescue mission was successfully underway, but then the troops were ambushed by an unidentified armed force. The assistant also mentioned they prepared the list of items our boy requested, and the military forces of both nations have agreed to assist in securing his passage to the region. Lastly, the director asks our boy one final question, inquiring if he's absolutely sure about his decision, and Jean quickly replies that he is. With that, we're back in the plane, and the sirens begin to blare as they reach the checkpoint. It's finally time for our hero to leap into action. The scene cuts back to school, where the lecture drones on as usual. Our resident bullies are, naturally, slacking off. And unsurprisingly, young Chan is diligently taking notes. Yona, on the other hand, is perplexed, wondering why Jean isn't in class, and hasn't responded to her messages. We're back in the woods again. As our protagonist moves with caution, he spots bullet casings scattered all around. Scanning the area, he realizes that Major Kong hasn't reached the second foothold, but after seeing the remnants of battle here, he deduces the Major must have already pushed onward to the third foothold, having already departed from the second. Meanwhile, deeper in the woods, soldiers are exchanging heavy fire. Major Kong is reloading his magazine, while the enemy keeps up a relentless barrage. One of the enemy soldiers is even armed with an RPG. Seeing this, Kong is momentarily stunned, but he wastes no time, and quickly aims at the RPG soldier and fires, hitting him squarely in the head. The RPG also detonates right after the soldier is shot in the head, creating a massive explosion and sending debris flying everywhere. Many enemy soldiers are taken down, and Major Kong and his squad continue their deadly barrage of bullets. Once all the current enemy soldiers are neutralized, those hiding behind them hesitate to advance and eventually retreat. Kong quickly calls for a status report. The soldier reports that no one else has been injured, but their ammunition is running dangerously low. It's difficult to say for sure, but they might not have enough for another skirmish. Kong then asks how far the next foothold is. The soldier replies it's about 8 kilometers southwest, with an estimated travel time of 3 hours and 20 minutes. Kong is far from thrilled to hear this, because covering that distance on foot with civilians and wounded men, especially in such a dense jungle, is far from easy. The soldier also notes that the enemy seems to be using a pattern of ambush and retreat instead of launching a full-scale attack. Kong grits his teeth after realizing the enemy is deliberately trying to wear him down right from the start, and they are even ready to sacrifice as many men as it takes to achieve their objective. He realizes these men aren't fighting like trained soldiers, but are being strategically deployed by someone with serious tactical skill. At first, the attack seemed totally random, but after just a few skirmishes, Kong noticed a chilling pattern. The enemy's relentless pursuit forced his retreat from the first foothold, then to the second, and now they're pushing him back from the second foothold too. What's more, the enemy is hunting them down, as if they already know every inch of the path. His best bet now is to fortify the third foothold and desperately hope a rescue party arrives in time, no matter the cost. Kong is determined to get his men home safely. Meanwhile, back at the enemy's base camp, a soldier reports to their leader that the enemy is following their predicted course, and he's already positioned troops to cut off their escape. The man with the eye patch just grins, utterly unsurprised by this development. After all, there weren't many routes the enemy could have taken. Suddenly, a mercenary bursts into the tent, demanding to know how many more of his men must die needlessly. He questions why the eye patch won't just let them charge in full force, instead of sacrificing themselves just to retreat. The eye patch then shoots the mercenary a deathly glare, causing him to tremble and fall silent instantly. The eye patch's aura becomes even more chillingly intimidating. As he explains, they're up against a highly experienced special forces unit. Charging them without a strategic maneuver would have already decimated all their troops, leaving them with no men to fight and no territory to call their own. But then, the eye patch starts smiling again. Returning to his disturbingly normal demeanor, he assures his mercenary friend that none of them will matter to him from this point onward. With those chilling words, someone shoots the poor man in the head, and he crumples to the ground. Guess he really won't have to worry about anything from now on. The leader exits his tent, and we see that other mercenary group members have also been captured. He finally gives the green light to hunt down Major Kong and his party, but also orders his soldiers to dispose of these useless fools before they go. A while later, we see Kang's party, all looking utterly exhausted. One of the soldiers comments they've covered half the distance, and will definitely reach the foothold on time if they keep up this pace. Kong, ever vigilant, decides to slow their pace slightly. Turns out the enemy knows this terrain intimately, but our heroes don't. They even know the exact path Kang's party is taking right this moment. Cutting back to the eye patch man. He's absolutely vibrating with pure glee. He's utterly reveling in the thrill of the hunt and eagerly anticipates the moment he'll snatch his prey, just when they think they've finally escaped. He can barely contain his explosive excitement, imagining how those fools will feel when they realize they've been completely screwed from the start. He's so thrilled, he orders his soldiers to inform the others that their prey will be arriving any moment now. Meanwhile, Kong and his party continue making their way through the terrain and stumble across the brutally slaughtered bodies of mercenaries scattered on the ground. Every single one is dead, and Kong is left bewildered, with absolutely no clue what's happening. It seems our boy is the one who took all those soldiers down. Back at the enemy base, a soldier delivers some bad news to the leader. Apparently, the Alpha unit was waiting for the ambush, but they've lost all contact with them. The boss is instantly jolted in shock, demanding to know how this could possibly be true. The soldier explains that they've tried multiple times to reach the Alpha unit, but have been unsuccessful. The eye patch man grits his teeth in frustration and angrily asks about the Delta unit, demanding to know if they are right behind the Alpha unit. The soldier replies that the Delta unit is closing in on the target, with almost 2 kilometers left to go. The boss orders his men to get in touch with the Delta unit and ensure they catch the prey, no matter what. But then, he decides to contact them himself. Once the transmission is set up, he tells the Delta unit to report back. The man from the Delta unit reports back promptly, saying they're under heavy fire. The big boss is absolutely stunned to hear this, and demands to know what the hell he's talking about. In response, the man explains that they were ambushed while en route to the target. The big boss then asks who they're fighting, and the reporter responds that they have no clue about their enemy. But before he can say anything more, there's a loud bang, and the transmission abruptly ends. The big cheese is left gritting his teeth in utter frustration, absolutely annoyed by the fact that they're the ones being hunted. Meanwhile, we see our boy, and it's clear he's the one causing havoc among the enemy ranks. And enemy soldiers unleash a relentless storm of bullets, but Gene dodges every single one with incredible finesse. It's honestly a mind-boggling sight. Gene knows Major Kong will need about 30 minutes to reach the third foothold, so he plans to keep the enemy soldiers fully engaged until then, ensuring his friend and the rest of the team escape safely. He then smoothly slides across the ground, swiftly aiming his gun at the enemy forces. He locks onto his target and takes the shot, dropping one of them instantly, without missing a beat. He aims at the second soldier and takes him down too. The soldiers quickly pinpoint the source of the sniper fire, but before they can react, Gene unleashes his own barrage of bullets, blowing them away. More soldiers appear and immediately start bombarding Gene with a fresh wave of bullets. He ducks down to shield himself, with bullets flying everywhere except hitting their mark. Gene begins running, confident the enemy won't be able to track his route in this challenging terrain. He plans to use this to his advantage and strike from another direction. Meanwhile, Kong and his soldiers hear the heavy firing from a distance. A soldier reports that the gunfire is coming from the route they just passed. Kong is baffled, because the mercenaries were already dead before he arrived, and now there's intense fire coming from the direction they just came from. He shares his confusion with his friend, saying he can't make sense of it yet, but they'll wait at their current position until the rescue party finally arrives. As they wait, Kong begins to hear loud bangs once again, and enemy soldiers are dropping dead left and right. All thanks to our boy, the enemy retaliates with gunfire, but my guy quickly ducks behind some rocks. He reveals to us that the enemy has figured out he's the only one attacking them, and he's been outnumbered from the start. However, they're starting to panic because their numbers have dwindled to half. He spots 3 more soldiers who don't seem to know his exact location. With quick precision, he takes aim and shoots them down immediately. He then glances at his watch and sees that there are still 14 minutes left until the rescue team arrives. As the sun begins to rise, our soldiers keep a close watch on the enemy. One of them announces that the rescue unit will be landing soon. The civilians breathe a collective sigh of relief at this news, but Kong swiftly reminds his relieved soldiers to stay alert until they're safely out of this mess, especially now, given his gnawing gut feeling about the sudden halt in gunfire. Suddenly, their transmitter crackles to life. From the other side, a voice reports, "This is Gene, and he's just 3 minutes away." A soldier notes the name sounds strikingly familiar, and it doesn't take Major Kong long to connect the chilling dots, realizing exactly who was behind all that gunfire. The same gunfire that abruptly stopped. He sees our boy walking toward them, hands raised high in the air. Major Kong peers through his sniper rifle scope and confirms it's indeed Jean. The other soldiers also confirm it's Jean, but they have no idea what he's doing here. Major Kong is still reeling in utter disbelief, and he surely doesn't want to believe his own eyes. Right on cue, the rescue helicopters swoop onto the scene. Kong rushes over to Jean, grabbing him by his shirt, and sternly demands to know what the hell he's doing here. And why did you come? Jean remains calm, and simply states he knows this region better than anyone. Kong reminds him he doesn't need to be here anymore, since he's transitioned away from a mercenary life. In response, Jean explains that this is exactly why he came, because he didn't want to live a life full of regret. You see, ever since our boy heard that Major Kong and his men were in dire danger, he knew he would regret it for the rest of his life if he didn't come to their aid. Kong just gets even more utterly furious, reminding Jean that he's just a kid. But despite his anger, he pulls Jean into a tight hug. Tears stream down his face as his emotions finally overflow. Finally, the chopper touches down, and the rescue team quickly spreads out to tend to the survivors and offer aid. Meanwhile, back with our eye patch guy, his lackey reports that the Alpha unit has been utterly wiped out, and 17 out of 20 Delta troops are dead. Although he's not completely certain, he's confident Alpha was annihilated instantly, and Delta was ambushed viciously while on the move. The eye patch guy grits his teeth in utter, seething frustration. After hearing the report, his anger is certainly understandable, because everything was going perfectly according to his plan, and his prey was moving just as he expected, and there were no reinforcements nearby. He just had to wait for the perfect moment to strike. But somehow, someone managed to decimate Alpha and nearly wipe out Delta too. The only combat he'd ever seen like this was from the one who messed up his eye. As he remembers Jean, his eyes begin to throb once more, and then it finally clicks. Our boy must be behind all of this chaos. His lackey quickly notices the eye patch's unusual behavior. The eye patch then points out that this is exactly the kind of combat 001 was known for. The lackey reminds him that 001 was terminated years ago, but the boss tells him to check again. He orders his lackey to analyze the current situation, considering the possibility that 001 might still be alive. The scene then cuts to the SW Cooperation Training Area, where guards are diligently going through their daily routine. Among them are Sukju and Jean, with Yona watching from the sidelines. The training involves some running and rope climbing. Sukju seems unable to take his eyes off Jean, likely because he struggles to keep up. After the rope climbing, the next exercise is desk jumping. Sukju and Jean stand shoulder to shoulder, ready for the challenge as they start running at incredible speed. Jean effortlessly outpaces his peers, leaping over desks with such ease, as if he was born for it. The spectators on the sidelines, including Yona, watch in awe, marveling at how Jean seems to excel at everything he does. Once they finish the course, the group takes a moment to catch their breath. Sukju is panting heavily from exhaustion, but when he glances at Jean, he's shocked to see that Jean hasn't even broken a sweat. In the men's locker room, Sukju continues to observe Jean, fascinated by his prowess. That's when he notices a spot of blood on Jin's arm and points it out. Jean also takes notice of the bloodstain, but quickly brushes it off, saying it's nothing and simply puts on his school coat. Sukju, however, is blown away, realizing that only a deep wound would bleed so much. Yet, Jean managed to outperform everyone in training despite the injury. Sukju then speaks from the heart, and points out that whenever he looks at Jean, he feels like he's been stuck in a small pond his whole life. He doesn't know much about our boy, but he's sure that Jean is no ordinary Joe. It's obvious he's been in this game for a long, long time, especially after seeing how he saved Yona, and how he absolutely crushed the entire training session. He then explains that ever since he was little, everyone called him a prodigy. But seeing Jean has forced him to face his own limits, which is incredibly frustrating for him. He makes one thing very clear, though. He won't let our boy outshine him in training. Jean then asks if that's why he's been watching him so closely. Ju gets a bit flustered after being called out, but Jean points out it's kinda hard not to notice when Ju tries to one-up him in every single training session. Still, our boy admits he gets it, understanding Ju can't help but compare themselves since they're the same age. Ju stays silent after hearing that, which pretty much confirms he's totally comparing himself to Jean. Anyway, our boy then asks Ju if it's really true that he's more than just Yona's bodyguard, and has been trained as her aide since he was young. Ju says he's not sure who told our boy this, but it's actually kinda true. His grandfather is the chief secretary to the chairman of SW Corp, and his dad works alongside him as an aide. It was decided early on that Ju would join SW Corp someday, and since he and Yona grew up together, he was trained as her personal aide to assist her when it was time for her to take on a role at SW Corp. That's when our boy admits he has no idea how to be an aide, and wouldn't even know where to start. With that in mind, he states that they each have their own roles to play. Just as our boy is walking away, Ju quickly catches up and declares, "I'm not going to let Jean beat me in training or sparring." Jean looks at his friend and simply smiles. After all, a bit of healthy competition and rivalry never hurt anyone. Once they step out of the men's locker room, Yona is waiting outside. As usual, she gives both of them props for a job well done in training, then turns to our boy, asking if he's been busy lately, since they haven't seen him at school for a while. Jean simply says he had something to take care of. Yona stays silent for a moment, and then, suddenly, his phone rings. The caller ID shows it's Major Kong. Our boy answers the phone, and Major tells him that the doctors just reported that Guangxik's operation went smoothly, and there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Jean looks pretty pleased to hear that. Major Kong then continues, explaining that if they hadn't arrived back in the nick of time, Guangxik might not have made it out alive. So he's alive and well, all thanks to our boy Jean. Kong thanks him profusely, not once, but twice. He says if Jean hadn't been there to rescue them, the entire unit would have been in grave danger. The rest of the guys in the group are just as grateful. The other guys in the background quickly start showering our boy with heartfelt gratitude. But then, suddenly, Major Kang's demeanor turns serious. He tells Jean he doesn't want to see him out in the field again. He admits it sounds funny to say that, right after Jean just saved everyone's behinds, but it just doesn't sit right with him. He points out Jean now has a family and a whole new life ahead. But our boy gently reminds the Major that it was because of him that he found this family in the first place. So he's pretty sure he made the right call by stepping onto the battlefield when he did. Major Kong can't help but crack a small smile, and he thanks Jean once again for making the right choice. Jean then hangs up after a final goodbye, and when we look ahead, we see Yona standing there, looking utterly clueless. She seems a bit startled, probably because she's never seen him smile like that. Yona then frantically asks Jean if he needs to rush back home, to which he replies, nope, because his friends are waiting for him at the game room. Intrigued, Yona quickly says she wants to go there too, but it seems Ju isn't so sure they should head over. Eventually, they make their way to the game room. When our boy steps inside, he's momentarily startled by the chaotic scene. Ju and Yona look just as bewildered. The game room is a complete disaster. Peripherals are scattered all over the ground, and one of the staff members is busy trying to clean up the aftermath of what looks like a full-blown fight. Ju asks the manager what in the world happened. The annoyed manager explains that a group of kids in uniforms, just like theirs, were quietly gaming, until a bunch of kids from another school barged in and started a full-blown brawl. It ended up in a huge, chaotic mess, and now they're left to clean up all the chaos. It looks like our two beta bullies and Yang-chan might have. They've landed themselves in some seriously deep trouble, and Jean seems to have a pretty good idea of what just transpired. We finally catch up with Yang-chan, who's sprinting at full throttle. Even though he's gasping for air, he dashes through the streets and quickly slips into a dark alley. While cowering in the corner, he is absolutely terrified as the thugs chasing him continue their relentless search. To understand how Yang-chan landed in this mess, let's rewind a bit. We see the entire gang of thugs surrounding the beta bullies. The bullies are trying their best to fight back, but they're hopelessly outnumbered. Orange Head tells Yang-chan to just run, and Blondie even tells him not to tell Jean about this. So he has abandoned his friends in the middle of the fight and is now trembling at the thought of how those beta bullies will handle an entire gang of kids from Gosok Tech. His phone rings abruptly, scaring the living daylights out of him, and it's our boy Jean calling back. Meanwhile, with the beta bullies, Jae-hyung knocks out a thug with a single, powerful punch, but then takes a heavy blow from another guy. He quickly retaliates with a kick to the gut, sending the thug tumbling backward. Meanwhile, Blondie is also taking down thugs left and right. After taking down many of these guys, the duo looks completely exhausted, However, the sheer number of thugs they're facing is overwhelming. One thug stands behind his lackeys and mocks our duo, saying their effort wasn't half bad, and that he finally sees some truth to the reports of his boys getting beaten. Apparently, this man is the infamous Inchan Gu, the top dog of Gosok Tech, and even our beta bullies had never imagined they would have to go against the infamous Inchan Gu and his goons. One day, while Orange Head continues to taunt him, asking if he's afraid of embarrassing himself in front of his boys, Inchan takes the bait and charges at them like a raging bull. As soon as he swings his fist with incredible speed, Orange Head sidesteps it effortlessly. He then balls up his own fist and delivers a devastating blow, but Inchan quickly blocks it. Orange Head then swings again, which only frustrates Inchan further. Inchan Gu swings back at Jae-hyung, but he delivers a crushing whack to the thug's face. Jae-hyung seems utterly spent, unable to land a single decent blow anymore. But just then, a shockwave hits him. Inchan Gu snatches his leg right out of the air. Grinning like a maniac, he taunts Jae-hyung, telling him he's as good as dead. And with that, Inchan Gu unleashes a brutal punch, leaving Jae-hyung's face a gruesome, bloody mess. But this monster isn't done yet. He follows up with a vicious knee smash, sending Jae-hyung skidding across the hard ground. Meanwhile, our blondie is also in deep trouble. He takes a skull-crushing blow from a thug sneaking up behind him, completely distracted and worried sick about his friend. Once he's down, the thugs begin pounding on him relentlessly. Inchan Gu also continues to beat the living daylights out of Jae-hyung, his shoes now thoroughly caked in blood and grime. He shows no mercy, crushing Orange Head's skull with pure, vicious intent. Suddenly, another lackey appears from behind, informing Inchan Gu that Taisu wants these guys delivered to him. The other lackey then asks, "What about the one who got away?" Inchan Gu instructs him to tell everyone to gather at the club and start chasing that third guy. It seems they're talking about young Chan. And it looks like this scaredy cat has finally run into our boy. He fills everyone in on what went down, how the Gosok Tech guys burst in and ambushed them, and how they seemed furious about something that happened a few days ago. He further explains they were completely caught off guard. But Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin quickly managed to fight back, until Inchan Gu made his appearance. Jin has no idea who Inchan Gu is. So the scaredy cat explains that Taisu is the boss of Gosok Tech, and Inchan Gu is his notorious right-hand man. They're so notorious, gangsters recruited them, even before they graduated. He explains that a full 20 of them were waiting in ambush, and Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin told him to run away. 2 of them faced off against all 20, and made him promise not to tell anyone. Scaredy cat admits it's all his fault, because Jae-hyung helped him when the Ghost Sock guys tried to mess with him earlier. Jin finally asks where he last saw Jae-hyung and Hyuk-jin. The scaredy cat quickly explains he left them in an alley by the subway station, which is also their usual route to the game room. Jin begins to walk forward quietly, not saying a single word. Young Chan tries to ask where he's going to find them, and this scaredy cat still looks terrified, convinced that even Jin couldn't handle 20 guys on his own. The Ghost Yak guys are absolutely notorious for being tough, since most of them dive headfirst into gangs. But then, our scaredy cat's mind flashes back to all the happy times he shared with his friends, with those cherished moments in his heart. He steals his resolve, shakes off his worries, and confidently joins Jin's fight for justice. The two then start to walk away, leaving Yona behind, completely bewildered. Sukju, on the other hand, remains standing quietly. But then, his bodyguard asks if he's not joining his friends. Sukju is visibly startled by the question, and the bodyguard repeats his question once more, asking why he isn't going with his classmates. The bodyguard then flashes a grin, telling Sukju to snap out of it. He reminds Sukju that, even if he hangs around suits like himself, he's still a high school kid, just like those two. Sukju pauses, thinking for a moment, and then a smirk spreads across his face as he makes his decision. He turns to Yona, letting her know he'll be back in a few minutes, assuring her it won't take him long. The girl is completely caught off guard by his sudden change in demeanor, and as he walks away, she thinks to herself that she's never seen such an expression on his face before. Suddenly, Yona announces that she's tagging along too, but her guard quickly cuts her off, saying she absolutely cannot get mixed up in any trouble, and he's sure those two can handle it quite easily. Yona is clearly annoyed by her guard's party-pooping attitude, quickly turning her gaze away to express her frustration, leaving the poor guard sweating profusely. Meanwhile, Young Chan is still worried, knowing Jin is a hardcore fighter, but isn't sure if he can handle 20 guys alone. His worries, however, seem completely unwarranted. When he sees Sukju joining them in their cause, Jin glances over his right shoulder, and Sukju simply states that he's joining as well, since they are his classmates too. This brings a satisfied smile to Jin's face, and the trio struts down the path with full confidence. Once the trio finally arrives at the scene, they find nothing but broken sticks and blood splattered everywhere. Young Chan is completely freaking out, convinced they were just here moments ago. He wonders if maybe they managed to escape. But Sukju quickly spots 2 smartphones and picks them up, explaining that it's more likely the thugs were taken away. Young Chan confirms these phones belong to the beta bullies, and Siwoo points out that the shattered phones on the ground were left there intentionally. Jin is also pretty sure he knows whose blood is staining the ground. Suddenly, some thugs casually stroll right into the street. They immediately spot our trio and quickly recognize their C1 high school uniforms. They also see Young Chan, who had fled earlier. The thugs immediately begin to close in on them, calling Young Chan every name in the book, and screaming they've been chasing him everywhere, just to find this little bastard. While Young Chan is completely rattled, Siwoo feels relieved they won't have to chase around for answers, since they can just ask these thugs where their friends were taken. Jin strides confidently toward one of the thugs, but that thug doesn't like our boy's attitude and tries to punch him, but Jin swiftly deflects the punch and lands a solid hit right to the thug's face. Another thug swings his fist, but Jin delivers a brutal whack to that one as well. He then grabs the thug by the head and smacks him with a powerful knee to the face. Meanwhile, Siwoo isn't holding back either. He's also taking down thugs with incredible precision and skill. Before long, all the goons are down for the count, completely smeared in their own blood. Young Chan's face has now moved from scared to utterly shocked as he watches Jin and Siwoo absolutely decimate the thugs. In no time, one of the goons groans in pain. Jin quickly approaches him, demanding to know where their friends were taken. The thug remains silent, looking both pissed and cocky. Even after his face is completely smashed up, he flashes Jin the middle finger, telling him to scram, to return the gesture. Our guy slams the thug down to the ground with incredible speed, leaving him unconscious with his eyes rolled back. Young Chan looks absolutely anxious, unable to believe how Jin just bashed the thug's face into the concrete. Concrete Blackhead decides it's time for him to handle the questioning. Figuring Jin isn't the best person for interrogation right now, we finally arrive at the club where all the goons have been gathered, and it's absolutely packed with these guys. In the center of this absolute chaos, we see the beta bullies being tossed around like trash. Young Chan tries to look up once he hears smashing sounds, and he is absolutely blown out of his mind when he sees this dude with full body tattoos, swinging a bat like a total madman. Blood splatters everywhere. This guy, swinging that bat, is Tae-sugi, the big boss of this entire operation, as he's busy pummeling someone on the ground. His lackeys arrive, announcing they've brought both thugs back. Hearing this, the man finally stops his assault. He tosses his bat aside and signals a lackey for a cigarette. The poor guy scrambles to fetch it for him. Meanwhile, Tae-sugi plops back down in his seat, and he is absolutely seething with rage. He's furious because he just took a ton of heat from his boss over rumors that our 2 bullies took down 10 of his guys. The scene flashes back to a tense meeting between Tae-sugi and his terrifying boss, Haisu. Tae-sugi is getting grilled about the rumors that 10 of their men were taken down by just 2 high schoolers. The boss is absolutely fuming, pointing out that most of their crew are Gosok Tech grads, all tough recruits. They're not supposed to be getting trashed by some random high school kids. He straight up threatens Tae-sugi, saying if this is how he handles things, his position might be on the chopping block. Back in the present, Tae-sugi is still fuming about the whole mess because of these 2 punks. He glares at them, asking if they're the ones who gave his guys such a hard time. The lackey nods, but then Tae-sugi asks where the third one is. Inchan anxiously adds that one of them managed to escape, but he's sure they'll catch him soon enough. The boss is floored by this news, clearly not expecting to hear they haven't caught all their targets yet. His reaction just proves how out of sync this situation is with what he had in mind. Inchan and his lackeys feel anxious, realizing Tae-sugi is in an unusually bad mood, likely because of what his boss said yesterday. So he decides to keep things smooth and offers a hasty apology, hoping to defuse the situation. Taesugi finally calms down and asks, incredulously, how he's supposed to believe that these flimsy little guys managed to take down 10 men. He demands to know where their other partners are. Jae-hong just tells him to screw off and gets a solid kick to the face for using foul language. Meanwhile, Taesugi is blowing off steam, puffing out smoke, and his lackey keeps beating both of our guys. Taesugi then puts out his cigarette and makes a proposition, stating that the first one to spill all the information gets to walk free, but the other will have to stick around as their pawn for a while. He also gives them a chance to run, but makes it clear that his men will drag them out of their school, and he's willing to make their lives miserable. That is when our blonde bully snickers, and both of the beta bullies can't help but laugh, so hard that it looks like they are about to lose their lungs while that does it. Taesu is about to blow his lid, and his lackeys know things are about to get real. As expected, the cocky leader quickly starts charging at our boys with a bat and swinging it down so hard that blood splatters everywhere on impact. Even the lackeys are getting concerned to see things spiral out of control. On the other hand, the bastard keeps beating the hell out of our beta bullies until he suddenly stops after sensing commotion nearby. When we look outside, the thugs who were loitering around the club are now sprawled on the ground inside. Everyone falls silent as they hear the door creak open. All eyes turn toward the entrance, and in strolls our trio, confidently, without a care in the world. The boss is fuming at the high schoolers barging in, and demands to know how these morons managed to take down the fools guarding the outside. On the other hand, young Chan is absolutely scared out of his mind when he sees both of his friends lying on the ground, covered in their own blood. Chan quickly points out that this is the same guy who got away earlier. The other lackeys in the club start snickering, mocking Seok-ju and Jin, saying they're really scared if these two were supposed to be the backup. Young Chan ran to get. Meanwhile, young Chan is about to crap his pants, second-guessing whether infiltrating this place was a good idea. After all, the boss drops his bat with a thud and says he's been in this business way too long, but he never thought he'd see the day when a bunch of scrawny ass punks would come marching into his club looking for trouble. He then turns to his underling and asks what he plans to do with these fools. In response, Chan quickly rallies his thugs, ordering them to bring our crew down to their knees. The lackeys charge at our boys, bats in hand, ready to finish this once and for all. At the same time, Khan feels a bit relieved. At least they'll finally wrap up this whole mess today, right? He doesn't even want to imagine what would have happened if this whole ordeal dragged on for another day. But little does he know, he and his lackeys are in for one heck of a ride. And as expected, Seok-ju and our main man have already started dropping these bastards left and right. Chun and his crew go absolutely pale. Even the other fools standing around are trembling in fear. Our boys quickly shrug off their bags, and Chun is absolutely boggled to see they've already taken down 4 of his guys. The rest of the lackeys rush toward them, but Seok-ju and Jin just coolly take their stances, ready to rumble. They start smashing down these thugs like they're nothing more than trash. Our guy leaps into the air like a ninja and delivers a devastating blow right to one thug's face. Seok-ju isn't holding back either, taking down these filthy thugs with single, powerful punches, sending them flying. Young Chan can do nothing but watch in amazement as his friends absolutely wreck the place. They're both taking down these thugs like it's nobody's business. The cocky leader sees his lackeys getting a thorough beating, and his cigarette drops from his wide-open mouth in shock. The beatdown continues, and eventually, all the thugs are down for the count. The big boss is in complete disbelief, wondering if this is even possible. He looks at our guys, and it's clear they've barely broken a sweat, yet they've just taken down 30 of his goons single-handedly. Our boy then starts to walk, and Chun, standing beside him, begins trembling as Jin quietly walks past him. It seems like he's going to let this one dude slide. Or at least, that's what I thought. Until Seok-ju steps in and delivers a brutal punch, knocking Chun down for good. The boss, now in a panic, grabs his bat and takes a firm stance, but Jin just keeps walking toward him. Once they're finally face to face, the boss quickly swings his bat, but Jin responds with a smack of his own. Jin then slaps the boss across the throat, grabs his head, and in his usual style, smashes the bastard's face into his knee, causing blood to gush from his nose. But this cocky guy isn't ready to go down just yet. He knows if his boss finds out about this, he's getting kicked out of the clan for good. So, he decides to play dirty, whipping out a dagger. He swings it at Jean, but Jean effortlessly snatches his hand and snaps it, leaving the poor guy whimpering in agony. To finish him off, Jean slams the guy down onto the pavement, finally taking down the cocky boss for good. This time, he's truly out of commission. Suddenly, the rest of those pathetic bullies start to stir. Young Chan quickly rushes over, asking his buddies if they're alright. But Blondie just gestures, asking if they look okay, especially after their faces were smashed in with a baseball bat. The orange-haired guy looks up and spots our main man. Once he catches Jin's eye, Jae Huang flashes a thumbs up and declares that in the game of life, Jin is definitely at the challenger rank. Even if he's only a bronze rank in the actual game. It's a pretty good jab, though. Siakju has no clue what the heck he's even talking about right now. In the next scene, we see both Tae-Soo and his underling Inchan getting absolutely pummeled by their boss's assistant, who is absolutely furious. He reminds them he told them to clean up their mess. But instead, they only made things worse. The two poor guys keep their heads down low, and Tae-Soo tries to slide out of it with a simple apology. Tae-Soo takes a brutal smack to the face from the assistant, who continues to pummel him like a crazy maniac. He then reminds Tae-Soo there's no room for apologies, because they're supposed to be expanding the business, while the Go Shang and Sung-Soo boys are out of commission. But instead, they're dealing with this whole mess Tae-Soo dragged into their family. By the way, Go Shang and Sung-Soo are the same guys our boy defeated when they attacked Mr. Cha's turf. Lucky watches in horror, as his boss gets pummeled like a sack of potatoes. Just then, the big cheese arrives and tells his assistant to stop beating up Tae-Soo. He reminds him that he made a huge mistake thinking Tae-Soo actually had any potential. Tae-Soo clenches his teeth while still lying on the ground. Meanwhile, the boss pulls out a cigarette while asking his assistant if he sent some men over. So the assistant confirms he has, and they've just set out, so it won't be long before they're back with those suckers who beat up their men. The man makes it clear they can't just sit around, especially not when these fools are already part of the family, and he can't stand anyone messing with his family. So he orders his lackey to ensure none of those bastards leave here in one piece. His assistant swiftly assures his boss he'll handle it. Back on Cha's turf, we see Muscle Man bursting into the club. He reports to Cha that he's figured out why the Hakwan Kim boys have been stirring up all this trouble. Cha asks for more details, and Muscle Man anxiously reveals that it seems one of their new members got into some trouble with that kid. Looks like Cha already knows who that kid is, and wonders to himself why they had to pick on that guy. A quick note, we just learned this Muscle Man's name is Young-Soo, so we will be calling him that from now on. Young-Soo then reveals that the kid absolutely decimated them, and now the rest of the family is out for blood. They don't want word getting out that their men got taken down by some high school kid. Cha lets out a puff of smoke and tells Young-Soo to round up some men, because things are about to get real. It wouldn't be surprising if he steps in to aid our boy. Young-Soo quickly states that he's already on it, and with a big smile, adds that some of the boys have dropped by to say hello. He mentions that, since Cha has already dealt with the Kim family in Gosan, all the former lackeys are back in the game. Cha starts to stand up, chuckling to himself. He points out that these damn fools are back, and just looking for an excuse to have fun and get drunk. He opens the door to find all the lackeys lined up, all glad to have their boss back. Cha stands tall, appreciating the crew and saying he's also glad to see everyone back. He acknowledges it's been a while since they had a blast together, but he suggests they tackle one quick job before catching up over some drinks later. On the streets, Yona and COQ find themselves suddenly surrounded by a group of thugs. The leader of the thugs smirks, clearly pleased that they didn't have to search far to find them. He mockingly apologizes for crashing their date, but warns that he's taking both of them with him. But before the thugs can make their move, a fleet of cars screeches to a halt around them. Out step a group of guards clad in sharp suits, quickly surrounding each and every thug. It's clear SW Corp has sent in reinforcements, and Yona's personal bodyguard looks absolutely furious at the sight of these lowlifes. And without a second thought, he violently seizes one of the thugs by the head. It's clear these thugs are already toast. Even Yona can't help but feel a touch of pity for these fools, and they have no clue what they've just walked right into. Later, we see a horde of Cha's lackeys, armed with bats, absolutely demolishing everything in their path. We also see Cha strolling right into the familiar club, the very same place where our boy and Shioko took down those 30 men. The gang leader is clearly utterly shocked to find Dushik Cha standing there. Even the two lackeys behind him are absolutely dumbfounded and terrified, realizing they're facing the boss of the Dushik gang, the toughest, most ruthless gangster in this entire part of town. The boss struggles to process it, asking Cha why he's even here, reminding him they never laid a finger on any of Cha's men, so there must be some colossal misunderstanding. Cha, utterly unfazed, calmly reminds him that he should have just let the kids sort things out themselves, because he finds it frankly childish for an adult to meddle in such trivial matters. Naturally, the boss of this turf is utterly bewildered to hear this, and demands to know what the hell that even means. But then, it swiftly clicks in his mind, and he asks, "Is Cha here because of our boy?" Cha smirks, a dangerous glint in his eye, and replies, "Since the boss of this turf got involved with that kid, it only makes sense for him to step in as well." Later, we find Dion happily devouring some delicious noodles and eagerly slurping down every last drop of the savory soup. She feels absolutely refreshed and utterly content. Jean watches her with a warm, beaming smile, glad to see his sister looking so genuinely happy. Dion feels a tad awkward after her burst of excitement and quickly explains she hadn't had cup noodles in ages. She was just a little too excited, that's all. But Jean gently reminds her he hadn't even said anything. Just then, his phone rings, and it's none other than Mr. Cha calling. Jean picks up, and Cha immediately cuts to the chase, asking what he's up to. Jean explains he's just having some ramen outside a convenience store. Cha then points out that ramen isn't exactly a grown-up meal, and offers to treat him to a proper dinner sometime, suggesting they go for some seriously good barbecue instead. Jean politely replies that he doesn't think that's necessary. Cha teases him, a smirk in his voice, asking if he's hesitant to have dinner with a gangster like him. Jean firmly responds he simply prefers ramen at a convenience store, especially since he's not fond of being treated to anything too expensive. Well, it seems Cha has no room for any argument anymore, so he relents and concedes. It's ramen. Then, once he finally ends the call, it's clear that Cha now completely dominates all Gaziak tech. The very next day, the school bell rings. The beta bullies quickly spring up from their seats, turning to young Chan, itching for some games. By the way, did you notice how these beta bullies always rock casual clothes, while the rest of the class sticks to a specific dress code? Is this a Korean thing, or did the writer just want them to stand out? Anyway, young Chan glances at Jae-hyung's fractured hand, and asks if he's even in any condition to play games. Orange Head quickly raises his hand, enthusiastically flicking his fingers around. He declares he's damn sure he can still play, because all his fingers are perfectly fine, so he can use a mouse just fine. Young Chan is totally baffled by it, seeing Orange Head try to flex his broken arm. Our boy, however, finds it a bit admirable. Blondie then warns Orange Head not to use his injury as an excuse during the game, because he already knows he'll blame his arm. After playing poorly, they then turn to Sukju, asking if he wants to join them. For a moment, Sukju looks startled, but Jae-hyung promises that snacks are on him today, as a thank you for all his help. Sukju is quiet for a moment, but then agrees to go in the end. Yonha also expresses her desire to join them. Blondie checks if she's sure about hitting the game room, and she confirms it, wondering if it's a problem for her to tag along. COQ then turns to our boy, asking if he's still at bronze rank. Our boy confirms he achieved bronze a while ago. COQ beams with pride, leaving everyone a bit puzzled by his reaction. Without further ado, he starts walking forward, ready to head to the game room. Jean can't shake the feeling that something's off about Sukju. Despite this, they all enjoy themselves in the game room, with Yeonhwa quietly observing behind them. Jae-hyung, in particular, is getting a lot of flack from his friends for being absolutely terrible at the game, almost worse than Jean himself. After some intense gaming, they grab snacks from the game room's canteen, continuing their fun while munching on chips and other goodies. Yona keeps glancing at Jean, her attention clearly focused on him. It's evident that something about him is capturing her interest. Eventually, they decide to head out. As Jean makes his way down the path, his phone rings. It's Dae-hyun on the line, and as soon as he answers, she quickly asks if he's planning to eat dinner out. Jean tells her he's almost home, and right as he says it, he spots Grandpa and Dae-hyun standing in the distance. Jean asks them where they're off to, and Dae-hyun and the old man reveal. They're heading out to grab some groceries for dinner. Jean decides to join them, but the old man worries he might be tired. Jean assures him he's fine, just hanging out with friends. At the grocery store, they diligently pick out everything they need. Once their shopping is done, Jean volunteers to carry all the bags. As they walk out, Jin's gaze lands on a shady figure standing nearby. The person wears a hoodie, exuding a serious, intimidating aura. Jean quickly realizes who this man is, and the figure greets Jean, calling him 001, making Jin's heart skip a beat. But the scene flashes back to the past, showing a younger Jean and the same long-haired man, who appears to be a fellow mercenary. In the present, Jin's reaction to seeing this man is immediate, and he starts walking straight toward him, leaving Grandpa and Dae-hyun puzzled by his behavior. Grandpa then curiously asks if this man is someone Jean knows. In response, Jean explains that they were teammates from back when he used to live elsewhere. The old man then tries to make a good impression by introducing himself as Jin's grandpa. The man responds with a pleasant smile, though Dae-hyun looks a bit startled and begins to step back. Meanwhile, the two exchange deadly glares. Grandpa points out that the newcomer must be tired from traveling, so he invites him to join them for dinner. However, the man politely declines, saying he was just in the neighborhood and thought he'd drop by to see Jean. Grandpa then decides to give Jean and his friend some space, so they begin walking off to let them catch up. Once they are left alone, the man smirks and points out that Jean seems to be doing well for someone who was supposed to be dead. Jean then finally speaks up, addressing this man as 06, asking how he managed to track him down. That is when the long-haired man reveals. The camp has discovered Jean is still alive, and they're actively searching for him now. He reassures Jean there's no immediate danger, however, since they haven't pinpointed his location yet. He explains he was already in the area on a mission, and just decided to drop by, especially since the camp was already looking for him. However, he warns Jean they'll catch up before long. It seems like the camp is preparing to send someone to deal with our boy, once they pinpoint his exact location. And it's only a matter of time before they put 006 on the job. Jean is alerted by the threat, but 006 just smirks, brushing off the tension, telling Jean there's no need to get defensive, since he's only here to catch up with an old friend. Jean remains quiet, a mix of weariness and curiosity flickering across his face. 006, meanwhile, suggests they grab a bite to eat, because he was so caught up tracking Jean down that he nearly forgot to eat himself. A short while later, we see the long-haired dude absolutely chowing down on that bowl of ramen, like it's no big deal at all, which even leaves our boy Jean a bit uncomfortable, watching this guy eat like he hasn't seen food in days. After that hearty meal, the long-haired man lets out a satisfying burp, and can't help but comment on how good it was. Jean agrees, saying not only is it delicious, but it's also convenient and packed with calories. The long-haired man then points out how Jean still pays so much attention to efficiency, even after quitting as a mercenary. Nevertheless, Jean gets serious and asks his friend how he found him, if the camp hasn't tracked him down yet. To which Longhair replies he already knew Jean was alive, because he knows him like the back of his hand. He then asks Jean if he's gotten his memories back, and our boy quickly says yes. 006 then mentions that even 032 probably knows Jean is alive too, though we can't predict how he'll react, since the news of our boy's death hit him pretty hard. Our boy then asks why he wasn't informed. About this, the blondie replies that the fewer people who know, the better, even if it's someone close. Jean then points out that he figured 006 would eventually realize he was alive, but didn't expect him to keep it secret from the camp. The blonde simply snickers and says he didn't expect this much from himself either. The scene then flashes back to the past, where everything is ablaze and soldiers are advancing. Massive explosions rock the battlefield, and we see Jean lying prone on the ground, gun clutched in hand. The blonde walks over to him, crouches down, and rubs the ground, noticing blood on the grass. This is a clear sign someone just tore through the area. But eventually, he just turns back, leaving our boy there in hiding. While crawling low through the grass in the present, the blonde admits he has no clue why he didn't take our boy back to camp when he found him back then, but he's actually quite proud of that decision. He explains they were trained like dogs, forced to obey the camp's commands, but he felt a strong camaraderie with Jean. But then the blonde gets really annoyed. crushing the can he's holding. He demands to know why Jean didn't stay hidden for good. Jean responds that he had no choice. The blonde then wonders if getting his memory back changed him, or maybe living in a place like this did. He just can't decide if it's for better or worse. Suddenly, Blondie's phone rings, and he promptly pulls it out of his pocket. After picking up the call, he doesn't say a word, and after listening, he simply puts the phone back. The smile on his face makes it seem like the camp might have already tipped him off to take Jean out as expected. He grabs a chopstick from the empty bowl, and after snapping it and sharpening it, he swings it down at Jean, but Jean quickly grabs his hand, stopping the sharp piece of wood just an inch from his eye. The bastard then tries to swing his other hand, but my guy quickly stops that too. The second piece of wood halts right before it hits his neck, while they're locked in this deadlock. The blonde apologizes, saying he had only come to say hello today, but the camp found out sooner than expected, and just gave him orders to wipe him out. Jean somewhat agrees, saying it can't be helped since orders are orders. Suddenly, a girl walks out of the grocery store, and when she looks over, she spots these two guys surprisingly tidying up the place. She can't help but blush, totally captivated by their striking good looks. After tossing the trash into the baskets, the blonde then comments that this is probably not the ideal spot to carry out their mission, especially on such short notice. The blonde then starts walking away, but before he leaves, he points out that he actually prefers this version of Jean, confident it's a significant improvement. He quietly walks off, and the scene swiftly cuts to the SW Corporation. Inside their intense training hall, we see Suk-ju pushing his limits with some hardcore exercise. Suddenly, his phone rings, and when he checks, he sees it's Jin's number calling. Suk-ju quickly picks up, immediately asking what's going on, since Jean rarely ever calls him directly. That's when Jean drops the bombshell. He needs a favor, and boldly states that he needs access to surveillance footage from a specific area, because there's someone he urgently needs to track in real time. Suk-ju is utterly startled by this sudden, unexpected request, and explains he'll need official clearance from his superiors, which will take time, and tracking someone's location is incredibly difficult. Suk-ju then asks when exactly he needs this by, and Jin's instant reply is, "I need it right now." The reason behind this intense urgency is that if 006 is truly in charge of this mission, he might go straight after Grandpa and Dayan first, but he wisely keeps this critical detail from Suk-ju. Suk-ju is utterly bewildered and dumbfounded, because he has no clue how he's supposed to pull off such a feat. The scene then swiftly transitions back to Cha's club, where the first thing we see is a close-up on Cha's face. His lackey, Young Soo, nervously reveals that Jean came by, asking to borrow the motorcycle, so he let him take it. Cha's face immediately twists into annoyance when he realizes his one and only bike has been taken by our boy. His lackey then nervously asks if he shouldn't have let Jean borrow it, to which Cha casually replies that it's absolutely fine. Besides, he never even rides it anyway. Young Soo then anxiously admits he was scared absolutely witless when Jean showed up so late at night. And after encountering Jean so many times now, all the kids in school uniforms make him totally jittery these days. We then see Jean zooming down the road, absolutely flying on the heavy bike. That's when Suk-ju urgently reports back, saying he's just sent the location data to Jean, and that the target hasn't moved for a while, so the intel should be accurate. Suk-ju looks absolutely exhausted after scrambling to prepare all that intel on such short notice, and he couldn't help but point out he's definitely sensing something sketchy about this guy. Jean pointed out his unusual awareness of the surveillance cameras, constantly changing his route. And that can only mean one thing. He's actively trying to cover his tracks. He then presses Jean, demanding to know who this man is, and why they're tracking him down. Jin's reply is simple. It's personal. Seok-ju doesn't bat an eye at his response, having already suspected as much. Once he hangs up, he thinks to himself, Jean is clearly up to something big, and he needs to move quickly to save time. Remembering Jean asked for the halfway point of the man's route. Ju also admits he tried to dig up more info on this newcomer, but couldn't find anything more about the foreigner on his own. Once Jean reaches the location, he stops and scans his surroundings, thinking that 06 must have arrived just recently, because if he had more time, he'd have already struck at his family. And just as that thought crosses his mind, the images of Dae-hyun and his grandfather flash vividly, and he's determined not to drag this out any longer, since he has people he needs to protect. Meanwhile, We finally catch sight of 006 preparing his guns and loading his magazine. Suddenly, his phone rings with an unknown number. He picks up, and the caller immediately reveals they've just found out 001 is alive and in Korea. Before the caller can say anything more, 006 quickly cuts him off, stating he's been with Jin since their early training years and knows everything about him. He goes on to explain that he just finished a job in the region and came to verify the news of Jin's survival. He makes it crystal clear that he can't just sit back, knowing a traitor is alive and thriving. And turns out, the caller is the same eye patch guy we've seen before. The caller then tells him he'll have to do whatever it takes to eliminate Jin, pointing out there's no one better for the job than him. He warns 006 to be extremely careful, as Jin was called 001 for a reason. Blondie then points out that a long time has passed since their early days, and the eye patch guy agrees, saying, Jin is bound to be rusty after hiding in the shadows for so long. With that, he ends the call, eagerly awaiting good news. The moment the call ends, Blondie glances at his phone screen, and his eyes widen in alarm as he spots Jin approaching from behind. He scrambles, desperate, to grab his gun, but before he can even react, Jin grabs him by the waist and slams him to the ground, leaving his weapon just out of reach. Both quickly spring back to their feet. 006 is clearly annoyed, muttering that he made sure no one was following him, and wonders if those damn cameras gave him away. As they face off, Blondie admits he knew Jin would come looking, but demands to know why he didn't waste any time, considering it hasn't been that long since they last said their goodbyes. Jin remains silent, and 006 assumes the new version of 01 doesn't talk much either. Both then quickly dash at each other, exchanging blows with such unbelievable speed that it's barely possible to even see them land. Jin finally deflects an incoming punch and throws one of his own, but Blondie effortlessly sidesteps it. However, Jin follows up with a powerful shoulder smash that sends Blondie staggering backward. Just as Jin attempts to kick him, Blondie grabs Jin's leg and brutally slashes it down with a dagger. Now that's a pretty scummy move. Not gonna lie, Blondie grins ear to ear, commenting that Jin's skills have actually improved, even more since their last training. As Jin tends to his injured leg, Blondie lunges at him again. Jin quickly steps back, narrowly avoiding the dagger as it zooms past his throat. They engage in an intense dance of hack and slash, with Blondie doing his absolute best to tag Jin with the blade. Eventually, Jin manages to take the dagger right into his shoulder, but before Blondie can attack again, Jin ducks down, grabs Blondie's hand, and gives it a satisfying twist, sending the dagger flying into the air. Blondie then kicks Jin hard in the chest, causing him to stumble back. He then quickly reaches for the gun, and once it's in his hand, he tries to take aim. However, he soon gets stabbed by his own blade, the very blade he lost jabs into his shoulder. Blondie continues to fire a barrage of bullets, even as Jin expertly dodges and weaves around him. The pistol eventually runs dry, and Blondie grits his teeth in frustration. He quickly throws the empty gun away. He snatches his suitcase and bolts. Jin's eyes widen, seeing the bastard making a frantic run for it, because if this man escapes, his family will be in grave danger. So he pushes through his injured leg, chasing him relentlessly, as Jin bursts out of the shelter. He spots Blondie trying to flee on Jin's very own bike. Jin feels a surge of despair watching his enemy escape on his precious Hayabusa. His mind flashes to his beloved sister and grandpa, smeared in blood. However, it looks like his worries are completely unwarranted, because just when Blondie thinks he's home free, someone slams into the bike with their car. Blondie goes flying over the car's roof, crashing hard onto the asphalt road. The car screeches to a halt, and Ju steps out, asking if he shouldn't have intervened. Jin, however, replies that he did a fantastic job. Ju gets back in his car, and as he drives away, he can't shake the feeling that something massive is unfolding. We then flash back to the moment Ju crashed into the bike. Once he steps out of the car, he checks on Jin, asking if he's alright. Jin assures him he's fine, despite the injuries to his shoulder and neck. Ju, however, is concerned, noting Jin definitely doesn't look okay. Ju then looks at Blondie, sprawled out on the ground, bloodied and seemingly down for the count. Poor Ju begins to worry he might have hit him too hard. Jin then tells his friend to just leave. Ju is initially bewildered by this request, but the serious look in Jin's eyes convinces him to comply. As he drives away, he can't shake the feeling that the man Jean is chasing seems like a typical tourist in the SW Corp database, but he doubts that's the whole story. He then suddenly remembers the wrecked car and starts to worry about how he'll explain the damage. We return to the shelter where 006 is tied to a chair, bloodied and looking utterly disheveled. Jean stands over him, calm and collected, telling him he can look up now because he knows he's awake. 006 starts to laugh, saying he never expected our boy to be working with a partner and should have known when he tracked him down so quickly. So he admits he made a mistake in assuming he would never work with someone else. Our boy stays silent, and 006 then asks what he wants to know. Jean shoots back, demanding to know who else was ordered to execute him. In response, 006. He says he can't be sure, but he's likely the only one. He was simply closest to the region, and the timing was perfect. And 006 then further elaborates, explaining the camp can't accept Jean being alive. They definitely don't want anyone knowing his death was fake, so they'll try to eliminate him as quietly as possible. He adds they'll never give up the chase, especially since Jean caused so much damage to the camp. The Mad Dog, especially, will spare no effort to finally take down our boy. Blondie then wraps up the conversation, stating that's all he has to say. He's only sharing this intel with Jean because they were once comrades in arms. He then finally tells Jean to just kill him already. Jean grabs the dagger and starts walking towards him. It seems Blondie isn't actually afraid of dying, preferring to be killed by our boy rather than some random, nameless enemy. He closes his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable. But to his utter surprise, Jean begins untying him. Blondie shouts, "What the hell are you doing?" And our boy simply replies that he's freeing his legs. Blondie then rephrases his question, asking why he isn't killing him instead. Jean retorts by asking why he should. He then reminds Blondie of the powerful reason he must stay alive, the very reason he couldn't escape the camp. Jean explains he fully understands what that means, because he's lived with a family and knows that feeling intimately. So, he suggests Blondie do the same. He also points out that since Blondie failed his mission, he's as good as dead anyway. So he'd better lay low somewhere the camp can't find him. As 006 starts to walk away, he reveals to Jean that his family will be in constant danger, and the camp will ensure relentless attempts to terminate him. Jean responds, stating he's already well aware of this. He adds that things would have ended very differently today if 006 had targeted his family first, but he plans to guard this life as fiercely as he can. Blondie offers a small smile and says he'll try to throw the camp off his tail as best as he possibly can. Before disappearing, he then asks one final question. What is our boy's true name? Jean remains silent for a moment, before finally revealing his name. Blondie smirks, and in turn, gives out his own name. We're talking about Liam. He then jokes it took them a decade just to learn each other's names. With this heartfelt exchange, 006 begins to walk away. The next scene brings us to our boy's apartment. Once he arrives home, he quietly opens the door and slips inside, trying to make absolutely no sound. But before he can even reach his room, he hears the creak of another door opening. His heart skips a beat. He's been caught sneaking in. It's his grandpa, standing there with a surprised look on his face, seeing Jean return at such a late hour. Jean manages a warm smile, while carefully hiding the wound on his shoulder, and asks why grandpa is still awake. The old man explains he had trouble falling asleep, probably because of the coffee he had earlier. With a pleasant smile, he tells Jean to go and rest, pointing out that Jean must be tired as well. With that, Grandpa retreats back into his room. As Jean is about to head to his own room, he hears his sister calling him. Once he looks at her, she quietly reassures him, saying not to worry too much about Grandpa. He was just waiting up because he's still concerned about weather. Jean is having a hard time settling back into life in Korea. She then reminds him that she'd left dinner on the table for him, knowing how much he enjoys home-cooked meals. After that little chat, she heads back to her room quietly. Jean moves over to the delicious spread laid out on the table and smiles broadly at the sight. The scene then shifts to Suk-ju, and when his phone rings, he picks it up and sees a message from Jean. The message? A thank you note for slamming 006 with his car and for providing the pinpoint location. Seeing this, Suk-ju can't help but feel a bit embarrassed by the compliment from his friend. The next day at school, Yona and Suk-ju are walking side by side as usual. When Suk-ju spots Jean standing outside the classroom, they call out to him, and he promptly looks up. Both of them ask why he's standing there, To which Jean replies he needs to talk to Sukju about something. Yona is startled by this and starts wondering what it could be about. Once they get inside the lounge room, Sukju inquires about the incident from the previous night. Jean, seemingly prepared to explain, states that he thought it was time to tell what happened. Sukju steals himself, and Jean finally drops the bombshell. The man he hit last night was an old co-worker, someone who had specifically come to see him. A heavy silence falls, Sukju clearly expecting more details. When he asks if that's all there is to it, Jean simply states that's pretty much it, insisting it's better if Sukju doesn't know anymore. Sukju feels a little bummed out. He didn't expect Jean to keep things so low-key. Jean, however, is convinced Sukju must have already looked into the guy he tracked down last night. He warns his friend that it's best not to dig any deeper into the man's past. He's sharing this as a thank you for all his help. Sukju swells with pride, acknowledged by our boy. He tells him he doesn't want to dig any further either, especially since this guy is tied to Jin's past. After their little chat, both boys head back to class. Yuna then curiously asks Sukju what they talked about. When Sukju doesn't answer right away, she tries to guilt trip him, asking if he can't even share that much. Sukju, caught off guard, quickly improvises. He claims he was just asking Jean how to level up in a game. Yuna lights up, thinking this means Jean is really into video games. But then she remembers Yang Chan is way more into gaming, and Hyukjin and Jae Hyung are also much better players. She wonders why Jean would ask Sukju for advice, when those guys are total pros. Or maybe Jean just wanted to chat with someone on his own level. Well, this little banter really hits the poor guy right in the gut. Meanwhile, our boy seems to be busy minding his own business. Once school ends, we see Yuna outside. She's making notes about their groceries, wondering if she should buy some fruit, since it's been a while since Grandpa had any. Suddenly, someone calls her name. She looks up and notices a boy standing right in front of her, who doesn't look like anyone from their school. Once he has her attention, he asks if she goes to Cyan High School. Yuna quickly confirms that she does, and the boy then says, "I was kind of wondering if I could get your number?" Unsurprisingly, this startles Yuna, who has no clue how to react. She starts to panic. The boy tries to reassure her, saying she shouldn't be scared or feel pressured, claiming he just wanted to get to know her better. Eventually, Yana turns him down as politely as possible. At first, the boy seems to take it quite well, though a hint of disappointment crosses his face. Suddenly, a large guy from behind approaches and starts mocking the boy for such a swift rejection. That's when the boy drops his act and reveals his true colors, becoming utterly cocky and aggressive. He sternly reminds her that all he asked for was her phone number, but before he can harass Yun any further, he receives a brutal, resounding slap across the face. The one who delivered that stinging slap is none other than Jae Hyung, who arrived with two of his friends. The boy turns around, angrily demanding to know who dared to slap him, but he just gets another slap from Jae Hyung for acting so tough. After feeling the painful sting of those slaps, this lowlife quickly realizes that dealing with these guys is a terrible idea. Meanwhile, Hyuk-jin is giving the other goon chills with just his intense glares, and the two bullies quickly decide to make their exit, trying to salvage whatever dignity they have left. Orange Head lets out a sigh of disappointment at these pathetic bullies, then happily turns to Dae-hyun, asking if she's alright. The girl says yes, beginning to bow her head frantically in thanks. But Dae-hyun feels a bit embarrassed by the fuss, and quickly tells her there's no need to say thank you. On the other side of this very street, people are suddenly freaking out, as they spot a menacing group of thugs strolling down the street. Surprise! It's Tae-sugi, along with his underling Shin and the rest of his loyal lackeys. They're casually strolling through the area, and wouldn't you know it, the very same guy who tried to harass Dae-hyun is right there with them. Clearly, he's brought in Tae-soo as backup to get revenge on those weak bullies. By the way, this harasser's name is Tae-shong, and he's apparently the brother of Tae-sugi. Meanwhile, Tae-soo is feeling absolutely annoyed, grumbling about how every wannabe tough guy in town seems to think they can mess with his crew these days. That's when his lackey reminds him that word of their recent defeat by that bunch of high schoolers is starting to get around, and they might need to do some serious damage control. So, they decide to start spreading their terror by taking out the thugs who dared to mess with Tae-song. A creepy smile spreads across Tae-soo's face as he agrees with his lackey, saying, They're going to show these guys what Go Shock Tech is really made of. Suddenly, his little brother points his finger straight at Daehyun and exclaims, "That is the girl who got me smacked by a bunch of guys." Well, it looks like these punks are in for one hell of a ride again, because our boy is strolling down the street with his sister. The harasser quickly points out that the guy walking beside her isn't the one who slapped him earlier. Tae-soo, on the other hand, feels like he's seen this person before. When he takes a closer look at our boy, he's absolutely devastated to recognize who it is. His lackeys also start trembling, as they remember that this is the same guy who beat them up after infiltrating their turf. While Tae-soo is trembling in fear, his little brother asks what's the matter. Tae-soo asks if the girl next to that guy over there is the one he was trying to hit on. His little brother nods, only to receive a devastating slap across the face. Tae-soo angrily asks his brother if he's trying to get them all killed. The poor kid is in absolute tears, clueless about why his brother is coming down so hard on him. But he ends up getting even more of a beating. Later we find ourselves back at the apartment, and Daeyeon is really amazed at how good Jean is at peeling fruits. The brother smiles and asks if she thinks so. She nods, saying she could never get them this smooth and round, no matter how hard she tries. Suddenly the phone rings, and the sound echoes through the living room. The voice seems to be coming from Jin's room. So he heads over and finds his phone on the table. When he checks it, he notices it's an unknown caller. But he answers anyway, and it turns out to be 06 on the line. 06 reveals that he has left a trail for the camp to follow as far away from Jean as possible, and that's where he'll be for the next few days. Once he's out of the country, he plans to leave more traces in other countries to throw them off, which should be quite helpful in confusing them. Jean agrees and adds that he'll set up a separate trail as well. Blondie then strikes a banter, pointing out how Jean was supposed to be a dead man, and now they are trading places. So he doubt that they will ever be able to cross paths. So he wishes him best future before ending the call, and our boy wishes him as well. And with that sweet note, their call ends. The next day at school, Jean hears about his sister getting harassed after school yesterday, but his friends quickly reassure him that Jae-hyung handled it, our orange-haired hero, confirming he'd clocked the guy a few times before sending him packing. Suddenly, Sok-chu bursts onto the scene and quickly asks what the harasser looked like. Young-chan explains he was wearing a Go Shock Tech uniform. The moment they hear this, Sok-chu perks up, and Jean points out it's the same school they had trouble with a while back. Our boy then absolutely loses it, realizing someone from Go Shock harassing his sister seems way too coincidental. Suk-ju agrees, insisting they can't just let this slide. Meanwhile, even the beta bullies, usually itching for a fight, are feeling unusually nervous about this. Even they think jumping to conclusions is too soon. Just then, Yona pops in, breaking the tension. She asks what they're talking about, and reminds them every guy just wants to hit on Daeyeon. She's always been a popular girl, since she's undeniably gorgeous. Her brother, though, isn't getting any of it. Young-chan agrees, confirming Daeyeon's been asked out tons of times. Jean still seems to have a hard time grasping this, but Young-chan insists she really is popular. You see, nobody could approach her when Jisoo, Kim, and his sister started picking on her, and she'd looked unhappy for a while. Jae-hyung also confirms his sister is, in fact, gorgeous, and even Blondie chimes in, saying he knows tons of guys who've had crushes on her. Jean still has no clue how to react, looking even more thoughtful. Meanwhile, the beta bullies are left wondering if this is really so hard for Jean to grasp. But then Suk-ju speaks up again, insisting they still need to get to the bottom of this. Jean responds positively, and Suk-ju decides they can go right after school, since there's no training today. Meanwhile, the others standing around are utterly clueless about what these two are planning, and Yona even asks if they were even listening to what she just said. The scene then cuts to Go-suk's turf, where Taisa sits, looking quite annoyed. His lackey fills him in on how everyone is treating them like trash lately. Seong-suhai even gave them a proper beating, and all the nearby schools are giving them the cold shoulder these days. Taisu reflects on how, just a few days ago, he was being chewed out by his seniors. And now, everything seems to have completely fallen apart, ever since he messed with our boy. His lackey quickly rounds up all the boys, and tells his boss they need some serious damage control before things spiral completely out of hand. The boss remains silent, letting his cigarette drop, then crushing it under his foot. He finally decides to go along with the plan, and his lackeys crack tentative smiles, seeing their boss in slightly better spirits. That's when Jean bursts into the room with COQ. The boss's face turns absolutely terrified at the sight of these familiar faces. And even the lackeys, who were just smiling, now look utterly terrified. Everyone quickly steps aside as Jean heads straight for the boss. He suddenly stops and demands to know why Taisu harassed his little sister. Taisu's mind instantly flashes back to when he saw the siblings walking together down the street, and quickly stammers that he had no clue she was Jin's sister. Of course, Taisu's response only makes Jin's blood boil even hotter, and even COQ starts exuding a chilling, deadly aura. The boss quickly begins to frantically scream, insisting that the encounter with his sister was purely coincidental. He further explains that his little brother only tried to talk to her because he simply saw her on the street, and honestly didn't know she was Jin's sister until this very moment. Our boy is intrigued to hear this unexpected revelation, and the man further desperately explains that his brother didn't mean anything malicious by it. Now that they know exactly who she is, he'll make absolutely sure his brother doesn't go anywhere near her again. Jean remains eerily quiet while the gangster still looks utterly terrified. After exchanging one final, intense glance, Jean and COQ begin to walk away. Once they're outside, they slam the door shut behind them, and the boss quickly tells his quivering lackeys that they'll think about damage control another day. He's confident his lackeys will understand once they get outside. Outside, Jean meets up with his worried friends. They ask what was said, and he reveals it was indeed a coincidence, and that the guy who talked to Daehoon is Taisu's younger brother. Daehoon is rattled out of his mind to hear this shocking news, and his soul nearly leaves his body when he processes this. Meanwhile, Yinwoo reminds them she had already told them there was absolutely nothing to worry about. But Jean states he still plans to keep a very close eye on them. For the time being, after all, they can't just take their word for it, no matter what. A while later, Jean is sitting down with Mr. Cha. Mr. Cha eyes his ramen and the other strange stuff laid out. He remarks that it's been ages since he's had food like this, especially outside a convenience store. He suggests they should have just grabbed some good barbecue instead. Jean, however, denies the suggestion, much to Mr. Cha's annoyance. The gangster then brings up that he heard our boy borrowed his motorcycle again. Jean admits he did, promising to return it later that night. However, Mr. Cha tells him to just keep it, saying he'll just leave it sitting around anyway. Jean insists on returning it, and Mr. Cha sighs, telling him to do whatever he wants. Once Mr. Cha piles a hefty load of noodles onto his chopsticks, he begins to slurp down the deliciousness with gusto. On the other hand, Jean is politely enjoying his triangle food, while Mr. Cha can't help but notice how Jean looks like an average teenager. But on the other hand, this same kid totally annihilated the Kim family single-handedly, and also dealt with the SW Corporation like a seasoned pro. Suddenly, Mr. Cha calls out to Jean, asking what exactly he does every day. Jean simply replies that he goes to school, just like any normal kid. Of course, Mr. Cha had expected this kind of response, but it's not what he wanted to hear. The scene then transitions to SW Corp, where the chairman is standing and peeking through the window. It's always funny to see that classic manhwa scene, where the rich boss stares out of the glass window from their office. Meanwhile, the director's assistant reveals that many have voiced concerns about SW Corp being a bit too aggressive in its expansion. The director just shrugs and says that things get a bit chaotic when people start looking out for their own interests. They're taking all the necessary precautions with their expansion, but they can't avoid making a few enemies along the way. The assistant also agrees, and points out that their aggressive tactics are causing SW Corp some trouble with some pretty shady organizations, and the SW Corp advisors have also noticed some suspicious activity from other companies lately. In the next scene, Jean is sitting with the director, who offers Jean some tea, but our boy politely declines, saying he's good. The director then asks how working with the security team has been for him. Jean says it's been fine. The director then shifts, asking how he's enjoying the school. Jean simply responds that it's been nice. Finally, the director asks if there's anything at all they can do to help him out with anything, to which Jean firmly responds, no. Our boy then inquires if that's all the director wanted to talk about, and if so, he's heading out, as training is about to begin. The old man happily grants him permission to leave. With that, Jean rises from his seat. He offers a respectful bow of his head, and the director returns the gesture. This leaves his assistant utterly bewildered, as he finds it incredibly weird that the director is also paying respects. Nevertheless, Jean begins his exit, Later, we find all the guards diligently training in the hall. Amidst their vigorous exercises, we catch up with Ja and her bodyguard. It's been a while. Her guard notes that Jean no longer stands out as he once did. Ja, intrigued, asks for more details about Jean. The bodyguard explains that while Jean doesn't overtly stand out like before, he's undoubtedly quicker and more athletic than their own men. He's convinced Jean is incredibly experienced because such a high skill level could only be achieved through rigorous, demanding training and actual combat. There's no doubt he's had extensive professional training. Hearing this, Ja's interest in Jean is truly piqued. She muses that even though he's so young, he's quietly endured incredibly harsh training, and the men have all warmed up to him, too. The scene then flashes back to a moment in the past, where we find Major Kong meeting with Ja once again. While they chat, she advises him not to overwork himself and get injured. Kong simply responds, "I won't." Then, unexpectedly, he asks if she's still looking into that student she inquired about. At first, she has absolutely no idea what he's referring to. But then, a light bulb goes off in her head. She feigns disinterest and asks if he means that kid named Jean. But inwardly, her mind is reeling. She's blown away that Kong still remembers Jin's name from that day, and she can't shake how anxious he looks. After asking about Jean eventually, Ja smiles and declares she's no longer interested in Jean. This visibly brightens Major Kang's entire mood. Ja immediately notices this sudden shift in his mood, and she can definitely tell there's much more to this story. Now, in the present, as she looks at our boy, she wonders, could Jean actually know her fiancé? Soon after, her car is zooming down the road, and Jean sits right beside her. He casually pitches the idea of Jean joining their talent agency, even suggesting that he could greatly benefit from their top-notch training programs in acting or singing. Jean, however, promptly declines. "I'm simply not interested," he states. Jia can't help but be intrigued by his immediate, firm response. Couldn't he at least pretend to consider it? She finds his lack of hesitation quite baffling. She then finally asks if he knows Major Kong, revealing he's her fiancé. Of course, this news completely shocks Jean, his mind flashing back to the past, when Kong mentioned he had to meet his fiancé. Jean now has zero doubt. She absolutely knows Major Kong. But when she looks at him, she's bewildered, as Jean just sits there, looking completely unfazed by this unexpected bombshell. He looks disturbingly untroubled, almost eerie. This is not his style at all. Even Jia senses something different about him, and she can't quite put her finger on it. A while later, once they reach their destination, Jia heads into the corporate building. Meanwhile, Jean and his senior enter the staff-only room to freshen up. Jin's mind is still stuck on the fact that Jia is Major Kang's fiancé. He can't quite believe it. While the guards wait outside the ladies' restroom, we see Jia inside, doing some touch-ups to her face. Then, someone else enters the restroom. And honestly, this woman looks seriously shady at first glance. The woman then starts using one of the sinks, located over Jia's right shoulder, just as Jia stands quietly there. That shady woman quickly shoves a chloroform rag over Jia's face. After Jia finally slumps down, losing consciousness, we see the guards outside have also been taken down. The black-haired woman then quickly orders her lackeys to hurry and transport the goods. Suddenly, the senior bodyguard receives a shocking report. Mr. Sin has vanished, and Jin Soo and K. Young-woo, who were supposed to be escorting him, have been found unconscious on the ground. Wasting no time, the senior orders his soldiers to seal all exits and secure the surveillance footage immediately. Our hero bursts out of the restroom the moment he hears the news and races through the corridor, propelled by urgency, believing the intruders have disarmed security and secured their target. It's only a matter of time before they make their getaway by car. After rushing down the stairs, he finally reaches the parking lot. He spots a man entering a car and quickly moves to block its path, only to realize it's just some clueless guy inside. Meanwhile, the real criminals are speeding off in their getaway car. From the other side, Jean takes off after them, sprinting at full speed without hesitation. He leaps directly in front of their car, but those bastards don't even slow down, and they try to run him over instead. As those bastards make their getaway, our boy quickly radios in, reporting he's spotted the suspect's vehicle, which is a black minivan. Jean does not waste any time and leaps over parked cars, attempting to grab the minivan. Meanwhile, the other guards swarm the exit, ready with tire spikes to stop the van. But it's too late. The driver floors the gas pedal, running over the guards and anything in its path, and they zoom out without a hitch. While our boy is still hanging onto that van, the minivan swerves wildly, and Gene is struggling to hold on as the vehicle violently shakes. Just as he's fighting to keep his grip, his mind flashes back to a conversation with Major Kong. In the memory, Gene is sitting with Kong, who's explaining what family truly means. Kong says that while family is different for everyone, it's something truly precious. Jin's still not quite getting it, so Kong gives him an example. His dedication to serving his country is so strong, because it's also where his family lives. Innocently, Gene asks if someone would give their lives for their family as well. Kong is caught off guard and doesn't know how to respond at first. Then he smiles and says that if it came to that, he'd gladly do it. Back in the present, as Gene clings to the minivan, he grinds his teeth and tightens his grip. He slams his fist into the minivan so hard that the glass begins to shatter. The driver, distracted by the commotion, doesn't notice an oncoming car in the intersection. The two vehicles collide, and Gene is violently flung off. A dramatic crash echoes about 10 meters away. Seizing the perfect moment, the minivan driver slams it into gear. He floors the accelerator and speeds off. Gene immediately takes off, sprinting after the car. Inside, a black-haired woman glances back at him, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. As Gene desperately chases the van, he begins to fall further and further behind, until the vehicle vanishes from his sight. Exhausted, he finally grinds to a halt, but just then, the senior guard pulls up, quickly demanding to know which way the van went. Gene doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he hops right into the car, much to the senior's annoyance. The senior guard sternly orders him to get out, but Gene simply tells him to hit the gas, giving him the precise direction the van took. Reluctantly, the senior guard floors it. He then reports to his subordinates that the kidnappers took a side road to the right, instructing them to coordinate with the police and dispatch their units immediately. He then reminds Gene that he should just get dropped off on the way home, since he's just a kid and not part of the security team. He adds that his involvement in this mess wasn't his responsibility, but Gene counters, saying, "I'm currently in practical training and chose to be here tonight, so I'm the only one responsible for my presence." He also reports that he saw one male and one female in the vehicle, both of whom appeared to be Asian, but he didn't notice any other accomplices. As the senior guard stares at Gene, ready to berate him further, he suddenly notices Jin's injured face and hands. Concerned, he quickly asks if Gene is all right. Gene replies that he's fine. The senior struggles to comprehend that Gene was reported to be hanging onto the speeding vehicle and was the first to track down the kidnappers. He also managed to hang on as long as he possibly could, identified their route, and even saved Miss Yona once. The senior realizes Gene has truly proven himself in this situation, and he can't think of anyone more reliable right now. Meanwhile, Yona receives shocking news. Madame Ja has been kidnapped. Her guard explains they've left security to a minimum, sending out all units to find her. Team 2 and Gene are currently pursuing the kidnappers. Yona perks up at the mention of Gene, and the bodyguard further explains that Gene had been on duty with them when the incident unfolded. A while later, Gene and his senior guard head for a rundown factory, as it's the last known hideout for the kidnappers. Right on cue, they spot the very same minivan, and the kidnappers are carrying Miss J, still in her wheelchair. The senior knows they can't afford to wait for backup, so he tells Gene to stay put. As he steps out of the car, he's shocked to see a group of scruffy individuals emerging from the minivan, each armed with a sharp knife. Gene also gets out of the car, insisting they can't wait for others to arrive. The senior then reminds him this isn't like training, since it's real combat. Gene quickly responds, saying he doesn't mind. This response triggers a flashback for the senior, who recalls the shock he felt when Team 3's leader revealed that our boy is a professional fighter. The gorilla even confirms it once again, saying that based on everything he's seen, this is his conclusion, at least. Back in the present, as our boy strides forward confidently, the senior bodyguard finally decides to head inside. He tells Gene he'll handle things inside the factory, so Gene better not let those filthy swine beat him. Just then, one of the goons tries to stab the senior, but our guy quickly sneaks up on the bastard from behind, delivering a devastating blow to his face, causing the dagger to drop from his hand. But before he can catch a break, another punk swings his dagger at our boy. But once again, my guy throws this punk down, sending him reeling backwards as Jean quickly snatches the fallen dagger from the ground and stands ready to face off these idiots. The thug who lost his dagger scrambles back to his feet, only for his boss to start berating him, because he's not thrilled to see his grown men getting beaten down by a mere punk like this. He then berates Jean, questioning if they even let kids carry knives. In their security detail, the other goons start to walk off and telling their buddy to handle Jean while they go after the senior, but it looks like they've seriously underestimated him. Their jaws drop when my guy grabs another thug and snaps his hand. With a satisfying crunch, one guy tries to stab Jean, but he quickly flips the script, grabbing the thug and slicing his belly open before plunging the dagger deep into his shoulder. As the thug crumples to the ground, the others start to feel a creeping dread, especially when Jean fixes them with a deadly glare. They finally grasp that this kid is a genuine, lethal bodyguard. Jean then charges fearlessly at the remaining goons, slicing through them with ruthless precision. One by one, he dispatches them until only a single thug remains. The last goon, however, swiftly blocks Jin's next attack. As the goon swings back, Jean seizes his attacking hand, then slashes his belly with his other hand, kicks his leg out from under him, and presses the knife tightly to the thug's throat. But instead of slitting his throat, he uses the blunt back of the dagger to knock him out cold. Meanwhile, the kidnappers inside the shelter are still dragging Miss J along. The female kidnapper is frustrated that security is gaining on them faster than they anticipated. Her accomplice reports that they've already alerted the client, confirming they've secured the target. She explains that it's a little premature, but they'll have to move to the next location imminently, since the security team will be closing in fast. And just then, as if on cue, the leader of Team 2 bursts onto the scene. The male kidnapper quickly warns his associate that he's the head of security for their target. As the senior officer grits his teeth, glaring menacingly at the kidnappers, someone tries to ambush him from behind. The senior swiftly sidesteps the surprise attack, and as the bulky thug charges at him again, the senior grabs his hand and delivers a crushing punch to his face. Another goon rushes at him, brandishing a dagger, but the senior quickly incapacitates him as well. Just when it seems like the senior has the clear upper hand, the situation takes a sudden, terrifying turn. Despite his skill, even the most seasoned fighter is no match for a gun. One of the kidnappers suddenly pulls out a menacing gun, its barrel gleaming ominously under the dim light, and points it directly at Miss J's head. They then coldly warn the senior officer that they won't hesitate for a second to pull the trigger if they have to. The chilling threat hangs in the air like a deadly promise, and the senior could do nothing but express his pure frustration, with his face twisted in helpless fury. The kidnapper makes it crystal clear she'll die the moment he moves, so the senior doesn't budge an inch. And these despicable kidnappers blast a hole right into the senior's shoulder with a single bullet, his face instantly turning ghost white from the agonizing pain. Meanwhile, the cold-blooded thug who just pulled the trigger is oddly fascinated that the senior barely even flinched. The woman beside him barks at him to just finish the job, insisting they don't have any more time to waste. So, the man decides to pull the trigger once more, while the senior takes one last, desperate look at Jai, steeling himself for his final moments. Just as the monster is about to squeeze the trigger, the senior whispers a plea for forgiveness to Jai, but before he can meet his dramatic end, two daggers come slicing out of nowhere, piercing the man right in his hand. Meanwhile, the woman in black is expertly dodging left and right, while Jean rushes straight toward Jai, grabs her wheelchair, and starts dashing down at full throttle. The stunned goon is completely bewildered by this sudden turn, and even the other senior's face turns pale. Meanwhile, the goon starts firing bullets once more, as Jean tries to get as far away as humanly possible. At that critical moment, the senior tackles a thug, taking him down with him, and they both crash hard to the ground. Jean glances back at his senior, who quickly yells for him not to look back and just run. Without wasting a single second, Jean speeds up with the wheelchair and keeps pushing forward. A while later, Jai begins to groggily open her eyes, but before she can fully react, someone covers her mouth from behind. Thankfully, it's just Jean. He quietly tells her to stay silent, and once she nods in agreement, he moves his hand away. Jai then asks where she is, since she was just in the bathroom moments ago. Jean explains that she'll feel dizzy for a while because of the sedative. That's when her mind flashes back, and she remembers she'd been kidnapped. Jean confirms it, saying he and the team leader arrived first, and that security and the police are on their way. Jean looks around to make sure no one is nearby, and he's relieved she's finally awake, which will make it easier to move her. But he knows they won't have long before someone finds them. In this dead-end corner, the worst part is the enemy is armed. Meanwhile, Geo wonders if her kidnapping has something to do with the new acquisitions in the SW Corporation expansion, even though she had nothing to do with those deals. He looks at Jean and yells that he's hurt, but Jean just brushes it off, claiming he's totally fine. But Gia isn't buying this for a second, because she can clearly see his shoulder is banged up. His fingers are injured, and to top it all off, he's not even her bodyguard. She's utterly confused why he'd go out of his way to help her, and utterly surprised at how dependable he's turned out to be. Just then, they hear that familiar voice. The very woman behind this entire kidnapping. She's walking right toward them, gun in hand, telling Jean to come out right now. She threatens that if this drags on any longer, they won't hesitate to kill the hostage. She further insists they'd better wrap this up peacefully and save the hostage before things get any worse. Gia is absolutely terrified to hear this threat and quickly stands up from the wheelchair, thinking she can't let this boy get dragged into this any further. Despite his skills, he's just a teenager, and she feels she needs to step up and protect him. But before she can do anything reckless, Jean signals her to stop and cryptically gestures something with his fingers, which, honestly, just goes way over my head. But it seems Gia can understand exactly what he's trying to say, so she stands there in silence. And Jean eventually steps out from his hiding spot, raising his hand. The kidnapper woman is silently sure Gia must be behind that container. She reflects on how she couldn't believe it when she saw our boy hanging from the van, even though he's just a kid. She then mocks him, saying he's probably seen too many action movies, because in reality, even a hero can get killed. I guess she's right, because no matter how brave you are, you're no match for a gun barrel pointed straight at you. But Jean remains incredibly calm, even with the gun trained directly on him. Gia eventually comes out, yelling for her to wait. As soon as the kidnapper woman looks in Gia's direction, Jean takes his chance. He throws a blade right at her hand, injuring it badly before she can even catch her breath. Another dagger zips past her, and right at that moment, Jean leaps over her, and they both tumble to the ground. Her gun also slips from her hands. She quickly grabs one of the daggers tucked near her thigh and tries to swing it at Jean, but he backs away just in time. They both quickly put some distance between them. The woman then launches herself straight at Jean, and their deadly hack and slash dance begins. After a fierce exchange, she takes a brutal hit to her gut, tumbling backward. Her gun clatters to the ground. She quickly spots her gun, grabs it, and aims it with a smirk, thinking she finally has the upper hand. But Jean moves lightning fast and grabs the gun, twists it from her grip, pointing it right back at her. The woman is left sweating and utterly confused about what just happened. Meanwhile, Gia is absolutely blown away by Jin's moves, while our boy just stands there, cool as a cucumber. The woman smirks again, saying he must have watched a lot of movies. She then pokes fun at him, pointing out that while he might be able to fight, she questions if he truly has the guts to fire a gun. She admits that bodyguards might practice target shooting, but shooting a living person is a whole different ballgame. But, well, she's dead wrong about that. And Jean doesn't hesitate for a second, before putting a bullet right into her thigh, causing blood to violently spatter out. The woman is absolutely stunned, unable to believe he didn't think twice before pulling the trigger. What baffles her even more is that his eyes remain dead still after firing the gun, as if he's grown used to it. She's yet to figure out how a boy from such a peaceful country could ever fight like this. But when she looks at him closely, she recognizes those eyes, and a chill runs down her spine as she realizes he's code 0 to 1. Before she can say anything further, Jean slaps her across the face with the gun, knocking her out cold and letting her fall to the ground. Gia is completely blown away by how effortlessly Jean takes her down, as if it's no big deal. Meanwhile, back with the senior, he seems to have finished dealing with his adversary as well, though he looks severely injured, with blood dripping from his shoulder. Sadly, the senior finds himself surrounded by a bunch of goons. The bastard from before gets back on his feet, puts his hat back on, and retrieves his gun. From the ground, a bulky guy swings a punch at the senior, but the senior quickly deflects it and lands a punch of his own. Suddenly, the bastard aims his gun at the senior and admits he truly underestimated the SW Association's head of security. He acknowledges they couldn't have kidnapped her if they hadn't waited for his shift to end. Meanwhile, though, it looks like the senior is on the brink of giving up. He fought here solely to buy Gia and Jean time to escape, but he can't be sure they made it since that woman chased Jean. For some reason, though, the senior has a gut feeling Jean will handle it, and he feels surprisingly confident about that. So confident that even the dude standing over there can't help but notice the smile spreading across the senior's face. He finally asks the reason behind the senior's smile, but the bodyguard doesn't say a word, just keeps that knowing smile. The cap guy warns that if the senior thinks Jean is safe just because a woman went after him, then he is gravely underestimating that woman. He claims no man here can defeat that woman. And now that she's angry, Jean will soon be begging her to put him out of his misery. The senior's smile finally fades, and he grits his teeth in frustration. The kidnapper also states he didn't send any men after Jean, because she'll be done with him before they even get there. The cap guy then starts to squeeze the trigger of his gun, telling the senior to focus on saving himself, because he's about to die. Suddenly, a bullet drills a hole into the cap guy's hand, and blood splatters everywhere. He staggers backward, his gun falling to the ground. The senior quickly turns in the direction to see where the shot came from, and is shocked to find Jean standing there. Gun in hand, the cap guy is sweating profusely, his blood pouring out, and he's furious, trying to figure out what the hell Jean is doing here. He's also panicked, wondering what might have happened to his friend Priscilla, who went after Jean earlier. Guess he was just way too confident about her. On the other hand, Jean shoots another bullet, putting it into the cap guy's thigh, then turns and aims the gun at the senior. For a moment, the senior's heart skips a beat, but before he can react, Jean starts firing. But to the senior's surprise, the bullets whiz past him, taking out the lackeys surrounding him from all directions. The moment Jin's gun runs dry, the senior glances around, finding every single man down on the ground, groaning in pain. What utterly fascinates the senior is how Jean didn't even hesitate while drilling holes into those bastards, disarming each man with just one bullet. In the background, Ga stands with her ears covered, and once the shooting stops, she slowly looks up. The senior bodyguard's mind flashes back to what the leader of Team 3 said. Jean is definitely a professional. Right on cue, reinforcements arrive and cover the entire area. The police quickly spring into action, handcuffing all the goons. Meanwhile, a few soldiers walk over to Ga, asking if she is all right. In response, the lady quickly assures them that she's absolutely fine. She then notices our boy, Jean, talking to the officers. Once Jean confirms he's with the security team leader, the soldiers quickly start tending to his injuries. Ga walks over to him, asking if he's all right. He replies that he is fine, but Ga questions how he can possibly call himself fine in his condition. Our boy simply says that he has no problem with mobility so far, so he's mostly okay. He further adds that a few bruises for saving a VIP from kidnapping is a favorable outcome. Then, Jean says he has a favor to ask. Ga looks startled and quickly asks what it is. Jean reveals that he doesn't want to worry his family until his injuries are treated. So, he needs to tell them that he'll be attending a security team workshop. Ga is a bit confused, wondering if this is all he wanted to talk about. She then simply walks away, telling him to go get those wounds treated. But before leaving, she doesn't forget to thank Jean for his help. Shortly after, the senior also arrives and places a hand on Jin's shoulder. He flashes a warm smile and tells Jean that they'll see each other next time. With that, Ga and her bodyguard walk off. The scene then cuts to an unknown location, where a mysterious man sits behind a desk in a dimly lit office. An unknown lackey stands behind him, delivering the unfortunate news that their attempt to kidnap Ga has failed. The boss, however, smiles to hear this, and explains that success in kidnapping her was never the real objective, because it was merely a way to deliver a message to SW Corporation. He elaborates that they will start to watch their steps more carefully once they realize the trouble their expansion can cause, and that's all he's truly after. The scene then shifts to a private chamber, where the same woman from the kidnapping is now seated. She appears quite annoyed as she declares, "I never expected a beast like Jean to be on their payroll," and she's referring to Jean, the mercenary, who's truly a formidable force to be reckoned with. The man stays silent, so the woman presses on, saying, if she'd known he was tied to SW Corporation, she would have handled things in a vastly different way. In fact, he probably wouldn't have even taken the gig. The man acts completely clueless. But the woman quickly tells him not to play dumb. She points out that Jean, the mercenary, always keeps his face covered and hidden. But she recognized his eyes, having crossed paths with him previously. She then mentions that about 6 months ago, Jean completely vanished off the radar, with all sorts of rumors about him retiring, or even being dead. She never imagined he'd end up working for SW Corp. The man's response remains stubbornly the same, and he further states that he simply can't make sense of any of it. You see, he's heard a thing or two about that particular mercenary, and thinks it's pretty hilarious to imagine one of their guards being a top-notch mercenary, of all people. The woman eventually just gives up arguing because, let's be real, talking to this guy is truly like trying to reason with a brick wall. A bit later, we find ourselves at SW Corporation's medical center, and the first person we see is Lady G, chilling out in one of the wards. I used to think she was a total villain, honestly. But it turns out she's not nearly as bad as I thought. Just super curious about our main guy, that's all. We also spot her guard, still hanging around. When G asks what he's doing here, especially after taking a bullet, he casually says he can handle simple duties just fine. G isn't having any of that, telling him to head home and rest up, because one less guy on duty won't make a huge difference, really. Anyway, the guard states he just can't bring himself to rest, feeling quite responsible, since the whole mess went down while he was off shift. He further explains that the mercenaries were operating from abroad, and they still haven't figured out who their actual client was. Even the mercenaries themselves don't know their true client, since multiple middlemen were involved in the chain. G's mood turns somber as she reflects on how Yona was targeted first, and now she's been kidnapped as well. She asks him if it's all simply a coincidence. The guard shakes his head slowly, saying it's definitely not a coincidence. Well, this just sinks G's mood even further. G then replays how our hero completely owned the situation, like a total, undeniable badass. He looked even more formidable than he ever did in training. She reminds her guard that he's definitely no average teenager. The guard readily agrees. Acknowledging this guy is anything but ordinary, a thought sparks in her mind. Grandpa must know Jin's true identity, especially since he placed the kid on their security detail. She then recalls Jean suffered multiple fractured ribs and detached fingernails fighting off the kidnappers, not to mention a nasty deep cut on his shoulder from a missed bullet. The guard then points out that Jean had been clinging to their vehicle throughout the attack, and likely sustained those injuries when he fell off. G's face drains of color, as she realizes Jean somehow fought off all those thugs, even with all those severe injuries, and even took on 5 knife-wielding men while she was unconscious. Well, that just adds another mind-blowing layer to the whole situation. Her expression shifts to one of even deeper shock than before. The guard agrees it barely makes sense, but it's astonishingly true that Jean managed to pull it all off. G quickly bolts upright from her bed, rushing straight for the door, and heading directly to the ward where Jean is recovering. The moment she bursts into the room, she finds him already suiting up in his SW uniform. Jean looks up, spotting G and her guard. G doesn't waste a second, immediately demanding, "What in the world is he doing getting dressed?" Jean calmly explains he's going home, since he hasn't been there in 2 days. G reminds him he has severe injuries, and can't leave until his treatment is complete. Jean insists he'd rather rest and heal at home. G starts shouting, telling him not to be ridiculous and demanding. Who gave him permission to do something so incredibly rash? Our boy simply responds, "The doctor did." Despite G's furious protests, Jean simply packs his bag, and G further presses him how he plans to explain this to his family. Jean, in response, points out the bruises on his face can easily be explained by saying he got hurt during training. G is thoroughly annoyed by how this guy has an answer for everything. She then tells her guard she needs a moment alone with Jean. Once the guard steps out, she tells Jean she wants him to come work for her after he graduates. Our boy just stares at her intently. G then declares there's absolutely nothing in it for him if he sticks with Yona, because, as she so bluntly puts it, she's just a child. She then elaborates, explaining that Yona only has her inheritance from her parents to rely on. She lacks the means to secure her own future. G, on the other hand, boldly claims she can guarantee our boy a safe and secure future. After a tense moment of silence, Jean finally speaks up, saying he has one question. Hearing this, G immediately assumes he's curious about the salary, so she quickly assures him not to worry, promising he'll be paid more than he could ever imagine. with plenty of extra benefits on the side. But Jean flatly refuses to entertain such thoughts. Instead, he asks what she meant by him staying with Yona. The woman remains quiet for a moment, surprised, then abruptly asks, "Are you dating Yona?" To which Jean flatly replies, "No, I'm not, but gee, ever the observant one." Thinks to herself that Yona always waits for him after training. This probably means she has a serious crush on him. Anyway, she tells him to come and work for her once he graduates, promising to make his family happy and get him a great job right away. Jean seems to find the offer quite tempting, but he doesn't say much in response. He just tells her he'll think about it later. Back at the apartment, we find Yona and Grandpa, and they both get utterly shocked. When Jean explains he got hurt during training, Grandpa immediately asks if it's anything serious, to which Jean quickly reassures him it's not, stating that they're just blisters on his fingers, and the doctor said it's nothing to worry about. The old man then asks his grandson if the security team he's working with is truly what he wants to pursue in the future. Jean doesn't give a definitive answer, only saying it's what he's interested in for now. Grandpa gently reminds him that, even if it feels right now, he can always change his course if he finds something else he's passionate about down the line, since Jean is still so young. Grandpa adds that he'll support him no matter what he chooses. Jean smiles in response, agreeing with his grandpa. Grandpa then feels a bit awkward, asking if he suddenly jumped into a heavy topic. He mentions that high school seniors are often worried about their future careers, and worries he might have busted his chops. Yona can't help but snicker, and quickly reassures Grandpa that he didn't say anything wrong. Jean, meanwhile, has no clue what busting chops even means. The scene then transitions to a familiar, ominous camp, where we find that same eye patch guy. His lackey reports that 032 went off course without notifying anyone, and suspects it's because he heard the news about 01 being targeted for elimination. The eye patch guy just scoffs, calling Unit 03 a fool. He says no one should let their emotions dictate their actions, especially when one of their brothers gets killed, which is precisely why he believes having a family is absolutely useless. Meanwhile, we catch a glimpse of a mysterious man who might very well be 032. It wouldn't be surprising if he came to Korea to meet our boy. The scene then cuts back to Jean, who's stretching his fingers, making sure they're working properly. His mind flashes back to a memory of the kidnapper woman, who seemed to recognize him as someone familiar. He has no clue who she was, but if she knows him by his mercenary name, maybe she isn't related to the camp after all. Suddenly, his phone rings, and when he looks at the screen, he sees it's Yona calling. A while later, Jean finds himself outside a convenience store. Not surprisingly, Yona is there too, and they have heaps of triangle kimbap spread out on their table. Yona then quickly points out she didn't have dinner, and was craving triangle kimbap. But 032 still thinks to himself, this much food seems like a lot. Nonetheless, she also invites him to dig into the meal, since she's sure he also didn't have dinner either. She quickly opens one of the kimbaps, while mentioning she heard he got hurt pretty badly, and asks if he's okay now. He replies that he is. She then explains she went to see him at the hospital, but they said he couldn't have visitors and wouldn't let her in, and Ja also told her not to visit him right now. She admits she was really worried, since he was absent from school yesterday. Jean explains Grandpa told him to take the day off. Yona finds it touching how he really listens to his grandpa, but then she gets a bit dejected, while mentioning how he had to rescue GA. Rescued him from that life-threatening danger all by himself. Jean quickly replies, that's not entirely true. He then explains that the leader of Security Team 2 was actually the one who pulled off everything. Team 2's leader tracked them down, coordinated with the police and the SW security team, and even created a diversion after getting shot. Allowing Jean to escape, the leader stayed behind until the very end, to ensure Jean could get to safety. Without his support, our boy admits he wouldn't have been able to do anything for GA. Yona looks a bit awkward hearing the full truth, probably because she wasn't expecting our boy to explain everything so thoroughly. Sukju agrees that if what Jean says is true, then the team leader was indeed the one who led the rescue. Jean quickly agrees with his friend, but Sukju points out that the team leader wouldn't have been able to pull this rescue mission off alone either, and the report clearly shows how much Jean contributed to rescuing GA. Our boy then highlights that they're essentially a team, and the main goal is to ensure the VIP's safety, not to figure out who made the greatest contribution. Sukju nods, saying, "That's absolutely right." Yona feels a bit out of place. Probably because this isn't the kind of talk she's used to. Just then, Jin's phone rings. As he checks it, Yona asks, "What's up? Is something wrong?" Jin sheepishly admits that they need him at the game room, because Jae-hyun just texted him they need an extra person, and that he should hurry over. But Yona reminds him that he's still injured, and questions how he's going to play with his hand like that. Jin clarifies, "It doesn't really matter, because I'm pretty awful anyway." Yona is once again a bit unsettled by his bluntness. The scene then transitions to Daehoon walking down the footpath, thinking about getting something to eat for Jin. Her thoughts drift back to a past memory, where a bunch of girls surrounded Yona, asking why Jin hadn't been in school for the past few days. Yona explained that he was away on a trip, and had injured his hands a bit. The girls were startled and asked if it was anything serious. Yona reassured them that it wasn't. The girls quickly became cheerful, saying they're glad it wasn't serious, and especially that it wasn't his face that got injured, because they can't let a face like his get scarred. Yona silently agreed, her thoughts drifting to how Jin's popularity seemed to be skyrocketing lately. Suddenly, Daehoon's ears picked up some nearby voices. Turning her gaze towards the commotion, she spotted a group of menacing thugs. Panic started to bubble up inside her, as she realized there was no one around to call for help. But upon closer inspection, she recognized one of the delinquents as the very guy who tried to get her number earlier. Her mind flashed back to their previous encounter. Recalled he hadn't seemed like a truly malicious person. Maybe, just maybe, he'd listened to her. So, she gathered all her courage, approached the intimidating group, and nervously stammered out an excuse to catch their attention. At first, the ringleader snapped back, full of bravado, demanding to know who the hell she was. However, his face instantly went pale with anxiety, as he recognized the very girl he'd tried to harass. He then frantically started explaining, "This isn't what it looks like," claiming this dude had run into them first, while they were just passing by, and this guy just started demanding food. Daehoon apologized on the guy's behalf, and asked if they could just let him go. The harasser was clearly not thrilled to grant her request, but eventually, they started to walk away. She then turned to the hoodie-clad guy, asking if he was alright. The hoodie guy was startled at first, but then quickly asked if she could buy. Shortly after, they were sitting outside, and it was clear the man had devoured a mountain of triangle kimbap, like a ravenous hound. He could still be seen, chomping down on the very last bits he had left. After that, he gulped down a bottle of water, and once his belly was full, he felt as if he were floating on clouds. Daehoon watched him curiously as the guy quickly apologized, explaining he didn't mean to bother her, but he was just so hungry he couldn't resist asking for food. Daehoon reassured him it was no big deal, and the guy explained he'd lost his wallet as soon as he'd arrived in the country. He hadn't eaten for a few days. She then reminded him he should have asked the embassy for help, and the boy felt like an idiot for not doing just that. The girl then checked her phone, realizing how late it had gotten, and Jin must be waiting for her to get home. So, she quickly offers the boy some money, saying it's just a little something in case he gets hungry again. With that, she starts running off in a hurry, leaving the guy curious about her. We can clearly see this dude is the one we've been hearing about, and by the way, he looks quite feminine. So, don't be surprised if he turns out to be a girl. Later in the story, the scene then shifts back to the past, where we see Jin bursting into one of the rooms, gun in hand. Inside, he finds this lady protecting a girl. Jin doesn't open fire immediately, but his transmission tells him to eliminate the target and return to base immediately. The girl in ponytail's arms trembles in fear, and that's when Jin hears someone calling. Jolting awake from this unpleasant dream, he quickly sits up in his bed, his pulse literally pounding. He then starts hearing the clattering of dishes from the living room. He heads outside and finds Yona and Grandpa there. The old man looks at him and asks why he's up, when he should still be resting. Jin replies that it's time for him to get back to school. Grandpa insists that resting and getting better is more important right now than worrying about his studies. Yona then gestures to him quietly from behind to just do as Grandpa is saying. And without a doubt, Jin agrees with his old man with a pleasant smile. Before heading out, the old man mentions that he'll be home late tonight, because his colleague, Mr. Lee, isn't feeling well, so he's covering his shift. Jin then asks Dan why she's leaving so early. She replies that she got up early and plans to study a bit before school starts, as usual. She reminds him that breakfast is on the table, so he better eat up. Jean gives her a quick smile, and she quietly heads out, leaving behind a delicious spread of food for him. We then find ourselves outside, and as Jean strolls down the street, his phone rings with a notification, and it's Jae-hyung texting, urging him to make his comeback to the team as soon as possible. Just then, Yona also joins the chat and tells Jae-hyung to count her in as well, but Jae-hyung brutally turns her down, saying she should start practicing with bots first. Just as Jean smiles at the lively banter between his friends, we see the one from earlier walking down the other side of the road. Our hero's smile vanishes the moment he spots him. He's certain something about the figure strikes him as familiar. He quickly dashes toward the guy, but 032 swiftly ducks into a back alley. Jean picks up his pace and plunges into the alley after him. Once inside, the mysterious figure is nowhere in sight. He follows the winding path deeper, ending up at a construction site. After scaling one of the towering structures, he scans the area, and soon, his eyes land on his old friend, who's now holding a gun, aimed directly at him. Femboy doesn't hesitate, immediately opening fire, sending a furious barrage of bullets straight toward him. But our hero swiftly dives behind a nearby wall for cover. Even as his previous injuries still throb with pain, Femboy casually begins walking toward our hero, and he can't help but remark on how long it's been since they last met. Earlier, he admits, he was a bit startled to see someone trailing him, but he was even more surprised to discover it was our hero. That's when it finally hits Jean. This dude is 032. The hooded figure keeps walking forward, and points out he already knows 06's habits, so it's no surprise to him that our hero is still alive. He finds it quite fascinating that he didn't have to search to find our hero. Jean then asks if the camp sent him to eliminate him, but this question just goes right over Femboy's head, and he has absolutely no idea what Jean is talking about. Jean, on the other hand, already knows the camp would never send anyone to finish the job, a job 06 spectacularly failed to complete. Femboy simply tells our hero to shut the hell up, since he's no longer their leader anyway. Despite this, Jean relentlessly presses for more info, asking if the camp didn't send him. Then he must have run away from the camp without permission. Femboy simply responds that none of this should matter to a traitor like him. He claims he doesn't want to hold any resentment toward our hero, but his circumstances are forcing his hand. But he does mention that 06 was his only family, the only person who looked out for him in that hellish camp. While 032 is rambling on with his sentimental talk, Jean quickly hurls a metal projectile at him, hitting the gun in 032's hands and distracting him. 032 momentarily loses focus, allowing Jean to leap over him, sending them both crashing to the ground. 032 quickly tries to break free, aiming the gun right at Jin's face. But Jean reacts fast, kicking 032's hand and sending the gun flying. Without missing a beat, 032 whips out a dagger, lunging to slash Jean. Their lightning-fast exchange is incredibly hard to follow, but eventually, Jean manages to grab 0:32's hand, clenches his fist, and lands a solid punch to his face. However, 032 blocks the punch with his hands and retaliates with a fierce kick, hitting Jean precisely where he's already injured. Our boy asks if 032 has reported everything to the camp, but 032 skillfully dodges the question, retorting, "Since when did Jean become so talkative?" He reminds Jean, "You're no longer our leader, so I don't have to answer you right now." After those cutting words, Jean is just a target. He shoves Jean back and swings his dagger right at him. When they both take a step back, it's clear Jean has been cut across his belly. Meanwhile, back at school, the teacher is giving the lecture as usual, but Dae-hyun is completely lost in thought, hoping Jean isn't skipping breakfast. He worries Jean needs to eat well to recover quickly. Back in the fight, Jean and his old friend continue their brutal squabble. As the dagger comes at Jean again, he swiftly grabs 0:32's arm and delivers a brutal punch straight to his face. The hoodie guy slides backward after swinging his blade, and he is absolutely huffing and puffing. Jin's side hurts from the fresh cut, as he asks 032 one more time if he's reporting everything to the camp. Once again, the femboy dodges the direct questions and wonders why Jean is suddenly talking so much. He then makes it clear he won't tell anything to a traitor who killed his friend, 006. Afterwards, he swings his blade again, but Jean quickly jumps over him, landing a brutal punch to his face. Jean follows up with a series of powerful swings, eventually landing a devastating blow to 0:32's belly, sending him staggering backward. On the other hand, 0:32 notices the gun over his left shoulder. Before he can grab it, Jean dashes down. But 0:32 manages to pick up the gun and aims it straight at Jean. Jean reacts quickly, grabbing the gun by the barrel and redirecting the bullets to ricochet harmlessly into the ceiling. Once the firing stops, Jean pins the femboy to a pillar and the guy starts groaning in pain. Jean then asks him if he's here out of loyalty to the camp or to avenge 006. The femboy doesn't respond and instead slams his knee into Jin's belly. He then re-aims his gun straight at Jean. A fresh barrage of bullets erupts from his firearm, but Jean swiftly ducks, taking cover behind a sturdy pillar, desperate to shield himself from the relentless onslaught. The femboy grits his teeth, his shots unwavering, absolutely determined to take our boy down for good. Jean glances back, spotting 0:32 making his escape. The moment he tries to pursue this slippery bastard, he's left struggling, slowed by his multiple painful wounds. Bleeding intensely, a wave of desperation washes over him. He urgently calls his friend, Syok-ju. And when his dark-haired friend finally answers, Jin's face drains of all color. He's just heard Jin's urgent plea for surveillance data of the area. Yok-jo quickly springs into action, and Yona notices him practically sprinting out of the classroom. Once outside, on the move, he asks Jean why he's diving headfirst into this mess again. Nevertheless, he reassures Jean he'll call him back in minutes. He advises Jean to just send the physical description and precise location he wants him to track. Once the call disconnects, we cut back outside, where the femboy is casually strolling along his path, and he is absolutely, completely annoyed. He thinks if our boy hadn't wasted time with all those questions, he could have easily finished him off multiple times over. He also can't help but notice Jin's incredible growth and strength ever since their camp days. He then recalls our boy asking him if he was there to avenge 06's death, or if he had been sent by the camp itself. He has no idea why Jean was even asking those questions, or why Jean didn't just eliminate him on the spot. While 032 is walking, the same persistent harasser and his goons spot him. A creepy, predatory smile spreads across the harasser's face as he decides to torment 032 once again. 032 spots the goons too, and he is absolutely not thrilled to waste time on these morons. He simply ignores them, continuing to walk straight ahead. Suddenly, a few more thugs emerge, blocking 0-32's path, looming over him as if ready to devour him whole. But in the mere blink of an eye, all these thugs are piled up on the ground like discarded, broken toys. As 032 calmly walks on, he notices Dae-hyun standing nearby. The moment their eyes meet, the girl instantly recognizes him as the same guy she saw earlier. The man starts rummaging through his pockets, pulls out a note, and gently hands it to her. He thanks her sincerely for her help from before. He apologetically states it's all he has at the moment, but promises to pay back the rest very soon. Dae-hyun then tells him he really doesn't have to do this, worrying he might not have anything left for himself. She bows her head, reassuring him everything will be fine. Later, they make a stop at a restaurant. Dae-hyun comments that he really shouldn't have returned the money, not until he had more saved up for himself. The guy simply replies, stating that not everyone should wait until they have extra to spare to repay someone for their help. She then asks him how old he is, and he replies, "I'm 17. Yona finds it fascinating that they're the exact same age, and our guy, 032, is just as surprised to hear this. With that in mind, Yona quickly decides they should become buddies since they're the same age, and 032 readily agrees to the idea. It's hilarious to see her trying to make friends, even though she doesn't even know his name yet. She then asks if he's from overseas, and he confirms that he is, saying he's currently traveling. When she asks if he's traveling with friends, he says he's on his own, and Yona is utterly intrigued. She finds it absolutely fascinating that he's traveling alone. She asks how many countries he's been to, and he admits he's not exactly sure, but he's probably been to almost 20 countries. As they're chatting it up, Jean finally arrives as well, but he slows down the moment he spots 032 sitting there, and his eyes practically pop out of his sockets when he realizes the guy is sitting with Dae-hyun. But Jean doesn't rush in immediately. Instead, he stands silently, hidden behind the wall, while his sister and the guy continue their chat. Dae-hyun asks how long he's been in Korea. The guy is initially silent, but eventually says, He'll stay until he's finished with what he's doing here. She smiles and remarks that he must be staying nearby since she ran into him again. The guy confirms it, stating he had some business in this area, but he also guesses that she must live around here as well. He then feels a bit awkward about asking such an obvious question, but Dae-hyun reassures him that she doesn't actually live there. It's just that her school is right around the corner. Suddenly, Jin dashes in, and before 032 can even react, our boy grabs him and slams him down onto the ground, leaving him in pain. Jin then snatches a chopstick from the bin and tries to jab it straight into 032's face. But 032 swiftly snatches Jin's hand, only for Jin to retaliate with a furious punch. After their blistering exchange of blows, both finally step back, needing a moment to breathe. Jin, guilt-ridden, feels terrible for dragging his sister into this mess, and stands there fuming, frustrated with himself. Dae-hyun, on the other hand, is utterly bewildered by the chaos unfolding. 032, jaw clenched, tells Jin they should take this elsewhere, because Dae-hyun has nothing to do with any of this. Jin is surprised 032 wasn't actually targeting his sister, when Dae-hyun suddenly calls out Jin's name. 032 is also shocked to realize she knows him too. She yells at her brother, demanding to know what's happening and why he's here, but instead of responding to her, Jin fiercely tells her to get out of there immediately. The girl then asks him once again what he's doing here, but a chill suddenly runs down her spine, caused by the serious look in his eyes. It's the same look she's seen before. She then points out that he's severely hurt. Meanwhile, 032 finally asks her if she knows Jin, and she responds, telling him he's her brother. Her older brother, in fact. She also apologizes for Jin's behavior, explaining he's not usually like this. 032 is initially shocked, but then smiles, seeing what a huge coincidence this is. Jin tells his sister to give them a moment, and Dae-hyun quickly agrees. As 032 and Jin face each other, 032 comments that he didn't think Jin was actually her brother, and questions why he's suddenly using this disguise. Jin makes it clear he'll only answer if 032 answers him first. With that, Jin asks him if the camp sent him here, or if he just wants to take revenge out of loyalty, simply because Jin betrayed the camp. 032 is clearly frustrated by Jin's relentless questioning, and eventually snaps at him, asking why he keeps asking the same useless questions, and what good they do now. But when he looks into Jin's eyes, he eventually reveals that he left the camp as soon as he heard Jin had killed his friend. 06. He further admits he's not here because of the camp, but he's here because he wanted to avenge 06 death, because he was the only family he had. Jin reminds him that he and 06 weren't even close, so what's truly driving his burning desire for revenge? The femboy agrees, acknowledging the awkward truth, and highlights how they never truly spent time together, outside of training or crucial missions. He's not even sure if revenge is what he's truly after, and he's completely lost on why he just fled the camp. After a tense moment of silence, Jin drops a bombshell. His friend, 006, is alive, not surprisingly. This revelation nearly makes the femboy's eyes pop out of his head. Jin then drops even more truth bombs, explaining that 006 faked his death and vanished to avoid being found by anyone. He doesn't even want his closest friends to find him. The guy is utterly, officially floored. He asks once again if 006 is really alive, and Jin confirms it without a shred of doubt. The realization hits the femboy hard, and he starts feeling pangs of guilt as he finally understands why. Jin had been asking him the same questions repeatedly. Jin explains he needed to know his true intentions before revealing anything significant. If femboy had been secretly working with the camp, he would have immediately reported everything back, so Jin simply didn't want to reveal anything without confirming femboy's true allegiance. Reeling from the overwhelming news, the hoodie guy slumps into a chair and lets out a snicker. He then asks Jin why the hell he's even here. Jin, unsure how to respond, simply says he just came back home. The guy is shocked and asks if he's claiming the girl is truly his sister, because as far as he knows, our boy had lost all of his memories. Jin replies that his memories have recently returned, though they're still a bit hazy. 032 asks if he betrayed the camp just because he got his memories back. Jin shakes his head and says it was because he couldn't follow their orders anymore. Then Jin remembers Dayan and gives 032 a serious look, demanding to know how he met her. 032, clearly freaked out by Jin's intense stare, is convinced that if he doesn't spill the beans, Jin might actually kill him. He nervously admits that Dayan helped him out a while back. Jin expects more details, but 032 just turns away and says, "That's all there is to it." Jin finally chills out and 032 is relieved to see him calm down, though he's still a bit rattled by how Jin looks. Even way more deadlier than he looked while fighting. Despite everything, Jin starts cleaning up the mess, and his friend also lends his hand in cleaning the area. While they're cleaning up the mess, Femboy asks if 006 is okay. This question triggers a flashback for Jin, and he remembers the brutal hit 06 took from the car, and how he was tossed around afterward. Keeping that in mind, he doesn't go into details and just says his friend is kind of okay. Femboy shrugs and says, it doesn't matter as long as his friend is still alive. After all, he did try to kill Jin, so it's expected that he might be hurt. Jin then turns to him asking how he can trust someone like our boy, especially since he is a traitor to the camp. Femboy replies that it's because Jin has never lied to any of them, even though he betrayed the camp. 032 believes Jin wouldn't betray his friends. He mentions that 006 had the same opinion about our boy as well. Upon hearing this, Jin then says that he understands everything. His friend gets curious to hear this vague line, so he asks what he means by that. Jin reminds him that on the day, the entire camp was mobilized to track him down. 006 intentionally let him run away from the camp, otherwise he wouldn't have made it out alive. Femboy smirks at this, and points out that they probably hated the camp, even more than he did. Jin smirks in return. And then his friend asks if there's any way to reach 006. Jin says no. Not until 006 makes contact first. Jin then reassures him that he will tell 006 to reach out to Femboy when he does get in touch. He then starts berating himself up for lashing out at Jin for no reason and almost getting himself killed in the process. He then also highlights how 006 had gone into hiding just to protect his friend. Jin then also reveals an interesting tidbit and explains that if the camp had known that 006 has a close relationship with the 032, then they would have used this to their advantage. So 006 did not tell anyone before vanishing. Femboy gets sad to think about how his friend is sacrificing himself to keep his friends safe. But then, our hooded friend drops another bombshell. The camp is actively working to make sure no one discovers our boy is still alive. Jin demands if they're actually covering this up. His friend confirms it without hesitation. It's true, he adds. Only a few high-ranking officials know Jin is alive. This is why they can't conduct a full-scale search for him. The hooded guy finds it bizarre that Jin, their top soldier, is being hidden away like this. Jin then questions how he discovered that 032 was supposedly killed by his hands, if this information was kept so secret. His friend explains it's all thanks to Dog, the guy with the eye patch. After that, 032 decides to head out. He's going to make a few stops on his way back to scatter some trails and ensure they don't track Jin. But as he's about to leave, he notices Daehoon peeking from behind a pillar. Jin actually smiles when he sees his sister. This leaves the femboy completely stunned, because this is the first time he's ever seen Jin smile like that before. His friend then asks if Daehoon is truly his sister, and Jin nods with absolute confidence. But his pleasant expression fades to anger when 032 asks if he can say a final goodbye to her. 032 starts to tremble under Jin's intense gaze. Eventually, the poor guy just waves goodbye from a distance, and the girl reciprocates the gesture. She then quickly turns to Jin, asking if he knew 032. Jin responds with a simple, yes. She then questions why he was so harsh if he knew him well. Jin has no clue how to counter her question. But then he remembers Yona mentioning Daehoon has always been popular with guys, and is pretty. Keeping this in mind, Jin quickly concocts an excuse, saying he thought some weirdo was hitting on her because she's pretty. Daehoon is startled by his explanation, and a cold silence settles between them after Jin's awkward comment. Later that night, Jin is back at the apartment, secretly tending to his fight wounds. Once he's patched up, he sits quietly, reflecting on how the camp is covering up his survival, and wondering what their next move might be. And just like that, we're back with our femboy. He's still completely lost in thought about Daehyun, desperately trying to figure out if she's truly Jin's sister. Suddenly, he spots something amiss in his apartment and swiftly draws his gun, aiming it forward as a voice calls out, telling him to take it easy. Once this mysterious man emerges from the shadows, Femboy sees a bald man standing there, leaving him momentarily stunned. The bald man tells him to put the gun down before they talk. Femboy finally relaxes his muscles, while the bald man looks around, asking if this is where he's currently living. He then questions if Femboy has managed to kill our boy. Femboy counters, asking this stupid head if taking down Jean looks like a walk in the park to him. The hoodie guy then inquires what the bald man is doing here. The shady figure replies that he's just handling some business. But before Femboy can even react, the bald man slips a dagger out from his sleeve and quickly plunges it into Femboy's belly. As he drives the blade deeper, he says he's here to teach Femboy a lesson and to take this bastard out for disobeying the camp. The poor guy trembles as he asks if the camp truly ordered his elimination. The big guy confirms, but only if he refuses to go back to the camp. He then yanks the dagger out from Femboy's chest and swings it again at the hoodie guy, giving a nasty cut across his thigh. The poor guy groans in pain and is further thrown backward, landing on the floor. The bulky bastard hovers over him, while complimenting him for his great agility. The poor hoodie guy is losing blood fast from his belly wound, and he demands to know what the hell this sucker is trying to achieve by doing all this. The baldy coolly replies that he's taking care of things while he has the chance, because he always waited for this moment to kill him. Now that 006 is out of the picture, he is sure that no one can save this Femboy from getting killed by his hands. His hoodie guy then throws a jab at this bastard, stating that he didn't know he was too scared of 006, and finds it hilarious that this baldy had to ambush him. Like a coward, of course. This little jab really ticks off the gorilla, and his anger takes over. He quickly swings his dagger at the boy. But then, Femboy pulls out his own dagger and lands a nasty cut on the gorilla. Now, the gorilla, absolutely fuming, swings back at our Femboy, and while our poor guy struggles fiercely to keep pace, his deep wound begins to throb agonizingly. The gorilla then lands a brutal punch directly to his face, sending him crashing violently to the cold ground. As our Femboy writhes and quakes in agonizing pain, the gorilla menacingly strides over, snatching the gun from the ground. He coldly aims it right at the boy, and taunts him about all the effort the camp poured into his training, and how it's all about to be utterly wasted the moment he pulls the trigger. But the boy, remarkably, just mocks him back, telling him to ditch the jealousy and actually improve himself instead. With that defiant retort, the gorilla pulls the trigger, and the bullet drills a searing hole straight through the boy's thigh, leaving him collapsing helplessly to the ground like a broken rag doll. Seeing him completely broken and in shambles, a truly creepy, sinister smile spreads across the gorilla's face. It's clear he believes that no matter how many punches are thrown, he's the one destined to emerge victorious tonight. But surprisingly, despite all his agonizing cuts and bruises, our Femboy fiercely retaliates. He's back in action, hurling his dagger straight at the gorilla's face. While the gorilla is momentarily stunned and distracted, the boy seizes the chance and makes a desperate run for it. He quickly dashes out of the room in a blur. The gorilla immediately unleashes a furious barrage of bullets, but the boy, against all odds, finally makes it outside. His legs are trembling violently as the bullets make his wounds bleed even more profusely. The gorilla chases relentlessly after him, but all he finds is a fading trail of crimson blood, because our Femboy has long vanished, melting into the deep shadows. He continues to follow the ominous blood trail, and just as he's about to turn right in the narrow corridor, our Femboy suddenly grabs his hand and lands a crushing blow directly to his face. Before the stunned gorilla can even react, the boy swiftly pulls the magazine out of the gun and throws it right into the gorilla's face with a clang. After those incredibly humiliating hits, the big guy gets even more ticked off and recklessly swings his dagger, but he completely, utterly misses his mark. And as surprising as it might seem, the devastating blows this bastard just took weren't from the Femboy at all, but rather, they were from our true protagonist, our boy, who just gave this ruthless bastard a true run for his money. The gorilla's face instantly goes pale when he finally realizes it's our boy. Without wasting a single moment, Jean charges at him and delivers a devastating, crunching blow directly to his face. Leaving it all bloodied, the gorilla desperately tries to attack again, but Jean counters with more brutal strikes to the belly, and seals the deal with a flurry of brutal knee smashes. But he's not done yet. He slams the gorilla's face right into the wall, and with its face now a bloody mess. The wall is also smeared with blood. Finally, the cocky gorilla collapses to the ground. Once the fight is over, we see the femboy sitting there, nursing his injuries, asking Jean why the hell he's even here. He's hearing the voice. Our boy turns around, looks at his friend, then begins to walk away. He grabs a bag full of goodies from the ground and offers it to the femboy, saying his sister told him he was broke, so he brought this for him. The femboy takes a look and finds food supplies. He starts laughing, teasing our boy for being such a softie, and asks what's changed him so much. He wonders if he's hit his head or something, but then realizes our boy has been like this all along. The scene shifts to the SW Corporation. We see our boy sitting before the director. The old man points out that the man he brought in turned out to be an international fugitive. He mentions that arranging what was requested will be straightforward, since many countries want to claim him. He wraps it up by saying, they'll make sure he spends his days imprisoned, isolated from society. It sounds like they're talking about the gorilla who attacked them, and that bastard really deserves it for all the mess he's caused. The old man mentions he presumes the gorilla is connected to our boy's past. For a moment, Jean stays silent and admits he wasn't directly involved. But yes, the connection is there. The old man says he won't dig any deeper, but assures Jean to come to him if he ever needs help. Jean simply nods, stands up, and leaves without saying much more. The assistant chimes in, saying he was startled when our boy called for help, especially when it involved such a serious criminal, and gunshots at the scene. As Jean walks out of the corporation building, his mind drifts back to his injured friend, barely hanging on. Jean quickly pulls out his phone, saying he knows someone who can get the femboy treated somewhere safer. But the femboy insists he can handle it himself, because he just needs to stop the bleeding and disinfect the wound. Jean, however, he points out that he needs proper treatment. The femboy notes it'll take far too long, and the camp might grow suspicious. But Jean is stunned by this revelation, and asks if his friend is returning to the camp. The femboy confirms that he is, but Jean reminds him the camp ordered his elimination. In response, the femboy clarifies that the gorilla was indeed tasked to bring him back. But since this gorilla despises 0 to 6, or any of the numbered individuals, he simply went ahead and tried to assassinate him. Jean quickly retorts that going back to camp is still risky. The femboy merely snickers, claiming that since the camp believes Aries 0 to 6 is dead, it makes no sense for them to kill him, just because he went off looking for Jean. Besides, the femboy says he sees no other option, because they will come after him if he goes into hiding, and that could risk exposing 0 to 6 as well. The femboy further adds that if his plan works, he'll make sure they can't track Jean. It's the least he can do after Jean saved his life. With all the traces 0 to 6 left behind, it should keep the camp busy for a long time. He tells Jean he hopes he'll make it and protect his real life. Suddenly, Jean is jolted awake from his flashback when Lady Jai calls out. She asks what brings him here, and he responds he was just running an errand. She then asks if it's really okay for him to be out, since he still hasn't recovered from his injuries. As soon as she mentions his injuries, Jin's mind flashes back to the past, where he remembers getting kicked and pummeled by femboy, which only made his previous injuries worse. But instead of admitting that, he smiles and insists he's doing great. The girl smiles back and asks if he's free now, suggesting they grab something to eat. It seems like she's taken quite a liking to him, and even though she has a meeting to attend, she'd rather have dinner with Jean. But unfortunately for her, Jean turns her down, saying he has to head straight home, since he already has dinner plans with his family. It seems like she wasn't ready to be rejected by a kid, and she's clearly feeling the heat of the situation. To save face, she quickly comes up with an excuse. She suddenly remembers she has some other work to attend to. Meanwhile, the guard behind her looks absolutely ghostly pale after hearing her brazen, obvious lies. After all, the meeting was their only reason for being here. Suddenly, the girl asks if he'd be interested in a part-time job. She guarantees the money will definitely make it worth his time. Once again, Jean turns her down flat, stating he's simply not interested. She sighs and finally asks if he wants a ride home. Jean replies with a simple, firm no. As Jean starts to head out the door, Lady Jai's guard tells him to get well soon, so they can train together again, mentioning that the other guys have been asking about him. On the other hand, Lady Jai secretly smirks to herself, thinking Jean is fitting in with the guys better than she expected, and even her usually picky bodyguard seems to like him. Once our boy is out of the picture, the guard asks if Lady Jai plans to put him on CO Hatch's security detail. She says yes, pointing out the recent stalker incident happened with CO Hatcha, and noting that it wouldn't be too dangerous, since he'd just be escorting her. She asks what he thinks about it, and he replies, "It should be fine." While Jin's heading down the street, he notices his grandpa standing nearby. He calls out to him, asking what he's doing there, and Grandpa just says he's out for some fresh air. The old man then reveals that Dan's birthday is coming up in just a few days, and Jean looks quite surprised by this news. The old man admits he doesn't know much about Gen Z preferences these days, since he's a boomer himself. He asks Jean if he can suggest what kids his age might like as a gift, and what her hobbies might be. It turns out Jean is just as clueless as his boomer grandpa, and there's an awkward silence. As they both realize they've fallen into the boomer category, suddenly, Ja's phone rings while she's sitting in her office. When she checks it, a creepy smile spreads across her face. She picks up the call, clearly surprised that it's Jean himself returning her call, which is quite a big deal in itself. Our boy then asks her about the offer she'd made earlier, and wonders if that's still valid. The girl smiles, thinking Jean must be calling about the dinner offer, so she acts all nonchalant, saying she's pretty busy but will check her calendar. However, her pleasant smile quickly fades when Jean tells her he's actually calling about the part-time job she offered him. She looks annoyed when she hears this news. Jean is actually calling about the part-time job, not about dinner. Our boy then asks if the offer is still valid. The girl asks if he's truly interested. Jean confirms he is, absolutely. So she tells him to come to her studio tomorrow at 4 p.m. sharp. The scene cuts to the game room where Jean and the other boys are, lounging around, having fun, gaming, and chatting away. Jae-hyung, who's been reading an article on CO Hacha, tells his other friends all about it. The other boys immediately perk up, staring intently at his monitor. Jae-hyung explains that she's starring in a new TV series, based on a popular webtoon. She'll be the lead in the Mercenary teenager series. The blondie then adds that he's actually seen her in person, and she looks smoking hot. His orange-headed friend nearly chokes on his drink hearing this, while Blondie coolly continues. He saw her working part-time at his cousin's ad company, where they were shooting a commercial with her. Jae-hyung is absolutely blown away by this news. He's been a hardcore fan of CO Hacha ever since her first show. Almost 8 years of following and loving her work. Youngchan asks Blondie how she was in real life. Blondie responds that she's incredibly pretty in person, admitting he's never seen someone so beautiful. The other guys can't help but blush and call Blondie a lucky bastard. Jae-hyung even asks Blondie to let them know if his cousin's company needs anyone again. The scene cuts to the ad shoot set, where everyone is preparing for the next advertisement. They are eagerly waiting for CO Hacha to come out of her room. Inside, CO Hacha hears the news that a bodyguard is coming to escort her. One of the crew members confirms it, but CO Hacha replies that they already have someone from the agency handling it. But the guy reminds CO Hacha that the guard coming this time is from SW Corporation. He mentions he had already told the corporation that there's nothing to worry about. But they were still worried because of the stalking by some persistent stalkers. He assures her it's just one guy who will be tagging along with her, so it won't be much of a hassle. The gorilla-like guard standing nearby then confirms that the new guy is just a trainee. Of course, this doesn't sit well with the actress. She wonders why they would send a trainee for something like this. As everything gets ready for the shoot, everyone's attention snaps to the crisp sound of shoes thudding on the floor. When they turn around, they're absolutely floored by the sheer elegance this man exudes. Even though we don't get to see this elegant man just yet, I can confidently state it's our boy making quite the entrance. Back in CO Hatch's dressing room, the gorilla-like guard mentions that SW sent the trainee to gain some experience, and assures her he'll keep a close eye on him to ensure he stays out of her way. CO Ha's assistant thanks the guard for his help and apologizes for all the extra trouble, stating this whole situation is way above his pay grade. The guard reassures them, saying there's nothing to worry about. He adds it's SW's fault for sending a rookie, and he personally finds it rather humiliating to work with someone below his level. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. When the guard cracks it open, he finds Jean standing right there. And our absolute handsome boy in his suit looks like a total lady killer. He quickly states that he's from SW. The assistant is totally bewildered, wondering if he's really a bodyguard, or just trying to pull a fast one on them. Jean formally introduces himself and confirms he's indeed the guard sent by SW. But the man finally acknowledges it, though he almost thought Jean was some kind of celebrity in disguise, because he just looks too hot to be some random bodyguard. On the other hand, the gorilla perks up to see our boy, and finds this nothing short of a joke, that they've sent a literal kid. Nevertheless, Jean asks if he can come inside, and the assistant gives him the green light to enter. Once Jean is inside, Seo Ha-cha takes one look at him and is absolutely blown away. Finding it ridiculous that this handsome kid is a bodyguard, Jean introduces himself personally and tells her he'll be her bodyguard from now on. Seo Ha quickly reciprocates the gesture and says, "It's nice to meet him." Jean starts looking around, trying to get a feel for things, while Seo Ha-cha is still wondering if this guy is really a trainee bodyguard. He looks more like a boy band trainee that SW is trying to debut, and she suspects they probably sent him here to get some exposure. Meanwhile, our boy wants to confirm if this is her first day on set. The assistant confirms this, and once the formalities are out of the way, our boy wastes no time pointing out the elephant in the room, and asks if the stalking started 2 weeks ago with those letters. The woman clarifies it's been happening for much longer than that. She explains the stalker somehow knows her address, and keeps leaving bizarre letters in her mailbox. It's gotten noticeably worse recently, but this has been going on for a while now. She adds that this kind of thing is common in her line of work, so SW shouldn't worry too much about it. After that, the actress starts to ask him how old he is, and that's when our boy's mind flashes back to a time his senior warned him. Revealing his age would only make people doubt his abilities. So, in the present, he simply replies that it's a secret. Just then, the gorilla from earlier calls out to our boy from behind, saying he wants to have a quick chat outside. Once they're out, the gorilla starts by asking if he's a security trainee from SW. Once Jean hears this, he realizes this is what these guys must have been told, so he just rolls with it, confirming that's exactly right. The gorilla tells Jean to simply stand aside and watch how it's done. He's confident he already has things completely under control. He then starts to berate our boy, saying he has no idea why SW would send a runt like him, because security is no joke, and practice drills won't cut it in real-life situations. So he tells him he'd better stay out of the way until his shift is over, and then go home. Jean finally speaks up, asking if the gorilla is Chael, young Kim from the Security Brothers agency. The man grabs Jean by the neck, telling him not to dodge the question. He warns Jean that if he thinks they're messing around, he'd better listen up if he wants to get out of here in one piece. With that, he flings Jean against the wall and storms off, clearly annoyed. Just then, the actress steps out of the room, asking if Jin's okay. He says he's fine, and she apologizes for this goofball gorilla, saying he's from her agency and can be a bit rough around the edges. She even mentions she told them she didn't need a bodyguard. Jean doesn't say anything, and the actress enthusiastically starts to ask, "Are you still in school?" Jean responds that it's confidential. Suddenly, her assistant calls out, telling her it's time to head to the set. Before heading out, the lady reassures Jean to just take it easy, saying that nothing's going to happen. With that, she leaves him standing there. And as she walks out of the scene, our next scene cuts to GA, who's wondering if he made it to the studio safely. The guard then asks if she's referring to Jean, and she affirms him. He then explains that he received word that Jean has successfully made it into the studio, without a single hitch. GA then questions if sending him there was a good decision, since he hasn't fully recovered yet. The guard reassures her, pointing out that threats and stalkers are pretty common. For a celebrity of Seo Ha-cha's level of fame, she's had her fair share of them. Her agency recently assigned her a personal bodyguard, so Jean won't be too busy. GA agrees, explaining that this is precisely why she sent him there, to let him take it easy while he recovers. And who knows, he might even complain about how boring it is. The guard then smiles at GA and says he doesn't think Jean is the type to let himself get bored. GA finds this good news and uses the term cakewalk to emphasize how easy this job is going to be for Jean. The guard reluctantly agrees, saying she's precisely right. GA, on the other hand, feels proud of herself for using Gen Z slang, which makes the guard awkward, as he watches her bask in her own sense of accomplishment. As people are gathering in for the shoot, we also see the gorilla making another appearance, despite the hottest actress sitting right before them. Everyone's attention seems to be fixed on Jean, as they can't take their eyes off him. The big man then asks Jean why he left his post for so long, saying, "We're not here on a field trip." Jean replies that he was scanning the perimeter. The cocky guy starts fuming, questioning what kind of perimeter Jean is talking about, and what a kid like him could possibly know about this stuff. Suddenly, the director wraps up the shooting. As everyone is taking a moment of respite, CO Hatch's assistant offers her some water. Just as she's about to take a sip, her attention is grabbed by Jean, who announces loudly that he needs everyone to remain inside. The entire staff is all ears after hearing this request, and Jean continues, saying that the police will be arriving soon, and everyone in the studio must cooperate with the investigation. The actress is now thoroughly confused and asks, "What's actually going on?" Jean then reveals an envelope with a tiny camera inside. She immediately asks Jean, "What is this?" He explains it's a spy camera he stumbled upon in the waiting room. The news strikes like a thunderbolt out of nowhere. It stuns both the gorilla and the actress's assistant, as well as the actress herself. Even the surrounding crowd starts murmuring, wondering how a spy camera got hidden in her waiting room. The actress begins to tremble, and Jean presses on. He checked the surveillance footage, but didn't find any security cameras at the waiting room's entrance. This makes it difficult to figure out who installed the spy camera. As usual, the gorilla is absolutely fuming, berating Jean for not revealing this sooner. But Jean doesn't give a damn about the gorilla's rage. He continues, saying that Mrs. Cha didn't use the waiting room after he found the camera. He was just waiting so as not to disrupt the shoot. And no one has entered the room to retrieve the camera, nor has anyone left the studio. The gorilla's frustration reaches its peak. His nerves are practically popping out. His mind is on the brink of exploding, and he's convinced Jean is trying to screw him over. He tries to snatch the camera from Jin's hand, demanding he hand it over. But Jean just steps back with such a nonchalant flair that it's almost unbelievable. The gorilla, clearly fed up, asks Jean what the hell he's trying to pull. Jean just says it would be best if Miss Cha's assistant took the camera. The gorilla turns to the assistant and demands he let him take the camera, so his team can stage it with the police. The poor assistant, clearly flustered, hesitates but eventually agrees. The gorilla snatches the camera from Jin's hand, without a second thought, and everyone around is pretty unsettled by how this giant guy is throwing his weight around. As they step outside, the gorilla starts laying into Jean, asking why he didn't come to him first with something like this. Jean shoots back, wondering why he should have, especially since the gorilla had already said he did a thorough investigation. When Jean asked if he checked the waiting room, the gorilla's rage hits a new level, as he demands to know if Jean was aware of the camera. When they spoke earlier, Jean confirms he was. This sends the gorilla into overdrive, yelling at Jean for not immediately reporting to his superiors. But Jean makes it crystal clear, the gorilla is not his superior, and that's officially the last straw. The gorilla tries to slap Jean around, but Jean isn't the type to just take that abuse. He quickly stops the gorilla dead in his tracks, absolutely fuming. The gorilla finally backs off, muttering that Jean would have been a goner if it weren't for SW Corporation. Later, we catch the van speeding down the highway. Inside, the lady and her assistant are having a chat. She asks, "How long will it take to figure out who planted that camera?" The assistant says, "The forensic team is on it and should have some answers soon." But the lady isn't so sure. She mentions they seem to think she was overreacting about something as little as this camera. The big man, ever the reassuring presence, tells her not to worry. He insists he'll run his own investigation into the matter. While the actress looks sad and all, Jean glances at her, but doesn't say anything. When they finally arrive at her home, she gets out of the car, and Jean follows. But the assistant tells him to stay in the car, as he'll drop Jean off at the nearest station. Jean, however, says he'll head back on his own. With a final exchange of goodbyes, the assistant drives off, leaving Jean standing there. Once the car is out of sight, Jean walks around the actress's house. That's when we see her sneaking out of her own house, wearing a mask and a cap. As soon as she steps out, she finds herself startled by a presence behind her and looks around, finding him standing by her side. She quickly asks how he's still there, and Jean simply responds that he was just scanning the area. She gets a bit embarrassed and tells Jean that he can go home, since she's just heading to the convenience store around the corner, and asks if she's not allowed to do that. Jean responds that she's free to do whatever she wishes, and that's exactly why he's here. The girl lights up at this. And later, we see her enjoying some delicious noodles outside the convenience store. She tells Jean not to just sit there, but to dig in too. She mentions that she was going to take the noodles home, but decided to eat them outside since he's here. She looks down, admitting that whenever stress hits hard, she loves to unwind by strolling around her neighborhood. She's been in this business for so long that walking around freely is nearly impossible now, and she hasn't had time for friends either. She then asks Jean what he does for fun with his friends. He replies that he sometimes hits the arcade after school. She then double-checks with Jean if he actually said game room. Jean confirms it, which leaves her absolutely floored. It's like she's suddenly talking to a real teenager again, while Jean is still sitting there. He spots some familiar faces, his friends, and they are absolutely blown away to see him hanging out with the infamous actress. Jean stands quietly in the background, while the lady waves to them with a pleasant smile. After a while, all of Jin's friends join her at the table, and it turns out they all ended up at the arcade together. Jae-hyung points out he never imagined he'd be gaming with her today. The actress smiles, saying she didn't think she'd end up at the arcade either, as she usually just games at home. Jae-hyung gets a chill when the actress smiles and talks, because she looks even more attractive in person. She thanks him for the compliment, and also points out she won't forget how they told her she sucked at games. Young Chan, with a deadpan expression, confirms this, saying there's no doubt she actually sucked. Surprisingly, as much as Jae-hyung likes her, he adds, there's no mercy for noobs. Blondie agrees, looking totally worn out, exhausted from playing with noobs like Jean and Sewa. Jae-hyung tells her not to take it personally, but advises her not to tell people she's a gamer, as it would just be insulting in itself. The actress erupts in a smile and a cheerful laugh. After their little banter, they eventually decide to part ways. After a final wave, Jean and Sewa head off together, while the boys stand behind, still unable to tear their eyes away from her. Young Chan even remarks that he can't believe he grilled Sewa-cha about her gaming skills. Jae-hyung agrees, feeling like it's all just one big dream. As they walk out, they carry the sweet autographs of Sewa-cha, signed right over their uniforms. Later, we see a Mini Cooper zooming down the road. Inside, Sewa is still in utter disbelief that her bodyguard is actually a high school student. Jean feels a little awkward, seeing her so bright and bubbly. Meanwhile, Sewa keeps gushing about the amazing time they just had together, confessing she never imagined herself hanging out in an arcade like that. She usually just plays games by herself at home. Jean suggests that if public gaming feels a bit awkward for her, she could always invite friends over to play. Sewa explains that she's been a trainee since middle school, so she honestly doesn't have any real friends. Once she debuted, she was just too busy with work to make any genuine connections. She sometimes hangs out with people she meets through work, but she wouldn't really call them friends. Sewa then asks him about his own life, curious why he's working as a bodyguard. While still in school, Jean explains he's doing it to buy his little sister a birthday present. Sewa is startled and touched by his reason, finding him to be a really sweet brother. She comments that he must be pretty close to his sister, but she can't really relate, to be honest, since she's an only child. She then offers to drop him off, but Jean says it's unnecessary, and he'll head home himself after escorting her. Throughout their conversation, Jean has kept a formal tone, addressing her as Miss Cha, but she tells him to just call her Sewa. When they finally reach their destination, Jean gets out of the car, and as he turns around, he spots another figure approaching. This man looks absolutely furious, and Sewa quickly reassures Jean that it's okay since she knows him. The man cryptically hints that the person she knows would like to see her, and that person is sitting in the car right now. But Sewa stays silent as the man moves toward them. Sewa also walks forward, but Jean quickly steps in front of this new guy. The dude in glasses, however, immediately tells our boy to simply step aside. Sewa then tells Jean he can go home, and she'll be home after this, but Jean insists on waiting, and Sewa is momentarily silent as she looks at his calm face. Eventually, she smiles and tells him to go home and get some rest. As she walks away, she looks a bit sad, thinking to herself that she can't drag him into this. Once Sewa is inside the car, the man immediately starts berating her, asking why she didn't pick up his calls. He berates her for not calling him back, even if she was busy. Sewa bluntly fires back, asking why she should even bother answering his calls. The shadowed guy seems utterly baffled by her response, then a smirk creeps onto his face. He warns her not to push him too far, or she'll deeply regret it. He reminds her that even he has his limits, and then tries to justify his deplorable behavior by claiming the dates he went on with other girls. were all purely for business and shouldn't be held against him. Sewa coolly tells him she couldn't care less about who he meets, since they officially broke up a whole month ago, which means he needs to stop contacting her and showing up uninvited like this. She firmly states she'd prefer if he didn't call or drop by ever again, as she starts to open the car door. This jerk suddenly lunges at her, grabbing her hand aggressively, and sneering that he's going to teach her a lesson about her place. He makes it crystal clear that just because she's gained a little fame doesn't mean she's some big shot starlet now. Then he rants about completely ruining a little actress like her, and even threatens to expose who her parents truly are. He then mockingly questions if she's really getting a reality check in the sorry state she's in. But before he can utter another word of trash, our main guy absolutely smashes his luxury car window. Glass shatters everywhere as our boy violently grabs the rich dude by the collar, yanks him out of his comfy seat, and brutally throws him onto the asphalt, leaving him scraped up pretty badly. The girl is left utterly stunned by the shocking scene, and our guy quickly tells her, "You can get out now," once she's safely out of the car. He checks if she's okay. She replies that she's fine, but she seems more concerned about the rich guy he just dramatically tossed out. So, are you a huge fan of this manhwa? And totally can't wait for the anime adaptation, right? Let me know what you'd rate this story down in the comments. I really enjoyed seeing our usually cold main character start to explore other, warmer emotions. Give me your honest rating from 1 to 10. Honestly, I'm still trying to figure out my own score.